Yes, welcome everyone to day 2 of the Karaoke World Championship National Trials. It is great to see you today. Man, yesterday was an amazing show. All the singers were so incredible. There were such great, memorable performances, and I'm really proud of each and every one of you. I know Katie feels the same way, and all the judges as well. One thing I do want to talk about, I want to quickly talk about the judging and what they're doing. So one of the reasons why we do have the judges on is because the only way you can really get better and become a world champ and be better, even not even as a world champ, but as a professional singer and in the industry, is by coaching and by getting those notes and knowing how to improve. Because if you don't improve, you're always going to just stay stagnant. So we're always going to be looking for those things. And one of the great things about the scoring criteria that we have is that with that breakdown, we can really pinpoint things that we can help you with. So the other thing is that our judges are doing this because they love it. They're taking their time out of their day and their time out of their week to look at every single one of these videos. They are also on that same quest that I am of finding the next world champ. When they say things that might be taken out of context, like, you have to take everything with a grain of salt. And also, when you're in the music industry, you're going to hear things all the time. I've been in many shows. I've had some really, really bad reviews myself, and it's hard. It's hard to take. So it's okay to feel upset, though. Like, I'm not saying that, because number one, the singers for me are so important. I love you guys so much. At the same time, I love my judges too. I have talked to them about their commentary, but at the same time, I want them to just keep going, but to keep it in mind that, you guys are loving this, and you put all this time and effort in all your videos and put all this love into it, and they understand that. They're really trying to get to the root of how can we make you better, and they're really nitpicking. They're really trying to find those small issues. These are small issues. So if you don't want that kind of commentary, you can write us. But at the same time, if you also have any complaints or something, do not blow up my phone or the KWC Facebook page, but you can email us any complaints or comments. Email us, KWCTeamUSA at Gmail. Especially you singers, I know that you've all had your email sent there. So all you got to do is type it in and just send us your concerns. We do take them seriously. And we did talk to our judges and everything. We're not here to break you down. We know you love what you're doing. And we really want to support you in your journey. There are, however, behavioral rules. So I want to talk about behavioral rules really quick. When you signed up for KWC and you registered your songs, you registered to try out, there is a button you click about behavioral rules. So going on social media and bashing the competition or a judge can get you disqualified from the competition. So you really want to think about these. Plus, it's not a good look for you or for the organization or for the judges. And the judges feel, when they see that, they just get just as upset as you do. So we have talked to them like, hey, think about what you're saying or the context of what you're saying. But again, I don't want them editing themselves. It's more of just really driving home the exact message and maybe not use as many analogies or something. But the other thing is drama. Remember this about drama. Drama is what you feed it. It starts off as a little tiny animal, and you can ignore it. You ignore it, it goes away. The more you feed it, the more you put fuel to it, it just keeps growing and growing and growing and growing. People get involved, and it's not a good look. That's something that we're trying to do, is eliminate that. So with that said, we have come so far in this competition to eliminate things like that. Keep on singing. We've had things before, like, this is tame compared to how KWC used to be. We had commentary back in 2010 and 2011. We had it with Karaoke Battle USA when we were on ABC TV, and there were things said that had singers walk off the stage. We also had people retaliate against judges as well when they've given notes. We don't want that. We want this to be a positive experience for both sides. So please take that in mind. Let's talk about scoring and judging and what the judges are actually judging. So let's go over here. And so this is the criteria they're judging on. I want you all to take a good look at it. So one of the things that they're doing is they're really trying to find every little nuance. So in the scoring, they're doing the voice. So that's the quality of your voice, the mastery of your voice, the range, dynamics, and timbre. All of those things add up to 10 points. So if you see, there are 5 of those criteria. Each one of those can get anything from a 0.1 to a 2 points to add up to 10. Every judge has a little bit different way of judging the competition, though. We do lay this out so they can look at that and they keep that in mind when they're judging. The next, we have technique, we have skill, we have timing, we have breathing, we have pitch, and we have diction. Next, we have artistry, which is expressiveness, musicality, lyrical ability, individuality, and song choice. And then finally, and last but not least, is stage presence, which is about your confidence. It's about your movement of using that space. It's about your costume and appearance and if it's appropriate for the song or if it's maybe a little bit too much. The other thing that we have is charisma, and about the charisma you're bringing into the song, and that sort of goes along with the confidence as well. And the last but not least is the audience appeal. And the audience appeal is what we're talking about, what you're singing to, because we don't have that stage this year because COVID. But the audience appeal is the judges. The judges were your audience. And now all these people are your judges. So they're all watching as well. So all of that can add up to 40 points. Yesterday, the scoring was based on your average score from all the judges. Today, it changes. So Worlds does weighted scores when you get to Worlds. So this year, we wanted to emulate that a little bit more. So this year, for the second round, to get into the third round, today you're going to get your score, and it's going to be the total of all the judges, and then multiplied by 2, and then added to that average you got yesterday to find out who's moving on to round 3. So that's a little bit different than you guys have had in the past. You also should already know this. We've sent emails. It's on the website. I've talked about it in many podcasts. I know some people were thrown off by that. So song 2 is really, this is the song. This is the time to make or break. So from here, after today, we're going to cut down to 30 people. And you can all play at home and take down your notes and take down your scores so you can see who's moving on. Because we're not going to announce who's moving on tomorrow. We're going to call them up randomly like we normally do. But if you've been keeping score at home, you can figure that out yourself. The other thing is I want to talk about what happens after tomorrow. So tomorrow, when you get to round 3, it's going to be a clean slate. The only time the scores from the last 2 days are going to come into play is to do a tiebreaker, if there's any ties. We're trying to then cut the bottom 6, and the top 24 are going to make it and to keep on singing. Out of that, 6 singers are going to place on a coach's team. And right after the show tomorrow, we're going to have the coaches draft who they've been scouting this whole time while judging the people they want on their team. We're going to take it in reverse order from 24 to number 1 in 3 sections of 8. The other thing is that I want to give you guys this. So I know you guys have maybe seen this, the Keep On Singing KWC USA finals. And you see that it's going to be on Tuesdays and September 8th, 15th, 22nd, and 29th at 4:30 p.m. That does not mean that's the only day that you are going to be working on songs. So what's actually going to happen is your 4th song that you submitted, that first day, that's the song that you and your coach are going to work on that first week. They're going to grade you on it. They're going to give you notes. You're going to have a little check-in in the middle of the week with them to improve on that song. They're going to then give you more notes. At the end of the week, which is going to be a Saturday night at 11:59 p.m., your videos are due at that time for your finals. It is then going to be judged by the coaches and one guest judge who will be judging you for your coach, because coaches will not be judging their own people except during the week when they're coaching them. At the end of that week, we're going to cut singers off that team. However, there are going to be 24 who make it on, but there's a little surprise that we are adding. Oh, and then the live shows, the live shows are going to be September 8th, 15th, and 22nd and 29th, which means those are the days we're going to show abbreviated versions of the videos of the edit. And we're also going to bring the coaches on. And we're also want you to be able to come on so you can get live feedback as well. And you'll be in the StreamYard chat as well. One of the things, though, that we have a surprise. So through this whole process, a lot of these coaches have fallen in love with certain singers. We know that there's only 24 people that we were taking, and there was a giant push to do the golden buzzer. So what they want to do is they want to bring on a wild card from anyone who didn't make the top 24. So maybe you didn't make round 3 tomorrow, and maybe you didn't make that top 24, but they've been watching you. They've been taking notes. They've been like scouting you, and they're like, you know what? I want this person on my team, and they want to give you that one last chance. So instead of 24 singers we're going to take, we're actually going to have 28 singers going on to keep on singing. But that first week, instead of cutting one singer at the end of the week, we're going to have to cut 2 singers. And you're going to find out on that Tuesday night if you've been cut after the show is over. When you submit your final videos on those Saturday nights, Sunday morning, you're going to get your genre. When you submitted your registration, you picked 6 genres. We're going to do a lotto of that, and we're going to find that genre for the week. So since you submitted those genre pieces, I hope you guys already have songs like chosen for those genres you picked, but you're going to choose that with your coach, and you have 24 hours to do it. In the midweek at Thursdays, you are then going to submit your first video to your coach, where they're going to judge you and they're going to give you your notes. By Saturday, you have to get a final video in. They're going to work with you on everything from stage presence to technique to artistry to your voice, and also trying to get all the technology, getting those videos better, because we know that that's a definite learning curve, and some of you guys are great at it, and some people you're just learning it. And so it's going to be really exciting for all of us. At the end of the week, we're going to judge it. Again, we're going to bring in a guest judge to judge for your coach, because they can't judge their own team. And then we're going to do a cut from that week. The third week, we're going to do the same thing with the genre piece. Then the fourth week, you are going to have a song of your choice that can be from any time in the competition except Keep on Singing, or a song that you really want to sing. And you're going to have a coach's pick, and they're going to start talking about that first week with you. So because they're going to hear your voice and your tone and the style that you have. They're going to say, hey, I think you should use this. I think you should do this. So all of that goes into Keep on Singing. And at the end, the top singer, which originally was a 1 in 6 chance you were going to make it to Worlds. But right now, it's now going to be a 1 to 7 chance, if you get to Keep on Singing, that you will be a U.S. champion, and you will be going to the World Finals to battle singers from 23 other countries. And when you get there, again, it's video-based this year because of COVID. So I would like to bring on someone who is an ex-champ, not only an ex-champion, but has been part of Keep on Singing as a judge and coach, and has seen it. And he was actually helped last year, which was the first year we tried to do this on social media and do this all online. So here he is, the one and only gold medalist of the world, Miko Blaze.
Hey, what up, everybody? Just wanted to look at my trophy wall. Just wanted to, show it off a little bit. Since y'all are trying right now to get your own trophies, I just wanted to show you mine.
So, Miko, you had such a long road.
I did.
Ooh, you got a weird buzzing. I don't know what that is.
Oh, wait. Is it
me? It might be on your side. Hold on.
Is that any better?
It went away for a second.
Okay.
It's a weird static.
Is it better now?
Yeah. It's
okay.
probably the internet stuff and things like that.
Okay, yeah, no worries. I'll adjust.
Road. You originally placed at a venue when we still had venue tryouts before COVID, BC.
Yep, back in the day. 2016 was my first year. Yeah.
And then you came to Seattle.
Yep.
And you played there, and you didn't make number 1.
Yep, I choked in the last song. It was, I came in 5th place, which is not bad for my first shot ever at KWC.
I lost your audio.
Oh,
There it is.
There it is. Is it better?
Yeah.
Yep. Okay, cool. Sorry for the finicky equipment.
Nope,
Wait,
okay.
so yeah, I started 2016, went to Seattle. I placed 5th, so I was able to come back to nationals, which was then the first year in Vegas. I came in 5th and choked again. And then I went to.
You were what? You were 3rd that year?
I came in 5th again. I came
5th again? Okay.
Yeah, I was so frustrated. But I choked at the end, and then I took that energy, and then the next day, me and Beth Brennan took the gold in duets, and then we're able to go. Yep. So 2017, I got the gold in duets for the U.S., and then silver in the world. And the following year, I came back with fire in my butt, and I was like, I'm going to be.
And also that experience of going to Worlds.
Yes.
Because once you're there, then you're like, whoa.
Yeah.
Now I know. Now I know what I need to do.
If you think the U.S. is hard, Worlds is like, it's the best from every country. And you literally, it is a life-changing experience. I felt that with this competition, like I'm going to be honest, I didn't like critique. Because I was very self-conscious. When I sing, it is something that's very personal and comes from my soul. And but looking back now, I'm actually really grateful for all the critique because it helped me discover who I was as a musician and an artist. And it really gave me that setup of taking critique on a professional level because, as you were saying earlier, being in the industry, you're going to get way more no's and they have no reason to be kind to you. They have no reason to be nice. They will flat out tell you, nope, you're not good enough. Or
they don't say anything. You're just like, thanks.
Yeah.
Like, I just played that. Like, really? Okay.
Yeah, I think having the judges is so valuable because, like, in the real world, you'd have to pay for vocal lessons to get that kind of critique. And in this situation, you're getting it from incredibly experienced people in the industry who have been in your shoes, who are taking time to, like, educate you and give you a valuable tool. Because, I mean, if you want to make money in this business, pay attention to what the judges tell you. I've been able to have a successful career gigging. Even, so it is you do have the ability to make money with it. So it's just like, you may feel hurt because of your feelings, but at the end of the day, what I always tell people is like, you signed up for a competition, which means you're going to get judged. If you don't like that, then don't do the competition.
Right.
Second of all, you're not going to be everybody's favorite until you have all the trophies to prove it. You're not the best. There's room for improvement and there's room for growth. So aim for that.
Yep. And you've been sent to Worlds now 3 times.
Yep, been the world 3 times.
Like I think you're the only champ ever to go to Worlds 3 times.
Yep, and do it back to back. But it's just I was determined. I was able to be ruthless competitively, but also dignified and understanding that I was in competition with myself.
Right.
And the people around me are in competition with themselves.
Yeah,
and
exactly. In fact, part of the thing with Keep On Singing this year with you, when you're on a team, you're actually, if you're in competition with anyone, you're on competition with your own team, which is weird.
Yeah.
But you aren't actually still competing against them. You're competing against yourself. We want you to push to find those things that maybe you don't have in your toolbox right now.
Exactly.
And you grow. The thing about KWC is that yes, this is a competition.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like the grossness of competitions. I like you to sing from your heart and what you're doing. What KWC really is it's a platform for us to showcase talent, showcase you, not only through our competitions, but also later on when Vegas reopens. I have plans. Like I had stages already to start bringing people out here and showcasing them and showcasing their talent. And so that's something that you guys, that even if you don't win a Worlds or win nationals, that does not mean that we aren't looking at you and we're like, you need to come out here.
Yeah.
You need to be shown, especially on our social media and everything.
Yeah, I think some important things that I've learned from, representing our country and going on and being a world champion is that they're looking for a full package. Can you comport yourself in public? You're going to be going up against other countries. This is more of a diplomatic thing than you think. I think of it as the Olympics. You're going to meet other people from other countries. It is an opportunity for you to network. Okay. if you like to travel, I love to travel, and I love knowing that I have places to stay in various places around the world because of the connections that I've made with KWC. So before you start, if you get mad or emotional and you want to, have point the finger at another contestant, remember that people are watching you and that we are all a vast network of people, and that even if you don't win, there's an opportunity where it's like, oh, I really like the way they sang. I'm going to do this virtual show, or hey, I want to go on tour. Let me call up so and so in different states and see if we can set up something. Remember that you are always networking, and that this is an opportunity for you to expand your network outside of your city to the United States.
And family.
Yeah,
they're all family.
Exactly. But also just remember that people are going to see how you behaved yourself. And if you behave in yourself that's not on brand, or that's not like promoting positivity, we're going to know. We're going to talk about it, and people are going to look at you some type of way. And I trust you do not want to be that person. So just keep that in mind, that you're representing our country and that we want to find something that's going to represent our country correctly.
Right. Oh, exactly. Yeah. So last year, you were a coach of Keep On Singing.
I was.
And how was that transitioning from a singer in the competition to coaching these people to try to become the next world champ?
It was really weird and different. It was just a different experience, just because I didn't have any formal training until I joined this competition and took vocal lessons. I've been self-taught. So for a little bit, it was a little bit difficult to try to articulate in the, using the big musical terms. But I try to just really work with my team and just encourage them and just build their confidence. Because at the end of the day, if you believe in yourself and you feel good about yourself, that's going to show on stage when you're performing and singing.
Exactly.
So I just try to kind of take an approach of like, I've been in your shoes. I know how you feel. How can we continue to work through that? Because I mean, I will say, when you're performing on the world stage, it is a debilitating anxiety that takes over because there's so much pressure. Right. But I really like how when I did the nationals, it kind of helped build up that fortitude of anxiety. And that was something that I really wanted to work with my students of like, hey, you're going to be in situations where you don't get a do-over. So it's got to be all or nothing, and you got to own it. You got to sing that song like you wrote it.
Yeah, and one of the cool things about this year, and even last year when we went and did it this way, is that you have do-overs. You don't have to use that first take. You can make multiple takes until you perfect it. You can even take a day and you're like, I need to go back and look at this video tomorrow before I submit it. And then the next year you're like, let me do it one more time, because sometimes you just need to sleep on it.
Yeah.
That direction.
And that's something that I'm a little bit jealous of, because I didn't get that. For me, it was just like, you mess up. So this is like a golden opportunity to really watch yourself and critique yourself. I always say Beyonce watches video of herself perform. So if you want to be at her level, you need to critique yourself just as much as other people.
And we are our own worst critics. So that's the other thing. So why it's so hard to get what the judges are saying is that we already are looking at ourselves in a video and we're like, we don't want to see ourselves on the screen. I don't want to hear myself on this. I don't want, so I already have this dialogue in my head. And then you hear a judge and they might say, hey, you were great, but this thing, and the minute you hear that, you're like, oh, and they're like, but I said you're great, but I said you're this. Like, that's one thing, and that's not something that's a bad thing. It's something that, hey, let's improve on that, or just clean that up. So that's,
and it's also just giving you practice to, like, when you're in person at the world stage, you don't have room for error. You have to be the most perfect version of yourself.
Yep.
Like, so, and that involves practice. Like I would run scales every day just so I could have the muscle memory of where those scales was. So that way, when I went to worlds, I knew my songs like the back of my hand and could do it in my sleep. So that way, once that happens, then if the nerves took over, I felt comfortable with what I was bringing, that I didn't have to worry, like I was relaxed. And Michael Jackson always said, you're not nervous if you're rehearsed.
True.
Yeah.
With Tomy McCarthy, who was produced by Michael Jackson, who's one of our coaches from No Authority, that was one thing he said. He's like, the way that they were trained, like his knowledge from that, he's going to be a great coach for people. And I love Michael. I love his preparation and what he did,
Yeah, absolutely.
So let's give you a go at this and show everyone what this is all about. And
All right.
what song did you end up choosing? We were talking about it earlier.
Yeah, I ended up just I've been working on this song for a bit. I like it. It's upbeat. It doesn't, it's not, I wouldn't put this in competition, but this is just for fun. This is the Sam Smith version of Hotline Bling, which he did a cover with Disclosure. So it's a little more upbeat, a little bit different of what y'all are used to hearing me do.
Awesome. All right. The stage is yours. Our champion,
Right.
Rico Blaze.
You used to call me on my cell phone. My love, call me on my cell phone, yeah. Late night when you need my love. I know when that hotline bling, that can only mean one thing, yeah. And I know when that hotline bling, that can only mean one thing. Ever since I left the city, you got a reputation for yourself now. Everybody knows I'm left out. Boy, you got me down, you got me stressed out, yeah. You used to call me on my cell phone. Late night when you need my love. Call me on my cell phone. Late night when you need my love. That hotline bling, that can only mean one thing, yeah. And I know when that hotline bling, that can only mean one thing. Ever since I left the city, you and me, we don't get along. You make me feel like I did you wrong. Going places where I don't belong. You used to call me on my cell phone. Late night when you need my love. Call me on my cell phone. Late night when you need my love. And I know when that hotline bling, that can only mean one thing, yeah. I know when that hotline bling, yeah. That can only mean one thing. These days, all I do is wonder if you're bending over backwards for someone else. Wonder if you're rolling up a back for someone else. You taught yourself getting with someone else. You don't need no one else. These days, all I do is wonder if you're bending over backwards for someone else. Wonder if you're rolling up a backward for someone else. You should just be yourself. Right now you're someone else. You don't need no one else. You used to call me on my cell phone. Late night when you need my love. Call me on your cell phone, yeah. Late night when you need my love. And I know when that hotline bling, yeah. And there can only be one thing, yeah. And I know when that hotline bling, that can only be. Used to call me on my cell phone, yeah. Late night when you need my love. Call me on your cell phone. Late night when you need my love. Ooh, my love. Wow, you got the claps and everything.
I know. I yesterday drove me crazy. Oh no. So yeah, it could be the frequency that's going on, especially in Minnesota with all the interference, the radio interference that's going on there. But yeah, but dude, you sounded great.
Thank you.
Look amazing.
Thank you.
You're always dressed to impress, and that's something that everyone needs to know, that is just as important. You know,
it is easy points. Easy.
Yep, easy.
You just And if you look good, you feel good. I mean, think about it. What artist do you know goes out and looks like crap? Not any of the ones that are making the big money.
Well,
I mean,
some
like,
will make a big money, but you've made that big money, and then you're like, whatever, I can go and sing in a t-shirt, and people are going to go crazy.
Unless you're Post Malone and looking grungy is part of your shtick, you know, that's different.
Right.
But I think, you know, it's easy points to just show up and look nice, and then you'll feel good if you're comfortable and you feel like, oh, I feel good. It's gonna all come out in the performance, right?
Miko, thank you so much for being here, and maybe we'll have you back on tomorrow or later on today or something, and you know, and you can stick around, and I'll just put you in that backstage because now it is time for day 2. Thank you, Miko. Mwah!
Good luck, everybody. Sing your heart out. I'll see you later.
All right. So everyone, here we are. It is now day 2. And we have, so yesterday you got to see our judges, Ian Murphy, and you got to hear from Miriam. And today we have a few of our other judges joining us. First, I'm going to bring on Trevor Keller. Trevor Keller coming all the way from Florida. Good to see you, Trevor.
Hey, Josh, can you hear me?
Yeah, can hear you.
All right. I've been having some technical difficulties, but we got through it.
It looks good. You look nice and clear and clean and yeah.
Good.
So you got to judge these rounds.
Yeah.
And what did you think about the talent?
I tell you what, this year, and it shows in the points from yesterday's round, I just glanced at it briefly, and it is so close right now. And the talent is so diverse. And there's new people. There's some people that have been doing it for a couple years that are still trying to get that dream alive, keep that dream alive and going. But I thought overall the talent was really amazing this year. It's going to be a tough decision moving forward. Everybody's got their jobs cut out for them.
And so you have done a little bit of everything. You've been a model.
Yes.
You've done music theater. You've produced theater. You also were a liaison between the city and the actors and different shows. And it's you've been in all facets. So it's so awesome that you judge with us.
Thank you.
All the expertise, because we always want the best of the best. And every year you also show it with your integrity and what you're doing as a judge and what you bring. So
well, and that's the one thing that is most important to me. Beyond my experience, I've been blessed since being a child to grow up in an atmosphere where I was able to do what I love to do. And then as an adult, actually be able to work as a professional entertainer. And so coming into this with my integrity and with the contestants are the number one reason that I do this. I don't do it for any other reason. I don't get anything except for enjoyment out of it. But I get out of it seeing the contestants have that moment of being an idol, of being a star. And so for me, it's all about the contestants first and foremost.
Nice. All right. Our next judge I'm going to bring into the room is Derek Sheen, returning judge here. Uh-oh. I have you're on mute. You're on mute. Hold on. I'm going to mute you.
How about now?
There you
go.
are.
Better?
Yeah.
I'm a pro at this, and I still screwed it up. Hey, how's it going? Trevor, how you been? I haven't seen you in a year.
I know.
And Derek, how is the comedy going right now with the shutdown? You were.
Oh, it's over. It's done. We're done doing that forever. We're never doing it again. It's all done. It's dead. It's a dead industry. What's next?
Right. I loved watching you though on the news when they came to your house and they watched you do.
Did you see that?
See that.
Oh no!
See
I was officially the first. It was the first pandemic comedy show on the internet, but it was also the worst idea ever, and no one should ever do that. I'm glad that comedy's dead. I hope it never comes back. I hope it's dead forever.
Well, I got to say that one of our judges this year is actually a judge for some of the major shows out there, and she judges. And she actually, the casting director of all these different shows. She actually helped Michael White get on AGT. So,
Yeah, Michael is so good.
for comics, not only for that, but for all these other shows she's putting together. So she might have her eye on you.
Well, let's hope so. The next step. I mean, I think when we get out of this, clubs are going to be done. So all the comics I know are like, what do we do? We're not, we're going to have to change our. You can't. We'll still be funny, but we're just not going to do it for drinks and food. It sounds like there's chewing. Is that me? Is that chewing me?
What that means? Hold on, I'm gonna. I guess it was Trevor. Trevor, I muted you for a second, but you're okay, Trevor. Yeah, Trevor was clicking. I don't know why. Maybe it's just because we're all on. Yeah, I know.
It's a thing. We're in a new era. We're in a new era.
Everyone had to boost their internet, right? That was the first thing everyone's done. Like after like a month, everyone's like, dude, and all the cable and internet companies are like, yes, come on. Now you can get it for a special for $130 a month, and you're like, great.
Wow, Zoom's not free anymore.
Yeah. We're using StreamYard. It works really
I love it. This is great.
It's pretty.
It was good to see Miko.
Yeah.
I haven't seen him in forever. This is great.
So what did you think of these rounds that you judged? And how do you like the format of judging that?
I liked it. It was interesting. I think it changes the energy for all the performers. Like it really makes them adapt to the home environment, which it's good and it's bad because it changes the energy. As someone who also performed in front of people every night, part of the reason why I didn't like stand up in front of a camera by myself is, 90% of that is the exchange of energy back and forth and playing off of that. And it increases your ability to play with your dynamics. It changes the way you improvise. It just makes you think differently. So it was interesting to see a lot of these performers in an environment that was a lot more controlling, a lot more cloistered, and how some of them rose to the occasion or blew through the ceiling, or some of them, it freaked them out a little bit.
Right.
But that's good. I mean, we're in a whole new era. So
and you've learned big words like cloistered.
I did. I bet a lot of time at home. I've spent it on my digital thesaurus dictionary. It's one thing. It's one program.
Yesterday from Ian. So we have our resident English Simon, who is from the BBC America. He's an entertainment reporter, and he was a performer in the UK and has been like big shows. Like he's not just a small performer. So it's really cool to always have you guys. All right. So I'm going to put you guys back in the backstage. In a minute, we're going to bring up Chris. Chris is trying to figure out some of the technical difficulties, and we're going to go to our very first singer of the day, which is going to be Nathan Munsell from Alaska, all the way from Alaska. And what's cool about Nathan is that he was part of the KWC back in 2010 and made it into the top 5. And in 2011 was on the Karaoke Battle USA TV show. So he took all that expertise, and here he is back again. He took a long hiatus, tried out for the KWC, and he was like, I'm coming back to win it. And here he is doing some Feeling Good.
Birds flying high, you know how I feel. Sun in the sky, you know how I feel. Breeze drifting on by, you know how I feel. To new dawn, to new day, to new life for me. And I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good. Just clouds in the sky. You know how I feel. Scent of a pine. You know I feel. Freedom is mine. And you know how I feel. It's a new dawn. It's a new day. It's a new life. It's a new dawn. A new day. New life. It's a new dawn. It's a new day. It's a new life. A new life for me. And I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good.
Oh, yes, Nathan. Woohoo! Way to start us off. Some feeling good. All right. And here we got our judges back and everything. I love the way he did his video. I love the way Smule looks. Like he did it outside. He looked really cool. I love Smule. You don't have to worry about it being horizontal or vertical. It just boxes it for you. So it's really cool, like the technology where we're at, and you can really get creative with these videos. So good job, Nathan. Derek, I'm going to start with you because you're unmuted.
I first off, I loved the video, both of his videos actually, but I loved his energy was so fun. And I don't know if that's just a lamppost that he has in his backyard or not, but it's like, if that's a prop, it was well worth it. It just a great setting. And I love the dude's voice. He was so fun to watch, such a big full range, and he had fun. That's a huge thing for me, is having fun.
Yeah.
Loved it.
And I just the scenery of Alaska. It's so beautiful this time of year. So.
And can we go back to that lamppost? I mean, yeah. I don't know if everybody else is a Wayfair shopper like myself, but I mean, if I could find 3 of those, my life would be over. I don't need to search anymore. Giant lamppost. That's all I want.
Oh boy. All right, Trevor. I'm unmuting you.
So his interpretation of that was really nice. He had great emotion. His smile when he came real close to the camera. For some people that works, some people it doesn't. For him, he gave us that smile, and it kind of lit up the screen and kind of gave us all the right to kind of sit back and really enjoy the performance. It was really nice. And his confidence is what really got me with this. The one thing that I would suggest for him to maybe work on is his breath support. You know, really look into how to give yourself enough breath support to really support your tone. Beautiful voice, but he could use a little bit of breath support. Other than that, it was great.
Awesome. Chris in the corner. Hi, Chris.
Hi, everyone. How are y'all doing?
Woo-hoo. It's good to see you. Chris was a former Texas director and also produces shows in Texas, is also the lead singer of Overdrive, Texas. He used to work for Six Flags, entertaining people, and also as a director there. You've done cruise ships too, right?
Yes. I worked for Holland American. I also worked for Royal Caribbean. I used to help produce shows with Todrick Hall. We used to produce shows. I produced about 6 shows. I did all the music for him. And I'm always looking for talent, for friends that I know or me. And I just love KWC, and I love all of you. You're my family. And I'm so glad to be back.
And you're the 4th coach for Keep On Singing. So like for this, not only are you looking for people to be on your team, but you're also looking for that talent to even help produce them and everything. So I love that. What did you think of Nathan's performance of Feeling Good?
Yes. Feeling Good. First of all, I love the backdrop there. That was beautiful. I love that. Just when you get on some of those higher notes, he just needs to make sure that he lifts on a lot of those higher notes. And also his diction. I'm a really big diction person. Like, I'm all about making sure that I can understand every word that you say. And with this being recorded, it's a little bit different. You're going to have to kind of enunciate your diction a little bit more. But I said he did a pretty good job.
Sweet. Yeah, with those little mics, you definitely need to, the ones on your headsets, you need to really use the diction a little bit more because you're fine. No, I'm just meaning it's singing. Yeah, it's all about, and like some people use it as like a with Mike Cell. Let's show you guys what Nathan did. So this is the score doubled plus yesterday and what he ended up with today. Bum, bum, bum. Now everyone's like, whoa, 500. So doubled, he got 544.8 in round 2, plus the 25.33 he averaged the day before to make 570.13. And I know it's really confusing. So I hope you all have math degrees this year. This year, you have to be a math major to know where you're placing in the KWC. So good luck, everyone. I hope you all know your math. I'd also like to bring Katie in here really quick. She's sitting next to me. Dun, dun, dun. It's weird that she's off to the side. And hi, whoa, look at that. I'm just trying to move my microphone, and I don't want to leave her out. All right, judges, I'm going to put you in the back area. And Katie, what did you think? You like that start?
Oh yeah, I mean, to kick it off again, another solid performance, and I don't know, with Nathan, that song, you can tell he's feeling good, and he's going to make you feel good hearing it. So I don't know, I enjoyed it. It was, I think, a good kickoff to this whole thing.
Awesome. All right, we are moving on to Arkansas. This singer was a former U.S. champion twice, once in duets and once in solos. And last year was a bronze medalist in the duets at Worlds.
Yes, she's trying to do Miko and go multiple times to World over and over again. So let's see if this video is going to help get her there.
Here is Valerie with Somebody to Love.
Each morning I get up my time, can barely stand on my feet. Take a look and then right. Lord, what you doing to me? I spent all my years to believe you, but I just can't get no relief. Lord, somebody, can anybody find me somebody to love? I work hard every day of my life. I work like my bones. At the end, I take home my hard-earned meal. I get down on my knees, I start to pray till the tears run down from my eyes. Lord, somebody, can anybody find me somebody to love every day? I try, but everybody wants to put me down. They say I'm going crazy. They say I got a lot of what I'm afraid of. I got no common sense. I got nothing left to believe.
Oh, yes, Valerie. Woo! Great job. So I always like to give video tips because that's right now, like with technology, that's the one thing. She's very new to Smule, so I can tell because of the lighting and the effects in the video. So that's something that I would just play with a little bit more. And also when you're in those audio effects, try to find one that really makes your voice a little bit more clean and clear. It got a little bit muddy, and it could just because of the effect that's in there. And when the Wi-Fi is not that great when you're using Smule, sometimes it also does that weird effect with the video and the audio. But she slayed that. I'm going to start with Trevor.
Hey, yeah, I'm also very new to this Smule, and right now I'm not a huge fan. I think if it's used properly, like you were talking about, it could be very effective. But if it's overused, it could be a little distracting. I've heard Valerie's for several years now performing. She's got a beautiful gift, and I don't think she needed all the effect. And so it ended up with between the internet connection and the sync not being there with the emotion, it was a little distracting. And but otherwise, it was beautifully done. And the only thing that I would suggest is that she watches on her performances, that she brings some of her individuality to the performance, because the song has been done. We've seen it. Let's kind of see her bring some of herself into the performance. Otherwise, it was a beautiful job.
And people agree with you about that, Smule. Look at that. The singers who are watching and everything, they also can comment. I can bring in their comments. It's awesome. But yeah, Smule has his moments. Like sometimes it's really good, sometimes bad. And I've been using it for like 3-4 years now. And like it's weird because they're always doing updates, and sometimes one update can throw the whole thing off. So, but yeah, Chris, I'm gonna unmute you. You need to unmute yourself. It said you muted it, so I can't.
Hello, everybody again. On that song, I really love her voice so much. Like, I really love her voice, and I love her voice. I love her. But my thing is on that at the beginning, she's a laid back just a little bit. I felt like she rushed a little bit on some parts where the beat was just a little bit more laid back and she was a little bit too forward. But her range is amazing. Like that bottom part notes, I love that. And I like what she did. There are some embellishments that need to go in, but that's something that's why this is a competition, and we learn how to do those kinds of things, and we know when to put a diddle here and do something straight. Sometimes singing things straight, you'll get a better result than if you're trying to do too much, But I thought she did a great job. She sang that to me. That was really good. And I can't wait to hear more from her. She's great.
He's like writing this down. He's like, I'm gonna pick her.
I know.
For my
I just
team.
saw that one go on the
That's
list.
What
That's what I saw.
That's what it is. All right, Derek.
So the video thing, yeah, I have to agree. It messes up the timing too. Like it felt like she was like the sync was off, but her technically, she's got a beautiful voice. It's so big and full of personality, and her vibrato so spot on, and her pitch is right on. Tempo was the only thing. There were tempo issues where I felt like she was trying to catch up to the meter, and I agree, the same thing that I saw. But other than that, I mean, she owned that piece. She really did. It was her and her personality and her voice. And that's a really personal song. It's a really heavy duty song. When you performing it requires a lot of energy and a lot of commitment. Otherwise, it just comes off. Nobody ever wants to make Freddie Mercury dull, right? Also, really quick, I up until just now realized that Smule was the video cast you were using. I thought it was Shmuley, and I thought it was a person this entire time, and I had no idea this was the service you were using. So I just learned now that Smule is a thing that you were doing, and not a guy who you were relying on for your tech. And I was like, why are they calling him Smule and not Shmuley? It's Shmuley, right? It's Shmuley. So I'm 50. I'm wearing it.
All right. Thank you, Derek. Oh, always good for a laugh in there. All right, let's show you the scores. Now, a lot of people already are like, whoa, how did that last person get 570? So,
yesterday we were trying to hit 30s. Now it's in the 5-700.
Yeah,
What's going on?
Yesterday, the total points someone could get was 40 because it's based on the average on the first round of all the judges together. So you can get like a 1 to 40. And then today, you're getting this, it's the total of all the 10 judges. And then we're multiplying by 2, and then we're adding in yesterday. And really, yesterday is like that tiebreaker for people. So that's going to separate you more. This one is your money to get into the next round. So let's see what Valerie did. And bam!
Yes, Valerie Bell from Arkansas. 728.2 for the doubled score, plus yesterday's average of 33.24.
You said 728?
678 is 71144.
Nice.
Woo. Arkansas on the board.
Whoa. Those numbers look so big after yesterday.
Right? I know.
Big
they
numbers.
look huge
Big
after
numbers.
yesterday.
And we don't, every year we try something different. We always are trying to also mimic more of world. So when we get there, we'll be prepared. So last year and the year before, they did this weighted score on the second song. So we're trying it. We don't know if we like it or not. We don't know.
We're all going to find out together.
We're
all going to find out together. That's sometimes you learn as you go. That's how we do it.
That.
All right. But we're going to move on to Washington now.
You guys are going in the back again. And we're
another state that has battled it out year by year. So our day 2.
And she is new to the competition.
Yes,
this is
exactly.
her first time.
This is her first year in. And Camille Gomez from Washington is going to show you.
She's going to give you a reason.
She's going to give you a reason to watch again.
To stay here.
Stay and watch.
Give me one reason to stay here, and I'll turn right back around. Give me one reason to stay here, and I'll turn right back around. Said I don't want to leave you lonely. You gotta make me change my mind. Baby, I got your number. Oh, I know that you got mine. You know that I called you. Oh, I called too many times. You can call me, baby. You can call me anytime. You got to call me. This youthful heart can love you and give you what you need. I said this youthful heart can love you and give you what you need. But I'm too old to go chasing you around, wasting my precious energy. And baby, just give me one reason. Give me just one reason why. Said I told you I love you, and there ain't no more to say.
Woo-hoo, Camille Gomez. Man, she is haunting. Like, I could watch and listen to her. Her voice is so cool. Like, I love that the tone and everything, and she knows how to use smule, like those smule or shmooly really know how to use the smuley well. So they all have that same friend. But I love it. I love the way she shoots it and everything, and she really connects well. Like the whole time, like, oh my God, I can't stop looking at you. I'm gonna start with Chris this time. Wait, Chris.
All right. I love her look in the video, and I love her flower thing in her hair and everything. I just don't like that song, but that's my personal opinion. I think she's a better singer than that, and I'm just gonna be honest. Like, she's way better than that. Like, I loved her first song, and then we get to that, and I'm like, no. But I'm not a fan of that song because I feel like it has no ups and downs for me, and I really can't hear her do what I know she can do, and then when she needs to make sure that on some of those notes she need to be right there. She's a little over the pitch on some parts, give me one reason to stay here, and she's not really hitting that, but she did a good job. And I mean, I really love her look, and I love her voice, and I love her look, but just for me, I think she needs something a lot stronger than that. You know what I mean? She did a great job, but I'll pick something stronger for her if I was to pick for her to show off a little bit more. But she did a great job.
Thanks, Chris. Trevor, coming back to Trevor. Oh, wait, you're muted. You're muted. Hold on. I'm unmuting you. There you go.
There you go. Yeah, she had great emotion. She looks like a star. I mean, I'll tell you what, I could watch her watch her videos. She's got the total look. But I do agree with Chris. It is a safe song choice. But with that said, in this round, you're looking to get through to the next round. And it's a big point round. So that could have been something she planned out, a little bit of strategy. But she did a great job.
Awesome. Thanks, Trevor. All right. Derek.
Am I there? I am. That song is a songwriter's song, not a singer's song. I think that's sometimes they're really good songs, but they're not for other voices. They belong to that singer. And with Tracy Chapman's not well known for having a blowout range and lots of energy, but she's great at writing a song that's very direct and compact and emotional. And I think that song, unfortunately, really, I think would benefit more from a more subdued approach. And because you're in a box melodically, and with the key that it's in, you're stuck in a box where you really can't go too far out unless you want that song to be completely crazy. And you just want to blow it up and do a lot of vocal fills, which will make it sound weird because it's not a high energy song. So it's an interesting choice. I think she did more with it than Tracy Chapman did. Because it's a singer's song. I mean, a songwriter's song, and she's a singer. And so she approached it from that standpoint. How can I jazz this up a little bit? How can I juice this song? And I think her fills were really good. I think that she, the same thing that Chris said, she, climbing up to that part in the pre-chorus, she just misses that note a little bit. She sort of, I think, backs off of it. And it's actually kind of important because once you hit that, that's the emotional peak that she's climbing to. And you really want that note to be spot on. So right. I think, again, this is all just technical choices. I think she's got a great voice and she knew how to play to Smool.
Smooly?
Oh, Shmooley. She knew how to play. She knew how to play to that camera. And I think she's got a great look. She got a great voice. I think she would benefit from a much better song choice. I think that. But who am I? What am I? What am I? Who am I? What am I?
Comedian stealing material from Chris over there.
What am I? Who am I?
All right, let's show you what she scored. Bam, bam, bam. All right, so for this round, she got 553.7. And then she added from the day before to 28.42 to total 582.12. Woo! Oh wait, where's my applause? I have applause in here. What am I doing? You're not hearing it. There we go. So awesome. I'm going to back in the back and then remove. There we go. And we're going to go back over here and we're going to move on to, oh my God, another singer from Washington. So many singers from Washington. A lot of these people got in so early when no one else was really doing video rounds too. So a lot of the Washington singers are like, yes, let's do this early and often and get this out of the way. Here is Diane Spicer doing a classic one. This one was at the Karaoke World Championships all the time, and it always is beautiful. Oh yeah. Woo, so good. I think she got jealous of Nathan's background, so she found a backdrop that looked like it was from Alaska. But man, she looked great. I love the video quality. I love her sound. It was so good. So good. Let's start with Derek. Wait, you're
opera. What a completely different approach. Because we're, for a singing competition, when you're coming in with opera, that's sort of like rolling in a Bosendorfer grand piano to a flute recital. Like, hold on, everybody, I got a real machine. I want to bring it in here. And it's very tough because it's such a technically a rich style and approach, and you really have to have your tools. Your breathing has to be on point, diaphragm work, your breath control, everything from volume to sustain. There's a science to everything. Not having judged operatic vocals before, I'm going to be a complete idiot. But she's got an amazing voice, and I've heard it in the last couple of years. I've heard a lot of people approach opera, and it is a very difficult form of vocal interpretation. But she has everything, and technically she has everything. She's got amazing breath control, great support, great range. Her use of dynamics is so perfect. Her voice is so full, and there's not an ounce of crack or grit or anything. It's a really pristine. It's a great performance. I've heard I've heard Mio Bambino a couple times already, and hers is bananas. It's so good. It's pro level, shattering glass off. So
yes.
Loved it. Yeah. I enjoyed it. I don't know what I'm saying about opera. I hate to judge something I'm terrible at.
And I believe you said Bambino, right?
Bambino, right? Is it Bambino?
No.
What is it?
I always do that as well. Babino. So
Babino.
I always mispronounce it. It's because I always think of the babe. So I'm like, yeah, the
right.
Bambino.
So what is a babino? What the hell is a babino?
All right, I'm muting you. All right, let's move on to Trevor.
Diane did a great job. It is very difficult and admirable to come in singing that style of music because nobody thinks of opera as karaoke. She did a great job. She has a crystal clear, beautiful voice. I think technically there was some points that she could work on. And I think the style of song choice could be something that would serve her better moving forward. Because it is a difficult genre to perform in. You don't want to bore your audience, not that she bored us, but picking a different song that would be a little more engaging to the audience might serve her better. But she did a great job. Beautiful, crystal clear operatic voice that had me on the edge of the seat at certain points.
Nice. Thank you, Trevor. All right, I'm going to bring up Chris Wasson, who's scouting for his team. You're unmuted. There you go.
I most certainly am scouting, and oh baby, all I can say is that you have a gift. You are amazing, and also I love because you crescendo and you decrescendo, and I love that. My big complaint is don't forget on some of those notes, keep it open and be around and don't over sing it. But everything else, your crescendo and your decrescendo on that. Oh, girl, you can sing. I love it. You have a gift. Great. I loved it. I'm a big fan of that. She came in great. I thought it was a stellar performance. It was good. I was into it the whole time.
Nice. Thank you, Chris. Hi, Michael White. Our U.S. champions here. Yeah, Chris, you're for some reason your audio was cutting in and out. I don't know what's going on, but I heard all of it. So, but I know that with everyone's internet, sometimes it sounds different for everyone. Michael, Hi. Welcome back. Well, I got. No, won't let me unmute you. There you go.
Okay. Can you all hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, what did you think of Diane?
I'm assuming this is for the O Mio Babino Caro.
Mm-hmm.
I loved her control. I loved the way she painted colors for me vocally. She gave me a tapestry of a song that we all have heard umpteen times and heard it done well, not so well, but we've heard it in all kinds of iterations. And I think for me with her, the control of the swells, I think that just like what what's his name was saying, what Chris was saying, it really added another layer to me dynamically for the song that took you outside of the traditional karaoke and took you to another space. Like, okay, wait a minute, we're in this kind of space now. We're in an actual performance of an artist space. Does that make sense? It wasn't just a karaoke singer getting up here singing a song. It really was, she took this and made it her own. And that's what I appreciated. Yes, there were some minor, things here and there performance-wise that probably could have amped it up a little bit more and really conveyed the message. Because again, we have to remember it's opera and it's in a different language. And although music does transcend, it can give you the emotion, performing it would kind of help a person who may not speak Italian understand what it is you're trying to convey, if that makes sense.
Totally makes sense. Thanks, Michael. All right, I'm going to bring these guys back in because I want you to all see what the scores are for Diane Spicer. Bam, bam, bam. All right, so for
Yay.
she got 615, so that's the double of the amount of the total points, plus yesterday's average, which was 32.5, which ends up with a total score of 647.5. So, woohoo! Way to go, Diane. Now we do have 4 judges. So each one, I'm gonna put you in the back as soon as you guys are like, hey, I want to give a comment or something on this singer. So write me in the backstage area, and then I'll bring 2 of you on, just because we also want to keep
in the interest of time.
Yes. Or else you make the producer here a little antsy.
I do. I get a little antsy. I start doing this.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, I start doing that. You guys don't see it because I'm doing it over here, but I've done this a few times already. So,
and she'll poke me. She'll be like, oh.
And we've got to move on to Colorado. And why would we delay moving on to Colorado? They have some amazing talent every year.
They sure do.
They bring in, and I never worry about Colorado ever. And don't you worry about it then either.
I don't worry either.
Because Tomy Kaiser.
Yeah. Such power, such range. All right. We have Michael White, who's going to give the first comments. Hi, Michael. Oh, wait, you're muted.
Okay. Sorry. Hi.
Hi. What'd you think of Tomy's performance?
I love Tomy and I love her energy. I love her spirit with every song that she does. I'm a big fan. But I will say that this song for me was a bit all over the place. It started off really great. And then for me, I kind of got lost because it seemed that when she got into her upper register, she kind of lost the control that she had in the beginning. So I would advise her just to work on that part. It almost came across as shouting. Which you never want to really do. I don't want her to injure her voice, but I feel like overall her energy was outstanding. It was off the charts. I loved it. For this kind of song, you need that. But that would be my only thing. It was just that upper range. Got to work on that, and also know what you're doing before you get up to do it. Like know where your runs are going to be. Know how you're going to style them. If something, you don't have to imitate Tori Kelly, because I think this is the version she was doing, which was Tori Kelly. You don't have to do that. You can do the Tomy's version. You can do your version of whatever it is. If that means simplifying a run to make it more present and make it more you, then do that. That's fine. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think any of the judges would have noticed because it is a Stevie Wonder song. So it really, Tori was covering someone else. You know what I'm saying? So that's just my thing.
Awesome. All right. Any of the other judges, I see them backstage. Yep. Chris is coming on board. Chris put his finger up. Hi, Chris.
And hey, and I do want to also, Michael, you said a lot of things that I was going to say as well, is that since that is a Tori Kelly song and Tori Kelly is a beast, if you're not comfortable doing those licks, and, I would do something a little different, because you definitely have the range to sing the song. You know what I mean? And I'm not saying that you can ever sing the song. You can practice and get to it where you can do this song. But I just think for this year and for you right now, I don't think that song is a good song for you. Like, I would have picked something else for you if I was your coach. And because, like, that song, a lot of us singers like me, that's one that I'm going to pick apart because I love that song so much. And, and you got to be able to get right in the center of those notes, especially on, like, and I'll be way, like, it has a lot of stuff like that, you know what I mean? And but your energy on the song was great. Like, it was great. And you've come such a long way in your singing, as watching you over the years. You've come such a long way. But I just wouldn't pick that song for you, not right now. And then, be sure on some of your diction that you did a little bit harder so we can really understand you a little bit more. That's the main thing, addiction. But I believe that you can sing that song, but just right now, I feel like it's not at the level as like your first song for me, that I thought when I heard you, it just wasn't at that level. And sometimes, like we say, song selection in order can kill you, or it can help you. You know what I mean? So I thought you did a great job, but I just think for right now, that song is not your song. But I love you so much.
Thank you, Chris. All right, and I just want to say that the video was really well produced. Both of her videos were really nicely done. Love it's horizontal. She looked great. I love the backdrop. So, like, those are the things, like, it doesn't take much to dress up the backdrops and stuff like that for your videos. And she nailed that. Here is Tomy's score. Katie, what did she score?
Yeah, the combined double total of all of the coaches and judges was 503.2, with yesterday's average of 29.8 is 533 on the board for Tomy Kaiser of Colorado.
Yeah. Way to go, Tomy. All right, I'm putting you two in the back. And all right, our next singer coming up is coming from Washington, brand new singer to the competition. You saw her yesterday. And today she is doing some Don't Rain on My Parade.
That's hard to do in Washington.
Yeah, right. And here is Kennedy Miller.
Whether I'm the rose of sheer perfection, a freckle on the nose of life's complexion, the cinder or the shiny apple of its eye, I got a me love, cause I'm a comer. I've simply gotta march, my heart's a drummer. Who told you you're allowed to rain on my parade? I'm gonna live and live now, get what I want, I know how. One row for the whole shebang, one throw, that bell will go clang. High on the target and wham, one shot, one gunshot and bam! Hey, Mr. Arcee, here I am. I'm marching my band out. I'll beat my drum, and if I found out your turn at that, sir, at least I didn't fake it, that, sir. I guess I didn't make it. Get ready for me, love, cause I'm a comer. I've simply gotta march, my heart's a drummer. Nobody, no, nobody is gonna rain on my parade.
There we are. Yeah. Great job. Wow. I do love that backdrop. And like how it was like the pink, and it was like nice and shadowy behind her, and horizontal.
And for those of you playing along at home, horizontal.
Yep. In fact, someone said at home that they are already on the horizontal drinking game. And what are you all sipping on? So, all right. Which judges? So we have the judges in back. Which one of you guys would like to? We got Michael, who lifted his hand up. You're yeah.
Sorry.
Oh, it's okay.
I always got something to say. I like this new contestant. She really was fun to watch and fun to judge. And I like that she took the notes that we gave her and she applied them. That's really important for me. I loved that this song for me I don't know, for some reason she strikes me as like a really bubbly person just by the way she sings. And I think that she focused on making sure her face connected with the words that she was saying, which for me is a big deal, because I might not have understood every word you were saying, but I got what you were saying, if that makes sense. So I really enjoyed her. I thought she did a really, really great job. My only critique is don't scoop those notes at the end. Don't do that. Just hit it right on point, and the world's your oyster, period.
Nice. All right. One of the other judges, anyone have something to say? Derek. Oh, we got Derek and yeah, they're all pointing their fingers at Derek.
Hey, you know what? I definitely agree with Michael's points, and I think that she's just got such a big show voice. Like that's a big Broadway piece. That's something you plant your feet on and you just go for it. I gave her a big thumbs up for pretty much most of the technical aspects, and then she planted the landing on that last note. It was big. It was powerful. She built her dynamics up energy wise and brought everybody along with the song. And also, there's a lot of words in that song. Her tempo is spot on. Her diction is right on. She took breaths in the right places and really delivered it. So I enjoyed watching her do it a lot. And she's got such a great personality too. Just very effluviant and big, and I loved it.
Now you use the word effluviant,
right? Well, I got a lot of words.
It's paying off.
You must be stuck at home a lot. You're like, I'm going to read the Webster's Dictionary.
Lockdown, baby. I'm learning all kinds of new words.
All right. So each one of these, we're only going to have 2 judges per each song comment. But let's show you what Kennedy Miller scored. Bam! So yesterday, which was a double of the total.
Nice work.
Today, double of the total. So 621.3 plus 32.31 equals 653.61.
Yes, for your
Yeah,
day
man,
2
these
total.
scores, these scores look
Again,
crazy.
so they're
this
all,
way.
I don't know if you're playing along at home. If you're writing them down, you'll see they're all very close again. It's definitely yesterday there was a tight pack. The scores were really close. And even with the waiting, it's still pretty close out there. So we'll see. We have some more videos to get through.
Yes, and we are going to Alabama.
Yes, exactly. Moving
Alabama,
on over.
Arkansas. Mom and Pop. Sorry, I couldn't.
No
I couldn't
duets this year.
resist.
We don't get that.
No,
song.
yeah, no duets. And here is Raymond Williams, coming from Alabama.
Some Good As You.
The way you're taking care of your mama, the way you're taking care of me, the way you light up any room, girl, you're what this world should be. Tomorrow, tonight, the rest of my life, I wanna be the man you want me to be. So start it right now, girl, tell me everything you need. I just wanna wake up every day here in this bed. Never leave, I love you left unsaid. It might take 100 lifetimes to do, but baby, I just wanna be good as you. Girl, you're more than just a surface. Yeah, you got that heart of gold. So when it comes to loving you, baby, no, it'll never get old. Tomorrow, tonight, the rest of my life, I wanna be the man you want me to be. So start it right now, girl, tell me everything you need. I just wanna wake up every day here in this bed. Never leave, I love you left unsaid. It might take 100 lifetimes to do, but baby, I just wanna be good as you, baby. Yeah, yeah, I just wanna be good as you, baby. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, oh, oh,
Oh yes, Raymond. By the way, I love your Jordan hat. I'm from Chicago. He's the GOAT, man, and I love that hat. Vertical videos, though. Again, guys, go horizontal for the future, and but I like it. I wish you were standing up. But other than that, man, your voice, I loved it. Which judge? I see the judges are all sitting back there. We got Trevor, who I'm going to bring in first. Hey, Trevor.
Hey, I'm back.
Yeah.
All right, yes, and I learned about the vertical. I took your notes from yesterday. The one thing that I think that many of the contestants could really think about when they're giving their performance is authentic emotion. And that can come by looking into the story that is being told through the song. Every song is written with a story. Now, that person who wrote the song, it might have been their story. So you have to find, where does that story fit in your life? And then how can I portray that through the song? And it would really help. But he's got a nice voice. It was nice to see somebody from Alabama coming closer to Florida.
Right. I love it. We keep getting singers from more and more states. And it's really exciting when we're rebuilding the KWC and everything. What I also see the other judges backstage. Put your finger up if you want to Chris. Chris was the other one who said it. All right. Chris. Wait.
That's one thing that I always tell all.
You're unmuted now. You were muted at first. Go ahead. I just unmuted you.
Hey. Just like Trevor said, that is something that I also tell all my singers. I talk to them about finding your story and making it personal to you. And that's a really big thing. And that will come across in your vocal as well as in your performance. So like, that's something that I always say. And that's what I was just thinking about that too, as well. diction. Y'all know me and my diction. I could have got a little bit more. I could have got just a little bit more diction on that, and I actually like that song. Like, it doesn't really do too much too much vocally, but it's like a good chill, and he was chill when he was singing that, and I appreciated that he wasn't trying to be like doing too many riffs or trying to do too much. Like I said, sometimes simple is better.
Nice. Thank you, Chris. I'm going to also just bring in really quick Tomy Mack, who joined us. Hey,
Hello,
Tommy.
Tommy.
Good to see you from the Bad Boys of Pop, No Authority. And so glad to have you here and joining in. Do you have any notes you want to give on this song? I just want to make sure that everyone knew you're watching in the backstage. And
I mean, I think everything was pretty much covered. He's got an interesting kind of rasp in certain parts. The tone I really like. But it wasn't a very challenging song, right? Which has been said, but it works well for his voice. I think, though, as we move through the competition, you definitely will need to see some more challenging songs from him. Absolutely.
Yep, definitely. All right, let's see what Raymond scored. Here we go. Katie?
And Raymond's total for today with the doubled score is 542.2. Added to the average of yesterday of 27.91, his results on day 2 are 507.11.
Bum, bum, bum. All right, these scores are too high.
Who gave away all the tens?
Yep. All right. Okay, so we are moving on now to Nevada, where I'm broadcasting from. And we have Josh Bennett, who I loved his STP yesterday.
Yes, one of the only rockers yesterday in the show.
But today he's doing a country classic, some Looking for Love.
Switching it up.
All right, here is Josh Bennett.
I spent a lifetime looking for you. Single bars and good time lovers were never true. Playing a fool's game, hoping to win. Telling those sweet lies, losing again. I was looking for love in all the wrong places. Looking for love in too many faces. Searching their eyes, looking for traces of what I'm dreaming of. Hoping to find a friend and a lover. I'm blessed today I discovered another heart. Looking for love. I was alone then, no love inside. I did everything I could to get me through the night. Don't know where it started, where it might end. I turned to a stranger, just like a friend. I've been looking for love in all the wrong places. Looking for love in too many faces. Soon their eyes, looking for traces of what I'm dreaming of. Hoping to find a friend and a lover. God bless the day I discovered another heart. Looking for love.
Oh, yes. Great job, Josh. And great name, I must add. And, he was vertical. He was horizontal.
He was
horizontal. He's a great space, by the way.
I know. It's nice.
All right. I'm going to bring in Tomy Mack. He is going to give us some notes on that performance.
Yeah. So the first thing that comes to mind when I hear that song, it reminds me of Saturday Night Live. The Eddie Murphy, Wookin' Panub. He sang Wookin' Panub. He sang, I want to say he sang as like
I second that.
Or one of those things. So I hear that when I hear the song. But it to me, it's a karaoke song. Nothing to me said this person is singing their butt off. It's just kind of like I could see my uncle hop up and do it, and You know what I mean? Like I didn't feel like this was when you look at the other singers and the songs in this competition, there's so much stuff that you're just like, whoa, like this didn't do it for me. Nice voice. I love that he switched genres. But I believe I scored him fairly well. But again, I just hope I'd like to see something more challenging. I know I said that before, but this is the Karaoke World Championships. I want to see people really picking songs that make them dig down and go, you know.
Trevor, did you put your finger up? Yeah, he did. All right. Hi, Trevor. Welcome back.
Hey, I don't know, what kind of background Josh has in the karaoke competition world, but I think what would have really benefited him in performing this song would have definitely been more breath support to keep the tone where it needed to be, to give it a richer, fuller, real nice country tone, and also to help with some pitch issues throughout. Having performed country in club venues, it's a very difficult genre if you're not right on the pitch. And I think one thing that could have helped him is better breath support.
Yeah. Oh, yes. I fully agree on that. Michael, did you want to say something? I thought you could finger up earlier. No, you're good. All right. Here we go. We're going to show off what Josh scored. Joshua, you scored a 429.2 plus yesterday's total of 22.6, equaling 451.8 for today. Yeah. All right. Put you guys in the back again. We're going to go on and move on to New Hampshire. New Hampshire got in the competition.
Yes.
With Quinland Akins. And he does a version of Africa and it's acoustic. And here he is. It's going to be amazing.
Enjoy.
I hear the drums echoing tonight, but she only hears whispers of some quiet conversation. She's coming in 12:30 flight. Her moonlight wings reflect the stars that guide me towards salvation. I stopped an old man along the way, hoping to find some unforgotten words or ancient melodies. He looked at me as if to say, hurry boy, she's waiting there for you. Gonna take a lot to drag me away from you. There's nothing that 100 men or more could ever do. I best the rains down in Africa. Gonna take some time to do the things we never had. The wild dogs cry out in the night as they go restless, longing for some solitary company. I know that I must do what's right. George Kilimanjaro rises up above Olympus, above the Serengeti. I seek to find what's deep inside, fighting all this thing that I've become. It's gonna take a lot to drag me away from you. There's nothing that 100 men or more could ever do. I press the rains down in Africa. It's gonna take some time to do the things we never had.
Oh, yes. So I'm going to bring up, so I know that a lot of people are going to be like, wait, he had a live guitar in there. So this year is a little different. So with the Karaoke World Championships, yes, we cannot, if we're on a stage, you can't bring a guitarist up there. But this year sort of, yeah, you can bring a guitar. Yeah, you can bring a guitar up there with you, but you have to play to a backing track. However, with this year being at home, technically that's still another style of karaoke. And he did bring in someone to play that backing track. So it's sort of like if you go to a piano lounge or rock band karaoke, there's so many different versions of karaoke. So that is, we are allowing it for this year. But we don't know if we're going to keep that or not. Cause at nationals, at the national finals, usually we aren't allowed to do that. And at worlds, you're not allowed to do that. So, however, I love that backdrop. I love the backing, all that art. And I love that he really made that his own. I'm going to bring up Tomy. You're muted. You're muted. I unmuted you. Now you.
I liked the creativity. And I did like the acoustic aspect to it. The harmonies though, for me, the harmonies in that chorus are so strong. I wrote a song a few years back and I used the harmonies from that song. Didn't even really realize it till I was halfway through recording. I was like, oh wait, yeah, that's that. But they're so epic. They're so sticky, so memorable. One thing that hurt a little bit for me was when you get into that chorus, it's always such a big lush chorus. I felt like he went from verse pre-chorus, and when the chorus hit, it just kind of went. It's like it went down. Like the energy needs to come up on the chorus, not down. For me, that's just my opinion. But I did like it. I like the creativity. I would suggest a different arrangement if he plans on using that in the future. Make sure the chorus is hitting, and that's where the energy is bouncing. Yep. Totally agree on that. We got a few comments back there about people who are like, oh, I would have brought in an accompanist. We did not know that was going to happen, by the way. So when we did get that, we also were like, hey, just let you know, this usually doesn't fly. But we're allowing it because why? Because COVID. And they took a lot of time and effort in making that video, but some people did get warnings.
However, exactly. There were a few videos that were slightly altered, or we needed to have them changed, and we made sure that was vetted. And also with an accompaniment, it doesn't always work in your favor. Sometimes the person you bring in to do that takes over the scene, and the attention is drawn that way because they are amazing and in their own right. So in this particular case, we did allow it. We did deliberate and go over all the different rules and go through and talk to our world's organization. And you can actually play your own guitar on stage. It won't be mic'd. That's the issue. You can play an instrument. They won't mic it for you.
And you still have to have a backing track.
And you still have to have some form of backing track. So because instrumentation and your playing instruments is allowed, we did go ahead and
And for me, had the track been there, I think I would have enjoyed it more.
Exactly. Yeah. So sometimes it can be a questionable call, and it doesn't always play out. We'll find out when we show his scores if it played in his favor or not.
Yep. Well, Trevor,
let us know. What did you think about that?
Real quick, so you can get to his great scores. This is a perfect example of somebody who connected to the song, who made it their own, who told the story and delivered it with confidence. You could feel the joy coming through him. So in that presentation, performance, creativity, artistry, he did a great job. Unfortunately, the vocals didn't quite stand up to that level, which is where you get that nice compromise. But it was great to see something a little different.
Yep. All right. Let's show Quinlan's scores. All right, Quinlan, today you scored 525.3 plus yesterday's 25.51, equaling 550.81. Good job. I forgot the claps. Hold on. Don't forget the claps. There's too much stuff you have to do. We were a one-man army for this, or two-man army, because we are, yeah. So, all right. Our next singer is coming from Tennessee. We have so many great states involved this year.
And this singer, I'm going to say, is responsible for me waking up singing Dance Monkey. I'm pretty sure. Didn't Julie do Dance Monkey yesterday?
I believe so.
I'm pretty sure this is why I woke up singing it this morning. Let's see if day 2 gets stuck in your heads. Did she pick another earworm?
She's picked some Independence Day.
The word gets around in a small town. They said he was a dangerous man, but mama was proud and she stood her ground. She knew she's on the losing end. Some folks whisper, some folks talk, but everybody looked the other way. And when time ran out, there was no one about on Independence Day. Well, she lit up the sky that 4th of July. By the time that the firemen come, they put out the flames and took down some names, sent me to the county home. Now I ain't saying it's right or it's wrong, but maybe it's the only way. Talk about your revolution. It's Independence Day. Let freedom ring. Let the word sing. Let the whole world know that today is a day of awakening. Let the work be strong. Let the right be wrong. Roll the stone away. Let the gift be paid. It's Independence Day. Roll the stone away. It's Independence Day.
Sweet. Thank you so much, Julie D. So Julie D.
Julie D. Britton. You always forget
Julie D. Britton. Sorry.
full name now.
All right. So I do have to say really quick. So I love that it's horizontal and like that backdrop. I think I said this when you were trying out. The one thing I do is like use some black tape or some gaffer's tape and go on the back of that backdrop and just close those gaps of the light coming through just to make it nice and seamless. I do like the backdrop. I like what you did there. It was very well shot. All right. I'm going to, we're going to have Chris come up, Chris Wilson from Texas, and then Michael White right after.
All right, my country lady. Yes, seeing Independence Day, wonderful. My thing to say for you on that last night on day, make sure you lift your soft palate a little bit. Does everybody know where their soft palate is? That's the soft part of your mouth in the back. When you're saying day, drop your jaw, but raise your soft palate, because when you raise it, you'll get a day instead of a day. You know what I mean on that. Make sure you take a good breath before you say day as well. And I do like that backdrop. I like that a lot. And I really like that song a lot. The Let Freedom Ring, you need to let freedom, put a T on let. Also really punch out those consonants, really punch all that out. Just a little bit more, even though it's country. And a lot of people sometimes think that country, that you don't have to focus on your diction as much, but it's just as important as if you're singing an operatic number, you know. So you did a great job. I like your voice. You did good. But just remember, we don't need die, we need day.
Thank you, Chris. All right, Michael White. Hi.
All right. I agree with a lot of what Chris said. I think that, you know, country music is a very difficult genre to compete with, just because everyone has their notions about what it's supposed to sound like. And, you know, Southerners are very protective about their country music, and Northerners may not really get it sometimes. But I think you did a wonderful job. I am a fan of your voice. I'm a fan of your power in your voice. I'm a fan of your belts. The only thing I would mention is just that Chris is absolutely right. Raise your soft palate. But I think that also understanding choices about what we're going to belt on rather than be a wall of sound, right? So I think that if maybe your verses were a little softer, then the dynamic of changing it into that belt for the chorus would have had much more of an impact. For me, it was kind of all up here at the top. There was no like down here. Does that make sense? So I think that just going forward, if you think about it, when you think about your songs and whatever choice you make, just make sure that you choose a song and give it that dynamic it really needs, because this song is beautiful and I love that you sang it, but I really wanted more dynamic from you.
Thank you, Michael. All right. it is time to release her scores. Katie.
All right, for Julie D. Britton from Tennessee, today's doubled score, 525.1, added to yesterday's average number, 28.71, leaves with a score today of 553.81. I believe it just went behind a screen. Yes.
I did do that a little bit early, didn't I?
A little bit.
All right. Well,
Fantastic,
we have,
solid score.
Yeah, Chris is going to be happy about this next one because we have
We're
from
moving on
Texas,
to Texas.
David Harrison. We have a two-time Texas state champion doing some weekend in New England, some Barry Manilow. I'm a fan of Low.
Time in New England, it took me away to long rocky beaches and New Valley. We've started a story, fools and must now wait and tell me, when will I meet? When can I touch you? When will this wrong yearning end? And when will I hold you again? I feel the change coming. I feel the wind blow. I feel brave and daring. I feel my blood flow. With you, I can bring out all the love that I have. With you, there's a heaven so earth ain't so bad. And tell me, when will I meet? When can I touch you? And when will this strong end? And when will I hold you? Okay.
David Harrison, everyone. Great job. All right, we're going to start off with Tommy Mack, and then we're also going to bring in Michael White for this one.
Yeah, I really enjoyed his performances. I loved between day one, day two, the outfit changes. His vinyl collection alone was amazing. He had a tape machine, a vintage mic, but he was dressed to the nines, and it reminded me of growing up. I grew up in a small town called Dalzell, South Carolina, which is where Bill Pinkney, the original Drifters, was born. And so I would see their tour bus around town all the time, and they'd perform sometimes for the hometown crowds, and just looking so dapper, bringing that classic style, very, very nice, smooth voice, and apparently he's won some awards, this fella. So pleasant to listen to. I love that he dressed up and brought everything about visually and sonically for me was pleasing, and fun, really fun stuff. Good stuff.
Sweet. Michael, we also do have Chris who's going to say something after Michael. Oh wait, Michael, hold on. Now you're unmuted.
Okay. Well, I agree. I completely agree with Tommy. I think that I'm a big fan of this guy. I've been a big fan of him since the very first song. I've been fighting for him. I love everything he's put out because I can relate to his voice. I can relate to his style of singing. But more importantly, what I love about him is that it's a professional, polished, to me. So, it still needs a little bit of work, but overall polished look and a polished package he's presenting. And he's done it with every one of his videos. For this song, my only critique for him would be in certain parts, he's got a very loose vibrato, which can get kind of, it can be a friend or it can be an enemy, in the sense that sometimes you can sound off pitch even if you're not, because of your vibrato. So I think for me, he's got to watch that. Just control it a bit more, especially when the modulation happened and he's like, yeah, and then I would just made it a straight note to the next straight note and then let the vibrato come in. That's just my personal choice. But again, these are some things he can look out for. But overall, I think did a great job. I just love his swag.
Woohoo! Thanks, Michael.
You're welcome.
All right, Chris. Hey, Chris.
Hey, what up? Now, I love David, and everybody knows I love me some David. He be singing so good to me, and he looks so good. My thing is just and push your diction. It might be your setting on your mic. You need a little bit more high on your mic, just so we can really understand you a little bit more. But when you say you need to pretend like you have an egg in your mouth and really round those lips. So you get that good fat you sound when you said you somewhere in the song, and I thought of that. And I just thought he did a really great job. I like that song. Believe it or not, I used to work for Barry Manilow. When I worked for Stiletto Entertainment, I was actually at his 70th birthday party with a lot of celebrities in LA. And he's really, really, really nice. He used to come and watch us rehearse and sing. So I love me some Barry. And I thought he did such a great job.
Nice. All right. It is time to unveil David's scores. Katie.
And David Harrison from Texas. The doubled score is 578.2, added to the average 30.7. Today's total is 608.9.
Woo! Oh, this clap. New clap.
Started with a golf clap. Now it's like a small gathering, a cafeteria.
Right. We've gathered a few more people.
Moving up to the stadium.
I went to get more water, and my son said, "I hate that clap." So I was like, "Oh, okay." So I'm going to get a different applause then.
We get critiques too, even from family members.
Family members, people, singers. Everyone's like, "Hey, you know how you can make this better? Stop talking." All right.
And why don't we do that? Why don't we stop talking and move on over to California?
Yep. Good point.
Where our next singer wants to love you forever.
Yes, Renee
Turcot. California.
Always been taught to win, and I never thought I'd fall. Be at the mercy of a man I've never been. Now I only want to be right where you are. I wanna love you forever, and this is all I'm asking of you. Together, is that so much for you to do? Just from the moment that I saw your face, felt the fire in your sweet embrace. I swear I'm gonna love you forever. Oh, in my life, the love that heaven never waits. No, yeah. Take this now before it's gone, like yesterday. No, 'cause when I'm with you, there's nowhere else that I would ever wanna be. I'm breathing for the next second. I can feel you loving me. I'm gonna love, and this is all I'm asking of you. My love, is that too much for you to do? 'Cause from the moment that I saw your face, and felt the fire in your sweet embrace, I'm gonna love you forever, forever.
Oh yeah, I gotta say it is so hard to edit these songs, by the way, because she was so good throughout that whole song, and then it was just like, and it's just so like there's so many areas. I was like, I wish you could see the whole thing, and I love this setup. I love the horizontal.
And after
video.
the show, you can see the whole thing.
Yeah,
you can go onto the website.
You can go to
and watch the whole thing.
KWCUSA.com after the show and watch the
full
whole ones. You can share it and make sure
as judged by our jury.
Yeah.
Full clip.
Make sure you subscribe to the KWC USA on YouTube and also on Twitch as well. We do have a Twitch channel. This is also getting streamed to Twitch and like our Facebook page, the Karaoke World Championships USA. So I'm gonna have Tomy and I believe Miriam are going to talk on this one.
Hey, hi. So yes, there were so many parts, and especially with this song, and Jessica does the airy parts so clean, so beautifully, and it's funny because I forget the first song that she did, but I remember in the notes. And they can't see the notes before doing the second song. That's already kind of in place, right? But I said, I would love to hear you do I Want to Love You Forever. And so then I get to day 2 and she did I Want to Love You Forever. I was just like, awesome, right? Because I hear that in her voice. So I was really pleased. When I was in No Authority, we toured with 98 Degrees and Jessica opened for most of those tours. So I remember sitting, side stage and just listening to her. And it chills, always chills, right? And so I really loved hearing this. I would like to hear her hit some notes a little more solidly. I would have liked for her to go, in the bridge. I would want to be to take that up in the bridge instead of backing off of it and taking it down. But yeah, I love that song. If anyone ever sings that song and sings it well, you have my heart. So I appreciate that performance. And yes, Miriam, that was an orgasm for me, despite a couple of bits that were off. I loved it nonetheless.
Oh yeah, thanks, Tomy. And Tomy, by the way, he's gonna go for a little bit because he has, if you see his T-shirt, it says the Bad Boys of Pop. He got has his podcast coming up with Eric, a former band member. Yeah. Of No Authority as well.
Got to prep for that. We've got MB Riders coming on, who they were. If you guys remember them, they're hopping on with us tonight. So I need to prep for that. But I'll hop back on after. If you guys are still going, I'll come back in. If not, thank you so much.
Thank you, Tomy.
Thank you, Tom.
We'll see you guys soon.
All right, Miriam.
So I really like this song for Renee's voice because Jessica Simpson has a similar tone. It's very light and kind of brighter. And so I felt like the song lended itself well to Renee's particular singing style. What I would say is there were a couple points, well, there was actually one major point where I felt like she ran out of breath a little bit. And again, that's just anticipation. You want to make sure that you anticipate how long of a phrase you're going to be singing and make sure you take that breath and really prep for that. But overall, her look, her presentation, it was, in my opinion, one of my favorites to judge.
Yeah. And everyone.
And I, for some odd reason, felt transported into a Korean drama. I watch a lot of Korean dramas with my son, and that song, I feel like, was a Korean montage somewhere.
Oh yeah,
like that was worthy of that, of being in that moment. And so I always appreciate when someone can take me somewhere different.
All right, here's Renee's scores. Katie, tell us what she's won.
All right, Renee Turcot from California, your doubled score for the day, 641.8. Added to the average yesterday of 32.73 equals a total for today's song of 670. Why do you keep doing that? 674.53. He keeps opening windows over the numbers I'm trying to read while I'm reading it. And then I'm like, what am I saying?
I had to play the applause.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
He opens the applause window and then I lose the screen. I don't know what I'm saying.
You don't know these by memory?
I should. I know. I should. So many numbers dancing around.
All right. So next we have coming up from Texas.
Moving back to Texas.
Monique McNeely. doing some When You're Good to Mama, some Chicago.
Good advice, Monique.
Ask any of the chickies in my pen. They'll tell you I'm the biggest mother hen. I love them all and all of them love me because the system works, the system called reciprocity. Got a little motto, always sees me through. You do good for mama, mama's good to you. When they pass the baskets, folks contribute too. You put in for mama, she'll put out for you. And folks atop the ladder are the ones the world tours. So boost me up that ladder, kid, and I'll boost you up yours. Let's all stroke together like the Prince and crew. When you're stroking mama, mama's stroking you. So what's the one conclusion I can bring this number to? When you're good to mama, mama's good to you. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yes, Monique doing some Chicago When You're Good to Mama. All right. I'm going to bring Miriam and also Chris into this. We had some of the other judges take a leave of absence for a little bit. And you know what? I'm going to start with Chris.
All right. I love that little thing, the little feather thing on the side of your face. I love that. That's a great song. I'm actually working on that song with one of my students right now. That's a good song. So when you go, there was a little note that you might need to check at the end. On the mama's good to you, you need to make sure to keep that nice and strong. Yo, round that out a little bit more. But as far as I feel like you should have gave me a little quick hit or a little something, a little bit more. I think that you could have done a little bit more choreography and movement with your body. Like if you're gonna commit to it, you need to really commit to it with your body. But vocal wise, I thought it was good. It was good vocally. Diction. Spit that out.
Oh, yes. Spit out that diction. All right, Miriam.
Loved her costuming, just like Chris said. Loved her outfit very much. The main thing for me though was the way she was singing the lyrics. It had a lot of pause coming in, which gave me the idea that she doesn't know this song very well, or she's very hesitant about where she's supposed to be with the lyrics. You can also see that she's looking off to the side to look at the lyrics again, just to make sure. For those of you who are in this contest and are watching this broadcast, it is crucial for you to know your song inside and out before you use it for a competition, because it does play into your confidence scores. And of course, it affects your vocals as well, because if you're not sure about what you're singing, you're going to hesitate. And it messes with the artistry, it messes with your technique, it messes with the confidence, but it also messes with the vocal quality and so on and so forth. So it's very important to showcase to us, hey, I know this song very, very well, and just singing it with utmost confidence. I would have appreciated more eye contact, and just really delivering that song. To me, it felt it fell just slightly short of what I was expecting.
All right. Thank you, Miriam. All right, Monique, your scores for today and yesterday, and add it all together. So today you got 600.9 plus 2722 equals 628.12. And where are my claps? There we go. All right. Thank you, guys. We're going to move on to North Carolina. I always like to say that Margot is like the queen of the reveal. So last year at Nationals, like she had these amazing outfits,
amazing costuming. Anyone who got to witness it last year won't forget her costuming and her presentations on that stage. They were phenomenal every time.
So let's see what she's going to give us now. She's going to be doing some Show Yourself.
Show yourself, I'm dying to meet you. Show yourself, it's your turn. Are you the one I've been looking for all of my life? Show yourself, I'm ready to love. I never felt so certain. All my life I've been torn, but I'm here for a reason. Could it be the reason I was born? I have always been so different. The rules did not apply. Is this the day? Are you the way? I finally found out the why. Show yourself, I'm no longer trembling. Here I am, I come so far. You are the answer I'm waiting for all of my life. Oh, show yourself, let me see who you are. Come to me now, open your door. Don't make me wait one moment more. Hey, come to me now, open your door. Don't make me wait one moment more.
Yes, she could just keep going and going. I could listen to her forever and looked amazing. I love the way she shot that, the horizontal, but I also love the lights and the backdrop, her dress, her hair. So good. Yep. And at home, that's a drinking time because I did say horizontal. Oh, I just said it again.
Ooh.
All right. Let's start off with Miriam.
I thought we drink whenever you say vertical, but okay.
Hey, however you want to play the game.
Yeah, it's so you're in the vertical.
As long as you play along.
Okay, so Margot's video, and I apologize to those who are watching who think that my demeanor has changed from yesterday to today. It's because I'm trying to set you guys up for Keep On Singing. I'm setting you up for that, okay? So I want you in the right mental state to get into that program, okay? Like Michael will tell you, and any of my other students will tell you, I am not Paula Abdul, like Josh said yesterday. I'm a tough cookie, and it's very difficult to make me happy, realistically. But I'm really sweet. I'm fun to work with. But I will work you. So with this particular video, Margot has a beautiful voice, and it really showed that she knew how to use her breath control to really effortlessly transition from her chest register to her head register. beautifully. There was one part where she kind of swooped up and she hit that note like dead on, and she came back down. It was beautiful. A lot of times people aren't able to hit that finish note. There were a couple timing issues in that bridge where I wanted to be, come to me now, open your heart, right? I want it to be a little bit more movement, especially because it is the bridge and it gets into that big climax point of the song. So it really needed that little drive moment. But other than that, I mean, I think she did a fantastic job really embodying Elsa. And I can tell you really love this song. And the backdrop, the costuming, everything was beautiful.
Thanks, Miriam. All right, Chris.
Yeah, and I want to agree with you, Miriam, on what you said about setting them up. And, you know, not every comment's going to be happy-go-lucky and hello, how are you? Just like you said, we're here to push you guys and to get you to another level. My part for me that I really think that you need to really look at is at the end part. The first is good, but that second one, it was a little over. It was a little over the pitch for me. And I felt like it was a little out of control. You know, her first was nice and open, and then you got a little tight on that second one. Just because it's a little bit higher doesn't mean that you need to get tight on that. You know what I mean? When actually you were singing higher notes earlier in the song. You know, so just on that ending, I think that you really need to just maybe look at that again and just make that smooth. You know, that last one needs to be as smooth as that first one.
Sweet. All right, Katie, tell us what Margot
All right,
scored.
for Margot Smith, North Carolina. Today's double points, 596.8, added with the average of 28.5, total 625.3.
Okay. Nice. Man, the scores when they're doubled, it's just like it looks so weird to me. Oh my gosh. All right, our next singer comes from California. Mark Deal doing some Peebo Bryson, some If You're Ever in My Arms.
Well, it all came so easy, all the loving you gave me, the feelings we shared. And I still can remember how you touched me so tender and showed me you cared. We had it once in a lifetime, but I just couldn't see it until it was gone. Second once in a lifetime, maybe too much to ask, but I swear from now on, if ever you're in my arms again, this time I'll love you much better. If ever you're in my arms again, this time I'll hold you forever. This time will never end. Never end. Oh, the best of romances deserve second chances. I'll get to you somehow, 'cause I promise now. Oh, if ever you're in my arms again, this time I'll love you much better. If ever you're in my arms again, this time I'll hold you forever. This time will never end. This time I'll love you much better, baby.
Oh, yeah. A little bit of Peebo Bryson right there. Thank you so much, Mark. So I just want to bring up, so when I heard that song, it transported me back to summers at the pool when I was a kid, because that song was always on the radio. and he actually made me go and start singing that song again. I was bummed that he did not take a horizontal video. Drink. And we're going to take a break for those judges to take a sip of what they're sipping. And I'm going to start with you, Chris.
All right. I'm a huge Peabo Bryson fan, and I sing Peabo sometimes too. One thing I have to say, when you sing Peabo, you can't mess around. Peabo, you can't mess around. Whitney Houston, you can't mess around. Aretha Franklin, you can't mess around. If you're going to choose those kind of songs, that this time has to be from the gut and has to have power. You know, at the beginning, those oohs need to be a little bit round. You need to round the ooh out a little bit more. This time has to hit. You can't go to head voice on that. Not singing Peabo Bryson is not that kind of song. So I just think you sung it a little too pretty for me, and I need a little bit more. But that's my personal opinion. I need a little bit more grunge. You have a great voice. I don't know if it might be out of your range. You might need to lower it a little bit, but I would like a little bit more grunge on it.
Can I interject really quick? And I know I was going to stay out of this today.
He was going to stay out of this.
But one of the things is when you have a microphone like that and it's right there, and you're hearing yourself, it felt like he was holding back, like that he was not projecting normally how he would. And so the tone was just a little bit off just because he wasn't giving 100% of the energy or 110% of the energy. He was really cutting it off. So it made it sort of thin. I did like the approach though, but I just wanted to say that maybe that's also what's going on. So Miriam.
Like I said, no punches held back, right? I know, Josh, you're saying like the microphone might be part of the issue. If that were the case and it was going to prevent you from really wailing on that song, get rid of it. Like don't use any equipment or don't do something that's going to prevent you from giving us your 150% is what I'm saying, right? So if you're going to use a microphone, make sure it's balanced out, that you can just go ham and it's not going to overdrive. If you feel like your voice is powerful enough to overdrive something like that, then just, put the music on your TV or something, and the device that you're recording on is going to pick up your voice even louder than whatever else is going on. So it's going to come through just fine. With that production side segment aside, yeah, I agree with Chris. I really wanted to hear and have more oomph on this song. Like, this is a song where I feel like I should be like, for lack of better terms, I probably should be taking my panties off or something. Like, it should be making me feel melty inside. Peabo Bryson has that voice that makes you just go goopy, right? And I unfortunately didn't go goopy. It sounded, don't get me wrong, Mark is a fantastic vocalist. And I know he is capable of so much more than what he's giving me. And that is what had disappointed me a little bit, because I was expecting so much from him and not getting what I wanted, So, if he does end up moving forward in semifinals, I want him to show me what he really can do. Bring it for me. Bring it. All of it. I want to melt. I want this. I gave you this in the live rounds. Come on.
I know. I need one
to live up to.
Hashtag vocalgasm. That's what she was waiting for. Chris, I saw you raise your hand again. Chris,
no, I was just agreeing. I was just agreeing with Miriam.
Let's see how it points.
All right. Mark Deal from California. Your total score doubled for today is 539.8 plus 28.49 equals 568.29. Yeah.
Day 2 total. Woo.
Yes. All right. We're going to move on to Virginia. Kathy Bryant or Patterson. Sorry.
Kathy Bryant's Virginia.
I know. There's so many.
And is
singers.
watching out there.
Yes.
Thank you.
So
for your support.
she did a song that is one of the most popular songs since it came out.
Yes,
that I
this
hear it
year
all the
definitely.
time. Love this song from Waitress, the musical. Here is Kathy doing some She Used to Be Mine.
She isn't perfect, but she tries. She is good, but she lies. She is hard on herself. She is broken and won't ask for help. She is messy, but she's kind. She is lonely most of the time. She is all of this mixed up and baked in a beautiful pie. She is gone, but she used to be mine. You're not what I asked for. If I'm honest, I know I would give it all back for a chance to start over and rewrite an ending or two. For the girl that I knew would be reckless just enough, who get hurt, but who learns how to toughen up when she's bruised and gets used by a man who can't love. And then she'll get stuck and be scared of the light that's inside her, growing stronger each day till it finally reminds her to fight just a little and bring back the fire in her eyes that's been gone, but it used to be mine. It used to be mine.
Oh yeah, that is one that I really don't like cutting the song. It's so hard to cut that song down to 2 minutes because there's so many great parts, and I really wanted everyone to see that full thing. But again, after the show today, you can go to KWCUSA.com and watch all the videos for that all these singers put in the full
Scroll through
videos.
them and watch your favorites or all of them.
Just like the judges got to
Yeah,
watch.
exactly.
Yep.
Full video clips.
All right. Which one do you want to go first? Blink. Oh, Chris. All right.
On that mine on the end, it's instead of saying mine, it needs to be open mine. Maybe raise those eyebrows just a little bit. Y'all know me and my eyebrow tricky got a little flat on that, baby. Got a little flat. And be sure that you keep that pitch constant the whole way on mine. Those long notes, you have to really just get in it and just sit in the note. Like you can't overdo the notes sometimes, but I did love the hair flip, and I like how you end up taking off your apron and all that. I did like that a lot. But I'll just say you have a couple of notes in there that you need to check that I think that you might just be a little bit singing the wrong notes on some parts. You just need to really get into that. And I would really like if you weren't forced in the beginning so much. I don't really know the words of this, but really, really kind of float into that. I felt like it was a little pushed, you know what I mean? So just sit back in the cut just a little bit. But great job.
Thank you, Chris. Miriam.
So this is one of my all-time favorite musical theater songs because it can be used as both musical theater and pop. With that being said, this particular rendition felt a little flat for me, mainly because this song is full. I mean, I'm already seeing comments in here that's talking about how this song makes them cry. It's a very, very emotional song about a woman who has lost her identity, you know, being in a loveless marriage, being in a dead-end job, like, and she's about to expect a child, and she is just miserable, and she's talking to herself, having a monologue about why she's lost who she is, and she's bemoaning that fact. She is devastated, right? So when I'm watching Kathy sing and she is smiling through the whole thing, it really draws me away from that whole experience of that pain and that the anguish that's happening inside the character's mind. She's smiling like this is a fun song, and it's not. So it takes away. So again, facial expressions, very, very important, you guys. When you are singing a song, you're not just singing it. You have to make sure that your facial expression is also matching the tone of the song. There were definitely breathing issues, phrasing issues, pitch issues, and again, those are just skills that can be worked on. But like I said yesterday, when you're giving me 150% with your performance, if she had looked at me or at the camera with pain and anguish singing this song, I feel like it would have amplified that performance a little bit further for me and really helped me to connect with that. I wanted to cry when I hear that song, and for me, I didn't feel anything with this one. Okay. But she was dressed really nice. I mean, she was definitely trying to play the part with the mirror really and everything.
Yeah, she has a really nice voice. I love the setup and everything. I like the little things she did. Chris, you have something else to say?
And that goes back to what we were saying earlier, that you need to make sure that you know, it doesn't have to be the exact story of what's going on in the song, but you need to find out a way to make that song connect with you as a person. Right. You know what I mean? And I think if she was, like you said, Miriam, if she was to really, really have a little bit more connection than to being happy, then I feel like she might have been able to lean back a little bit more. We would have been able to feel her. So but you're absolutely right about that. You have to always tell a story in every song. Even if you're singing Hokey Pokey, you have to have a way to make it connect some kind of way. And that was, like I said, it will go from your it'll go from your voice all the way to your body. It'll show all of that.
All right. Yes. All right. Here we go. Here is Kathy's scores for today. 523 plus 27.47 from yesterday, equaling 550.47.
Woohoo!
Awesome. All right. We are moving on to Linda Woods from Arkansas, who is also known by the stage name Miss Shangalang.
As Miss Shangalang.
I am a huge fan of hers since the first day she auditioned. So here she is doing a
your dance break,
disco
everyone.
classic. Get up and dance, everyone, because she's going to ring your bell.
I'm glad you're home. Now, did you really miss me? Well, I guess you did by the look in your eyes. Well, lay back and relax while I put away the t-shirt. Then you and me can rock about. You can ring my bell, ring my bell. 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 You can ring my bell, you can ring my bell, ding dong ding, oh, ring it. You can ring my bell anytime, anywhere, ring it, ring it, ring it, ring it. You can ring my bell, you can ring my bell, ding dong ding, oh, ring it. You can ring my bell anytime.
yes, Miss Shangalang is not playing when it comes to her costuming, and she even brought out that tambourine. Usually the videos would be horizontal. However, with her making a vertical video, she ended up with disco lights in the back. I really want to make them a little bit more fancy, but I was like, vertical video, all right, and it really needed that extra oomph of those lights. So let's start off with Miriam.
I really liked how Miss Shangalang was dressed to impress. Really brought that vibe. You can ring my bell. Yes, I was like, get it, Miss Shangalang. She was dancing. She was having fun. It was great. I'm one of those judges. I hate props. And I'm sorry, you guys, but I am that judge that will ding you if you bring in props because I hate them so much. I think it deters and distracts from your performance. You should be able to capture my attention without the use of props, especially if you're striving to be at that world champ level. So you have to have that little something without using other things around you. There were some, I feel like she should work a little bit more on her solidifying her head voice to really bring that you can ring my bell, bring that in, like where it's a little bit more direct rather than airy. But I think otherwise she did a fantastic job.
Nice. Thanks, Miriam. All right, Chris Wilson.
Just like when she's doing the you can ring, she needs to spit that you can ring out a little bit more as far as vocally, because it sounds like even though she can sing that note full voice, because Bell is higher and she's belting Bell, but she's faking the you can ring my, you know what I mean? And I just need her to have more power. If she had her house slippers on too, ooh. But she had her wig. I like her wig. I like her. I love her.
I like the wig.
I love her dress.
Where's
But just like Miriam said, if you're gonna have a prop, you have to play your tambourine on beat. I'm just gonna be honest. You should have given us more. You should have just committed to it more instead of just hit on the side. I would have loved to see you be like, dun, dun, you can ring, jam just a little bit more because that's a jamming song. But as far as the power on the beginning, I still need a little bit more power, even though that's lower. Bum, 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 explanation. I need a little bit more on that. And then that's when you get to that you can ring mine.
I got to say that's the first time I've heard it sung in a long time. I've seen it in a lot of drag shows, and I wish that she could emulate some of the drag stuff because they don't have a tambourine, but they're like, and they're like doing all these dance moves, spinning, working that camera and like, oh yeah, ooh, and instead of using that tambourine. So yeah, but I love her. I'm such a big fan of Miss Shangalang.
I like her.
It's great.
All right. Miss Shangalang.
Now, did it ring the bell? How did it ring the bell of all the other coaches? Let's find out.
Bum, bum, bum.
Yes.
All right. 517.12 plus 28.51 equals a grand total of 545.63.
Yes. That is today's total for Miss Shangalang, Arkansas.
Yeah.
Arkansas.
All right. This singer is coming all the way from Arizona, very close to Nevada, where we're staying. And last year put together a great performance. Yesterday, she put together a great performance and great video.
Yes.
Can she pull it off twice?
I feel like this is a contestant that a lot of the other contestants are also excited to watch.
Yes.
There's a few of you out there. All of you.
I always look forward to her videos on Facebook and social media. Here is Rebecca Washburn.
I don't want to show off no more. I don't want to sing tunes no more. I don't want to run tunes no more. I don't want to show off. I don't want to wear this no more. Let the socks with this no more. Lord, take your feet no more. I don't want to show off.
Oh, yes. I could watch that forever. So entertaining. And I got to say, so every year when I'm talking about the scoring and I hit the part where we talk about stage presence, and I always say,
We usually have a stage involved, an actual
I'm always
stage.
like, you can do cartwheels, but make sure it's appropriate for the song. And this is the first time, not only we get a cartwheel, we got a handstand.
First handstand I've seen ever.
What in the world? I've never seen anything like it. I love it. This is one of my favorite performances. The only issue I have is that sometimes she looks a little bit more like a cat than a dog, but it reminds me of like Tom and Jerry, and I adore it, and I'm a big Tom and Jerry fan. So let's start with Chris.
As you say, we did get a handstand and everything, but I want to tell you this. If she's listening, make sure you point your toes when you're doing handstands and when you're doing cartwheels, because it makes your legs look a lot better. That's the dancer in me. I'm sorry, but make sure you point your toes. I really did like it. Was different, and that's what it's about. Sometimes being different and doing something different. But sometimes I feel like some of the dancing might have affected your vocal on some of it, and the way, ladies and gentlemen, that you can dance in. The way that you can dance and sing at the same time, you need to practice some treadmill running. And that's how you get smooth and get where you can dance and sing and you can't tell a difference. But as far as the costume, like, I loved it. Like, when I saw it, I was like, all right now. I loved it. So, but my main thing is, because if you're going to dance and do dance things, you got to straighten your legs and you also got to point your toes. That's very, very important. You know what I mean? So that's all I got to say about that.
All right. Miriam. Hi.
Hi. So Rebecca's video is highly entertaining to watch, and I encourage you guys to go watch the full video after this broadcast, because because it is extremely entertaining to watch all of the antics that Georgette, the show dog, puts, all the tricks that she does to show what she's never going to do again. Her performance, she went all in. I mean, her performance side, she was 200%. She was all in. The caveat to that is it did affect her vocals. And if you know what the scoring system is, it's almost 75% of your score comes from vocals. And so if you're doing so much in your stage presence side to affect the vocal side, you're hurting yourself in the long haul. What I would really like to see is for her to come out just as herself, dressed nicely, and sing, straightforward, to see what kind of performer you are without all the, again, props and the gimmicks, and that side of the theater world. I mean, I get what she was doing, and I feel like if I saw her doing that as kind of like a showcase, I'd be all in.
Well, I still want to bring her to Vegas and
My girlfriend, I'd be throwing dollar bills your way. I'd be like, yes,
like,
give me
Becca, you're coming
some.
to Vegas. We are putting together an hour set. We're going to do two shows a day.
Yeah, but in this particular contest, me particularly, and I'm not speaking for the other judges, but me particularly, I'm looking for serious singers who can really capture somebody with their voice. And so for me, although this was highly entertaining and you got some really high marks for stage presence, your vocal score for me wasn't as high as it should have been had you not been doing all the jumps and flips and doing all that stuff and affecting your breath support. There was also a part where you're climbing on top of your kitchen island and you were singing at the same time, and it was affecting that because you're climbing on top of a kitchen island. So those are just things that you might want to just keep in mind if you do end up moving forward to semifinals, yeah, and for future videos as well.
Yeah. I love every bit. I'm our number one fan right here.
just like I was saying earlier, if you're gonna dance and do all that, you have to be really, really, really strong at both things. Right. You can't half do one thing and then do one thing full. You have to do it. You have to commit fully because unlike Miriam, I'm a judge. I like that.
I feel like they put a
you know me, and you know, so you have to be able to please both.
Yeah, and I wish the more judges were here because some of them would be like,
right?
They were so ecstatic and like could not.
To me personally, that put a different twist on vocal acrobatics.
Yeah,
that's all I gotta say. Like totally different than
There's
I've ever seen it
vocals and
before.
acrobatics, yeah.
Let's see what everyone else thought. For Rebecca Washburn from Arizona, her doubled score 633.4 with the average 28.1 added is 661.5.
Yeah.
82 total.
All right.
So good, so good.
All right.
All right, we're going to be moving on to Washington State, going to Miranda Longacre, who is going to do something from the Addams Family musical. I've always wanted to see this musical, and I know they're casting actually in town, but then they said it's only up to 18 years old, and I was like, those jerks, because I really want to be in it, and I really love the music from it. But here she is doing some Pulled.
Miranda Longacre from Washington.
I don't have a sunny disposition. I'm not known for being too amused. My demeanor's locked in one position. See my face, I'm enthused. Suddenly, however, I've been puzzled. Honey rabbits make me wanna cry. All my inhibitions have been muzzled, and I think I know why. It's got me pulled in a new direction, but I think I like it. I think I like it. I'm being pulled in a new direction, and this feeling I know is impossible, so I'll confide that I've tried, but I can't let it go. It's disgustingly true. Pulled. Puppy dogs with droopy faces, unicorns with dancing mice, sunrise in wide open spaces, Disney World, I'll go there twice. Butterflies and picnic lunches, bunches of chrysanthemums, lollipops and pillow fights and Christmas Eve sugar bombs, string quartets and chia pets and afternoon banana splits, angels watching as I sleep and Liberace's brightest heads has got me pulled in a new direction. If they keep insisting, I'll stop resisting. Just watch me pulled in a new direction. Should I stay in the dark, not obey every spark? But the boy has a bite, better for than his bark. And you bet I'll fight too. Do what's truly taboo. As I'm pulled in a new direction.
Oh, yes. Another one that I really did not want to cut anything out of her performance because I loved it. And it was horizontal.
It was. With a wonderful, just simple background.
There better be some alcohol in there. No?
This is the year it can happen. The judging is over. You have to judge them as you go.
I have to go get some after this.
Oh, some alcohol? Yes.
Yes. Quick
Wait, after
intermission.
this song or after this whole thing? Or
No,
both?
just not. Yeah, I'm out. I'm empty. Yeah, I gotta go.
Okay. Okay. Well, Chris, since you're unmuted, why don't you go
Yeah.
first?
What did you think of that?
I love her voice. She has such a good musical theater voice. I really like it. Thank you for being the person to say Sean and dropping your jaw and holding your note and not getting wobbly and doing all that. I enjoyed it. I like it. I think she needs to put a little bit more P in pulled. But other than that, like, just, you know me and my diction. I like a little bit. I like it crisp.
It was actually a comment
crispy.
from the other contestants about the diction. Great diction. So you're not the only one that's out there noticing. I see.
Yep. So I mean, she's good. I like her. I like her a lot. I like her tone a lot. And she sounds really good on that. I can't wait to see what else she's gonna do.
Sweet. Thank you, Chris.
All right.
All right, Miriam.
So I didn't know which musical this one was from, so I had to look it up. And I have to say, Miranda, your rendition of this song is my favorite. Your facial expressions are hilarious. Hilarious. When she said enthused, her mouth, I died. I was cracking up. I'm actually really surprised that you could do that first verse like that without breaking character. And I really appreciated that because you like embodied Wednesday so well. With that being said, I mean, your attire was beautiful. It was interesting because the lighting, I kind of made you look this bluish, ghostly color, like kind of dead, like corpse-like almost. Is really interesting how you did that. And that was a nice little artistic flair with using lighting. I would be very careful when you're getting up into your upper register and you're doing that upper belt, that you make sure that you're not, I know it's musical theater and it's a lot of talk singing going on, but I still want you to like nail those notes a little bit more solid. But other than that, I thoroughly enjoyed the performance.
Nice. Yeah. I can watch that over and over and over. All right. Let's bring up the scores. Miranda Longacre from Washington State, you got 640.9, added to yesterday's score of 30.86, equaling 671.76.
Yes.
Yeah.
Very well done. Nice.
Oh, yeah. Whew. And now, Chris, do you need us to give you a break to go and drink, to go get some alcohol? Yes. Okay. Go take a break. I'm going to talk about a few things because some of you who are just joining us we didn't talk about earlier. So tomorrow, I know that a lot of you are playing along and taking score as we go, and you're like, oh my gosh, I might not be moving on or this and that. Tomorrow, we are cutting down from today to tomorrow to the top 30 people to compete to go to Keep On Singing. And tomorrow, we're going to cut 6 people off of the semifinals. They're going to go into Keep On Singing. However, if you do not make it to tomorrow and you aren't part of that 24, your journey is not over. Something that all the judges, all the coaches, sorry, not the judges, the coaches who are within this program have favorites that they were like, oh my gosh, if this person doesn't make it, because they've been like writing down their favorite because they're building their teams. They're like, hey, I really want to bring this person on if they don't make it. And it'd be a real shame that if they're left out. So all of them voted and they all decided that they want to bring on one wild card per team, one golden buzzer or whatever it's called on all those singing shows.
Yeah, they get like a magic save.
But that means that first week of Keep On Singing, when they work with you, we aren't going to just cut one person off a team. We're going to be cutting 2 people off that team. So you're just because you are not moving on. Yes, wild card encompasses anyone who is not moving on to Keep On Singing. They can choose to be on their team. So it's really exciting and a different twist.
Yeah, absolutely.
And also, actually, the history of Keep On Singing, when it was a stage play, there was always wild cards.
Yes.
So
there's always too much talent every year. And we absolutely thank you and appreciate all of you that have taken your time and all your friends and family that have supported you along the way, helping you with sets, cameras, listening to your song over and over again. All of you are equally as important in this. So we want to give that chance to the coaches. If they see that potential, we'll give you a week, you see, and then we'll see how their teams are when we cut 2 off of them and go from there. And we'll be into our actual finals round, which is much different this year.
And so I want you guys to quickly look at this. So I'm going to bring this back up. So I know this is what the dates. So these dates for Keep On Singing, these are when we're broadcasting it. So these are the days of the show. We really want, if the singers can come on, we want to bring you into the StreamYard as well, the system we're using, when it's your turn to sing, so we can bring you in. We're going to play your recorded video. and then you're going to get the coach's feedback, and then we want it so you can be there, so you can respond, or you can be like, oh yeah, or that, okay, well, thank you, and get that type of thing. So each week you're going to be working on that craft with your coach. You're going to get with your coach right away. That fourth song that you're submitted, the coaches are going to use that, so they can then go and work with you. And then you have a midweek check in with them, and then you have a final video. And what they're going to do is they're going to go through that scoring of vocals, voice, artistry, technique, and stage presence, and they're going to pick that apart, and also with the video skills, and they're going to help build that for you. So then at the end of the week, you have a better video than you started with, and you have a better performance than you started with, because they want to build this world-class singer. The end of the week, we're going to do a cut or 2 cuts for the first week. When you submit your videos at the end of the week on that Saturday night, 11:59 p.m., the next morning you're going to get your genre. So you guys put in 6 genres, and from there you can click keep on singing really quick.
All right. I just want them to all know, even if you're not in Keep On Singing, you can still watch the weekly shows. They will be weekly on Tuesdays.
Yep. And so each week there are going to be cuts, and you're going to get your genres that you chose, one of the genres. And then the last week, the singers are every week with cuts. The last week, we're going to have 12 singers, and they're going to sing their favorite song and a coach's favorite song for them. And then we'll find out who
and
the
the
top
end
4
of that
are.
show, September 29th, we will know our national champion.
Yes.
That is how we will find out. But we can't find out unless we get to watch all of the singers and see what they've done.
Yep.
So we're going to go back to Washington State.
Where
there's always a powerhouse of talent. Absolutely.
And here is Kareen Bennett. Kareen Beckman. Why did I say Bennett? I've had nothing to drink, by the way, other than soda water.
Maybe that's why.
Maybe that's
why.
Doing The Man Who Got Away.
The night is bitter. The stars have lost their glitter. The winds grow colder, and suddenly you're older. And all because of the man that got away. No more his eager call. The writing's on the wall. The dreams you dreamed have all gone astray. The road gets rougher, it's lonelier and tougher. With hope you burn out, tomorrow he may turn up. There's just no let up. The livelong night and day. Ever since the world began, there is nothing sadder than a one-man woman looking for the man that got away. The man that got away.
Oh my goodness. Yes, yes, yes. Kareen Beckman.
Team Washington.
She has
coming again this year.
So
another powerhouse team and another fantastic job by Kareen.
And she is like known as the Queen of Smule. It really shows
or
that
Shmuley.
Shmuley, yeah,
Shmuley
that
or Smuley.
The way that she sets up her camera and knows all those settings and everything. She is has vast knowledge in it. It's always very impressive.
Absolutely. What did you think, Miriam Kim?
I think that Kareen picks really good songs for what she does best. And that is super important in this competition. I know everyone thinks that in competition you have to have these big power songs and you got to just wail with the high notes and stuff. Keep in mind that the criteria doesn't state of difficulty of song. It states song choice as how it pertains to, did you pick a song that's right for your voice? And, it's all about point accrual. I said accruage yesterday. Accruing the points, and making sure that you don't lose, too many points, right? Because if you saw the scores yesterday, I mean, they were really, really close, right? So you don't want to, miss out because you didn't do that one little thing or this little thing. You didn't pay attention to that. With that being said, I think that this song was absolutely perfect for Kareen. She's dressed to impress. Her staging was beautiful. But the song itself, again, like yesterday when I said, I would pay money to watch her in a jazz cafe, that holds true today too. I would absolutely pay to watch Kareen sing some jazz tunes to me. And she's just, it might not be jazz, this song, she's just a great storyteller with her voice and her use of dynamics. She has great control. She knows what she's capable of. You can tell, she is a little, she's seasoned, right? She's not a new kid on the block. She's been around the block a few times. She knows her way around her voice. So, there were a couple little spots again with timing, but like I said, very minuscule. And there might have been like a couple areas where it seemed like, she didn't punch it as much as I'd like her to have punched it. But other than that, but that's a personal preference again. I think she did a fantastic job.
Thank you.
Thanks, Miriam. All right. Chris, coming from Texas.
Miss Korean, I love you so much. My favorite part of the whole song is when you say the world gets rougher. I love that. Oh, I watched that part like 4 or 5 times because I just love the way that you said rough, because you even put a little growl in it and everything. And that's what we're talking about, ladies and gentlemen. Getting that song inside your inside where you feel it and you make us feel it on the other side. And then another favorite thing that I love that you do is when you start your videos, you'll be like, I love that. But like Miriam said, like there's some little things that we could clean up note wise and in transitions, but it's hell of a job, production wise, look wise, song wise. Just like Miriam said, you don't have to be singing high all the time. Some people, you don't have to sing high all the time. But Korean, that was great. That was great. Back again, that rougher. I love that. Good job.
All right. So apparently we've all found out Chris likes it rougher.
Likes it rough. Yeah.
And the judges have given Kareen Beckman from Washington a doubled score of 700.4 plus yesterday's average of 34.47, totaling 734.87. Excellent.
Great job, Kareen.
Nice.
All right. We're going to put YouTube back in the back. And our next singer comes from North Carolina, Roberto. What is Roberto singing, Katie?
Roberto is singing Si Volviera Sammy.
¿Cómo sobrevivir? ¿Cómo calmar mi sed? ¿Cómo seguir sin ti? ¿Cómo saltar sin red? con esta Dios tan salvaje, cruel. Me deshojaste la piel. No hay eternidad, en el final se quedó y un desierto es mi corazón. Ay, si volvieras a mí, encenderían mil sol primaveros. Si regresaras por mí, sería un milagro cada beso que me dieras. Pero ahí te vas y no hay vuelta atrás. Y dejaste un huracán, fuego, furia de un volcán que no se deja apagar. Como olvido que fui esclavo de ti y ya no puedo más. Y hoy, si volvieras a mi vida, si volvieras, si regresaras por mí, sería feliz otra vez. Pero ahí te vas y no hay vuelta atrás.
You know what I love about Roberto is that his presentation is really good. I really like how he dressed up for it. I love the emoting he does throughout it. He really, like, it's really believable. I love his outfit. And I love that it's horizontal.
He shot a horizontal video, everyone.
Oh, he's brought shots
he was
out.
not. He's not
He's
joking
not playing
around.
now. He's not playing.
No. He's really
Oh my
doubling
gosh.
down on the shots. Look at that.
Great job, Roberto. I really
Yeah,
like
that
that
was
song. I
great.
really like that you also we're not afraid to sing in Spanish.
Exactly.
I love hearing other languages.
Yeah.
in
If
the
a song
competition.
speaks to you, it doesn't matter. It doesn't
Get too much to drink.
matter what language it's in. It will speak to everyone.
All right. All right. Let's
And
have
that one sip.
Miriam. Miriam, you go first on this one.
Like you said, Josh, I really appreciated him dressing up for the part. You know, I feel like me personally, this is a personal fashion taste. Okay, I would have taken the tie off and I would have put a blazer on. That's just a personal thing. I felt like it was more, to me, it was a little bit more, I'm either going to church or I'm going to a business meeting kind of look. So I'm sorry.
I get what you're saying. It's a little.
Roberto knows I love him to pieces, and he knows I'm gonna give it to him straight. So, with that being said, yes, I do highly encourage you that if you want to sing in a different language, please do so. But if you are going to do that, just know that I am not judge, especially with this being video rounds and everything, and we have Google at our fingertips. I will look up the lyrics. And I will match it up to what you are singing. And if you are not singing what the lyrics say you're supposed to be singing, you're going to get marked down from me, okay? So, yes, I'm extra. I told you this yesterday. I am extra because I did a video a couple years back when I was giving advice to all the singers as a mentor, that if you're going to sing in a different language, that you need to know that song just as well as you would any English song, okay? And really pay attention to just the enunciation and how to actually pronounce the words properly, okay? Because again, if you were to go to Worlds and you decide to sing an Italian song, there's somebody there from Italy and you're singing it all sloppy and it doesn't make sense. Look, we Americans, we might not know that you're making a mistake, but that Italian over there is going to feel a little offended because you didn't take that time to really learn. You know
Always
what I mean?
an international panel too.
And the
Right.
other thing is that when we go to Worlds, if you're singing a song in another language, we have to provide the translation. as well in English. So you don't have to sing it in English, but we do have to provide that translation because it is a bit more universal. And like Miriam, they want to see, are you telling the story of what this song is about? They need to know what it's about to know that. So that's just something to think about as well.
When I went to Worlds in 2014, I say my first song was Contigo en la Distancia, and it was a Spanish song. And lo and behold, one of the judges on the panel was from Spain. So yes,
International.
So this will happen. Yeah. This may happen to you. So you don't want to mess up, okay? And luckily, he came up to me later and told me that other than the little dialect differences, that he was able to understand it thoroughly. He thought I spoke Spanish initially and was surprised that I couldn't. So he was very appreciative of that. With that being said, Roberto, love your tone and the storytelling that you do with your body language. But there were a couple lines where you did mess up on the lyrics. Luckily, you didn't show it on your face and you just kept going, which is great. If you mess up, don't look like you messed up. Look like you intended to do it that way and just keep moving on. Okay, that's great. I would have liked for you to have taken more breath and like really soared at the bridge and soared with the ay, si volvieras a mi vida, si volvieras. I wanted you to soar that over, okay? So I would highly suggest working on that song. I think it's a great potential, and hopefully we get to hear more from you.
And Miriam took up all the time for tonight, so we'll see you all tomorrow for round 3.
All right.
All right,
Chris, briefly, what did you think of that?
All right, I just got a couple of things to say really quick. Roberto, you have such a fabulous voice, and that some of y'all might talk about me and be mad, but we are doing this to make you better, okay? So don't get mad at me. This is only to make you better. Your pitch is all over the place, brother. You have to get that pitch up, and you have to know your notes of the song. When you did the, I don't know what you say, but you go, but you were like, it was weird. Even though I might not know the words, but I know music very well. And I know you need to look at a lot of those notes. And then the first time you hit that one note, it was really flat. But then the second time you hit it and you were on. So, you really have to focus in on your pitch. So what you might have to do, a little trick from Chris. Yay. You might just need to think lift. By doing that, lift those brows just a little bit. You know what I mean? So I'm just saying that to make you better. You have too good of a voice.
An eyebrow trick.
Yes, you have too good of a voice to be singing that flat. I'm just being honest. I'm just being real. So I mean, and me, pitches kill me. You could be saying the right words, but if you ain't on the right pitch and you're not right on that pitch, it's gonna kill me. And to me, that will make me want to mark you down because you're not on your pitch, So you might need to turn your music up a little bit. I don't know, but I'm just being real. I know some of y'all are gonna hate me for saying that, but you gotta get in tune. You have to be on top of the notes.
If someone tapes their eyebrows all the way up, will that always put them on pitch? And what if they get Botox?
Right, and it does Botox affect.
Yes.
Scientific questions for the future.
Inquiring minds want to know.
All right, inquiring minds also want to know what Roberto got for his scores.
Dun, dun, dun.
Yes.
All right, Katie, tell us what you won.
So Roberto Candelaria, 445.5 for the doubled score, plus the average of 23.61, leaves a total of 469.11 for your day 2 score.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, well done.
All right, I'm putting you guys back in the back area.
We're moving on over to Indiana.
And
this singer's had some fans waiting patiently, very patiently. I've seen commentary.
Like, did Samantha
they've been waiting,
go
and it is time now, and she's going to run to you because she's been ready. Samantha Payne from Indiana.
Each day I play the role of someone, always in control, but at night I come home turn the key. There's nobody there, no one cares for me. Oh, what's the sense of trying hard to find your dream without someone to share it with? Tell me, what does it mean? I wanna run to you. I wanna run to you. Won't you hold me in your arms and keep me safe from her? I wanna run to you. But if I come to you, tell me, will you stay or will you run away? Run away. I need you here to wipe away my tears, to kiss away my fears. Oh, if you only know how much I want to you. I want to run to you.
Yes. Sammy, way to go there. Some Run to You.
Yes. Whitney's no joke when you take on a Whitney Houston song.
No joke.
That is one of the listed of. You've got to grab it and go.
Yep. And now with Smule, again, the one thing I have to say is watch those effects. You are so yellow in it. So just when you can actually switch some of the settings in there to either colorize it or take some of that out.
Yeah, there's some lighting filters and things in there that definitely change the way that it gets to us.
But I like that I got to see her body and the hand gestures and the emoting.
Even if it was not horizontal.
Yes. All right. Let's go with Chris first.
All right. I love her voice, by the way. She has one of the best voices in the competition to me. But I count off bad if you don't sing in tempo. I can't stand when people don't sing in tempo, and I can't stand when people sing flat or short. But, okay. But, you know, sometimes you just got to really lock in. Like, you have one of the best voices in the competition, but you can't, you have, just like we said, you can record it, re-record it. So if you feel like that was bad, I think you should have re-recorded that beginning, because I love her voice. I would love to have her on my team, but, you know, we got to, I'm just saying, I would love it, but we got to get that tempo. You know, tempo will kill you, you know? So especially with a piano version, you really have to lock into that tempo, you know? And plus, you know, like I said, she's one of, I love her. It's something about her voice I would love to do something with. I'm just going to put it out there. I would love to do something with her, but we just got to work on that tempo on that song. Like I said, when you sing Whitney and Aretha, ladies, you gotta get it. You can't play with it. So that's all I can say about that. Like, she has such a great voice, and then just that tempo just kills me. I was like, oh, she's too good to do that. Oh, she's too good. And it might just been a bad run, but really everybody locking on them tempos, locking on those tempos.
I do want to quickly bring up something about Smule. So Smule's having a lot of copyright issues, which is a karaoke issue too, because of the copyright things. So lately Smule like reduces the amount of versions out there. And then next thing you know, you're singing something that's a little bit fast, maybe a piano version. And then they misspell the name just a little bit. So they're trying to get around that. Yeah, the versions you got to watch out there. And if something's a little bit too fast, try to find another one. Miriam.
So Chris and I might have to fight, because I've been eyeballing Sammy myself. So we might have to duke it out later. You know, yeah.
Pick night.
We'll see what the look of the draw will bring. Okay, because I'm really hoping that Sammy moves on to semifinals. Because she has that voice that's just absolutely gorgeous. And like Chris said, there are a few things that she needs to work on to make her a super duper powerhouse, right? I felt like this particular song, it's either a little too high for her, okay, because she sounded a little thin up there, or B, she just needs to work on the skills to get her nice and robust up there, okay? Either way, it would work. And yes, I agree with the tempo issue, the timing issue. There's a bit of that where there were times when she was ahead of the music and then sometimes behind the music. And I can understand that. I do know that Smule was having some issues where post-production, like something glitches out and it just messes with the whole thing. Like when they're recording it and they play it back, it sounds just fine before they hit done. But then like post-production, it does wonky things. And I've seen that happen with Smule or Shmuley or however you guys want to call it now. So yeah. So with that being said, and I do take all of that into consideration, her that push and pull that she does with her voice, her use of dynamics is absolutely gorgeous. And I feel like if she can just work on that mixed belt and really honing in, because at the end of Run to You, it's the big moment, and unfortunately she pulled back, and I don't know if it's apartment living or whatever, but instead of giving it full blast, she kind of held back and went into head voice instead of like full belting it. So those are just some artistic issues that I would have liked to see fixed, hopefully down the road. But other than that, fantastic job. Whitney is very hard to cover, and she did a great job doing it.
Yeah, she did.
Yes.
All right, well, let's see her scores. Samantha Payne from Indiana, you got a 577.7, and we're going to add that to the 28.3, and we're going to equal 606.
Yes.
A palindrome.
It is. Palindromes. Amazing things. Yay.
Yeah.
Woohoo.
All right, we are going to Arkansas.
Arkansas.
Sweet.
Yes.
Yeah.
Competitor with some experience under his belt.
He's been to Worlds. He won a bronze medal there as a duet partner with Valerie Bell.
Mm-hmm.
Here is Ishma Clark, and he's thinking that you're all jealous that he went to Worlds already.
Jealous of the nights that I don't spend with you. Now I'm wondering who you lay next to. Oh, I'm jealous of the nights, and I'm jealous of the love that wasn't here. Now it's gone for someone else to share. Oh, I'm jealous of the love, 'cause I wish you the best of all this world could give. And I told you when you left me, there's nothing to forgive. But I always thought you'd come back, tell me all you found was heartbreaking misery. But it's hard for me to say I'm jealous of the way you had me without me. As I sing the sand and watch you slip through my hands. Oh, as I die, you're another day. Hey, 'cause all I do is cry behind this smile. I wish you the best of all this world could give.
Oh, yes. Thank you, Ishma. So one of the things I want to bring up really quick is I love that it was horizontal, but that camera needs to come up a little bit. buy one of those. There's here. I'm going to show somebody. I have this over here. Get some like these little tiny actually this was $2. This will wrap around whatever you want, and you can put your phone on there. It's a little tripod, and get yourself a tripod. There's also like $10 ones on the evil Amazon. You can order on evil Amazon. You can get a decent tripod for like $10. So, all right, let's start with Miriam.
So this is one of those songs where the song is written with a weird timing to begin with. It does weird things. So you have to really know the song very well to know when you have to come in. I think Ishma did a good enough job, although phrasing wise, I would have liked for him to really elongate that phrase. I wish you the best of all this world could give, right? Elongate it instead of chopping it right off. Just because I feel like it really grabs people's attention more if you do that. If you keep chopping everything off, it kind of breaks that emotion drive that I'm expecting. Great voice. I know he's capable of so much, and I can hear it. I can hear that it's a little bit weaker than I'm used to hearing him. So again, I'm feeling like there might have been some health concern there or something, like he's battling something. But he's got a nice tonality, nice vibrato. I would say his run, there were some run choices that I was like questioning, and then there were some that I was like, wow. So it was kind of like a half and half. And then, really having to support that upper register of his to make sure that he is on pitch. Chris's eyebrow trick might have helped in that sense, But other than that, I really enjoyed it.
Awesome.
Thanks, Miriam. All right, Chris.
Now, I know some of y'all gonna be mad at me when I say this, and I don't care because I'm just gonna tell it like it is. I'm sorry. I didn't like him on that song. I think he can sing something better. It's boring. But he has too good of a voice, and I'm just being real. Y'all want me? Are we trying to find champions? I'm just being real. Like within his body, his body's real tight on that, and so it makes his voice tight. He's not a bad singer. That's why I'm really strict on him, because he's a really good singer. You know what I mean? But me personally, I don't like that song for him. I think he could find something a little bit stronger. Like we said, it's all about song selection. And I didn't like it. I'm just gonna be honest. I'm sorry. Some of y'all might get mad and talk about me on Facebook, but I don't care, because that's why I'm here to find champions. I've found 3 or 4 champions because I've been doing this for a long time. So I'm just letting y'all know that
it's a good thing you are just 1/10 of the judges.
Yeah,
I do have to say that,
like I said, like me, I'm always about encouraging.
Absolutely.
I believe that he's a great singer, but that song's I don't like him on that
song choice. Absolutely, song choice.
And really, it's about presentation. And I think that maybe he did it in only one cut or something. Like I would have gone back, looked to see if my head's cut off, which his head was cut off just a tiny bit, and then listen to myself. And the thing is that I know a lot of you guys don't want to do a second take. You don't want to listen to it ever again. You record it. You're like, I won't want to hear about it.
So hard to hear yourself.
I struggle with that. I know Miriam doesn't.
I think
like
every performer I know has
but
that.
Do that, because if you hear that, because I'm like, I really feel like I know he can bring a lot more to that song. Felt like he just wanted to get it out and done.
Yeah. Let's see what the other coaches and judges thought. Ishma Clark in Arkansas. Today's doubled score is 572.58. With your added average of 30.41, your daily total today for day 2 is 602.99. That's Arkansas standing strong. Continuing, keeping it going.
And now we're going to go with a battle, because
back to Washington. Arkansas and Washington have always battled back and forth year after year.
And Jesse was 5th place in Arkansas in 2015 and in the national finals. and did great. And here he is back again, and he's doing some Outside.
Your words to me just a whisper. Your face is so unclear. I try to pay attention. Your words just disappear. 'Cause it's always raining in my head. Oh, forget all the things I should have said. Ooh. Ooh. I am nothing more than a little boy inside that cries out for attention. Yet I always try to hide, 'cause I talk to you like children, though I don't know how I feel. But I know I'll do the right thing if the right thing is revealed.
Oh, yes. I actually said the wrong song. That was actually It's Always Raining in My Head, not Outside. I don't know what happened there with what I said. So, but great job, Jesse. Again, please don't do vertical videos. However, I made that look pretty good with that other background and symmetrical and everything.
Nice and symmetrical.
And remember, when you're doing this, just pretend you're back on stage and dress up a little bit more. Other than that, great job.
All right. Chris, what do you think?
Jesse, you know you're my boy, and I miss the purple and green and blue hair, and I love that. I don't like you singing this song. I'm just gonna be honest. It's boring, and you sound boring on it, and I don't like it. But in some of your notes, you're really flat, and y'all know how I am about pitch and timing. So, but I know that you can sing something stronger. Come on, Jesse, let's bring it. It's nationals. Let's bring it. I'm just gonna be honest, and I know some of y'all gonna get mad at me for saying that, but we're trying to find champions, and that's not a championship song.
All right. Yeah, that was short and sweet.
Right?
All
Miriam.
right.
Miriam, what did you think of the song choice?
Of the song choice, that was very specific. I have to agree with Chris. I was not a fan of this one either. It was it was a very slow-paced song, and it kind of dragged for me. Jesse has a phenomenal voice, and I can hear it when I'm hearing his vibrato and his tone when he's doing his sustain notes. I can tell he is capable of so much more. And so I felt like, this song was kind of a safe song, or it was like a last minute thought rather than being strategically placed, if that makes any sense. Strategy does come into play in this competition. You have to make sure that every song you do is stronger than your last song, and is a better song than your last song, and is more in your comfort zone than your last song. You know what I mean? And this one, it just kind of, there were some pitch issues, and the phrasing was long. Voice was great. Vocal quality was beautiful. But there was like a lack of artistry, and there's a lack of like grab, I guess you could say.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't know. Oddly enough, if in some ways I almost wish the song had been Velvet Revolver, Falling to Pieces. Like there was something in there, his
I'd
vocal
love to hear him
tone,
sing that.
that I was like, there were pieces of it. I'm like, oh, I wish you were singing that song because you can
Don't
show.
give him my song.
I'm sorry.
I don't own a song.
But,
No one
so you
owns
can
the
show
song.
more of that dynamic that we all, anybody who's seen Jesse in the past
Mhm.
in any of these trials knows the dynamics that are there. I feel like that would have fit more. So I feel like I'm not judging, I'm just producing. But I thought the song choice here was the piece. But what did the other coaches and judges think?
Well, let's
Hold
show
on,
you.
real quick. I got something to say, and this is very important.
Okay.
All you veterans, we judge y'all harder because we know that you know what expectations are. So you need to make sure that you bring your A game. You've been to nationals. You know how
we judge you on what you're doing in that song.
You're judged on each performance individually.
Yes.
It's not that they're
exactly.
harder. They know what to expect, and they have these. They always. So even though they're judging you on that song, it's really that they're like, oh, you have all this potential.
And again, as we mentioned before, you're competing against yourself.
Yep.
And in some capacity, that is when you are returning year after year, you are competing against yourself, especially if there are people that either as contestants or judges have seen you in the past. Because some of the judges this year have seen you as a fellow contestant in years past. And so that's something to keep in mind as you're bringing your game. Bring your game because this is nationals. Absolutely agree.
All right. Let's see what
find out.
Jesse Sky Lewis has scored. Katie.
Jesse Lewis from Washington doubled scored a 485 with the average of 28.24 equals 513.24 for the day 2 score.
All right. Way to go, Jesse. Woohoo.
Yes.
All right. Let's go back to Nevada.
Back to Nevada.
Now, there's such a plethora of talent here. And that's one of the reasons why I moved here is because I'm like the people who actually are from here need to be tapped into.
Absolutely.
to be showcased. A lot of people are here performing from other cities and they get stage time, and the people here don't get as much stage time usually. But here is Amani Whidbey with The Rose.
It's the heart afraid of breaking that never learns to dance. It's the dream afraid of waking that never takes a chance. It's the one who won't be taken, who cannot seem to give, and the soul afraid of dying that never learns to live. When the night has been too lonely and the road has been too long, and you think that love is only for the lucky and the strong, just remember in the winter, far beneath the bitter sun, lies the sea that with the suns up in the spring become the rose.
All right. Thank you, Amani Whidbey.
Yes.
All right. Let's bring Miriam and Chris back into this action. Thank you for making a horizontal video.
Horizontal.
All right.
All right.
Let's start with Miriam this time. What she needs to swallow that first. Clear that up.
Sorry. I'm drinking tea.
What?
Yeah, I'm drinking
Long
tea.
Island iced tea.
No, just tea.
Okay.
Just some yuzu tea. You know, a little throwback to Japan. Anyways, for those of you who watched yesterday, I've already commented about this particular song. I don't like this song for competition. It does nothing for your voice. It is extremely, extremely beginner level safe. And that is not what you want the judges to think, is that that's all you have and that's going to be the best song. This is your second song. This was supposed to be more oomph. Yeah, just stop it with the sound effects. Okay, so it was supposed to be more oomph. It was supposed to be like your first song was kind of like the testy one, and then the second one was going to be like your solid, like this is my go-to. I nail this song and wow people with this song. The Rose is not a wowing song in the slightest. Refrain from singing this song ever in a competition. Please, 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 please. With that being said, Imani has a nice, like she has a really cool tone to her, and she's got this really awesome texture to her voice. I would have loved to hear something different from her that really showcased what she could do with that voice of hers. I just don't think that this did it justice at all.
So she spelled out her name. It's
Imani.
Mani or Moni? All right. Anyhow,
I got Imani.
You got Imani? Okay.
That's what I'm going with.
All right, Chris.
I have to agree with Miriam on this song. This is one of those songs that you're just like, okay. It doesn't really show anything, you know what I mean? But Imani, she sounds good on it. Like, I like the way that she sounds on it, but I just can't tell anything. You know, you have people doing what they're doing, and I really like to hear her voice, you know what I mean? She did a great job, you know, but I just feel like it was just you know, it ran a little flat for me.
Yeah.
Cool.
I feel like the choir, because there was a comment, because I'm also reading the comments and that everyone's making, and Imani had said that this is a song she had done in choir, so it really speaks to her. And so that's the thing, like I feel like the choir behind you would magnify this song a lot, but as a soloist song, maybe not the best pick. And I think that's kind of what everyone's saying in the song choice piece. I know, look at me.
Whoa.
I know.
Okay.
Having an opinion and everything.
I know. All right. Let's see what she is doing at home from our judges. Oh boy.
Yes, the bartender over here is a little bit they pour the drink strong, apparently.
All right.
Imani Whidbey from Nevada. 495.76 for the doubled score with the average of 26.47. 522.23. Well done. Well done.
All right. Now we're going to move.
We have a lot of singers this year that are actually new to the competition. So they're just learning about the different formats and the things that we're looking for. So this is part of that learning process. And then we have singers that are very seasoned and have been through many competitions and different styles and things. And our next contestant
has been, I believe he's been in many competitions.
Indeed.
Like you said. Here is Will Celestial with some Unchained Melody from Texas.
Oh, my love, my darling, I'm hungry for your touch. A long time, and time goes by so slowly, and time can do so much. You I need your love. God, speak your love to me. Lonely rivers flow to the sea, to the open arms of the sea. Yeah. Lonely riverside, wait for me, wait for me. I'll be coming home, wait for me.
All right. Thank you, Will Celestial. Yeah, some Unchained Melody. Classic right there. So again, beware of the vertical videos. However, I do like seeing your full body, and I do like the back curtain, and I do love the way you're dressed. I really actually want that shirt. It's a really cool shirt. So
indeed.
All right, I'm gonna start with Chris.
I do love that shirt too. It looks so good. All I have to say, you better sing, Mr. Neville. Sound like Aaron Neville on that part to me. I love it. So, still mine. Make sure you raise that soft palate and drop that jaw a little bit on mine. Make sure mine's not tight. It's a pretty good song. You sound good on that. I like a little bit more with your face. For me, I would like just a little bit more with your face and telling the story a little bit more. But other than that, it was good. That was a good song.
All right. Thanks, Chris. Miriam Kim.
So I like Will's voice very, very much. He's very, for the most part, very polished. And, you know, again, he dresses to impress. Love the shirt and everything. This rendition of the song screamed impersonation to me a little bit. And especially when he was doing the little, what Chris called the Aaron Neville stuff. It sounded like, you know, how you would impersonate that singer. And to me, impersonation is not artistry. You're copying somebody else's artistry. It's not your own. I would have liked to hear him sing this the way he would have wanted to sing this had it been written for him, rather than taking somebody else's version and trying to mimic that exact sound. So it was a little awkward for me to hear. It's not saying that he didn't do a great job at it. It's just, I don't want to hear impersonation. I want to hear authenticity. Yeah.
All right.
But great job other than that.
Thanks, Miriam. All right. Let's show Will Celestial's total. Will Celestial from Texas, you scored today of 578.9, and we're adding to yesterday's score of 29.09, and you're ending with a 607.99. Woo, great job. Great job. All right. Well, now we're coming back to Nevada, and here she is. She made it last year to the semifinal rounds in the national finals at the South Point Grandview Lounge. And I would like to introduce everyone, Trinity Starr.
On the shallow ground, there's no one around, and I'm blanking the stars in our eyes. See, we are drifting free like two lost leaves on the crazy wind of the night. Darling, don't say a word, 'cause I already heard what your body's saying to mine. If I want it all, if I want it all night. He says it's alright. It's not a fast move, but a slow groove. On my mind, 'cause I got a man with a slow hand. I've got a lover with an easy touch. I've got somebody who will spend some time, not come and go in a heated rush. I've got somebody who will understand. I found a lover with a slow hand. Who will love with a slow hand.
All right. Thank you, Trinity. And before I have Miriam or Chris tell us what they're doing or what they thought of, Ian actually sent, because Ian couldn't be here right now, so he sent in a video.
Hi, Trinity. I was really very happy with your performance of Slow Hands. Your vocal was a smouldering ember with a wisp of smoke, hints of Tina Turner and even Martha Wash in there. It was a little rasp, a little vibrato, and a whole lot of soul. It was a great performance. Thank you for that. My pro tip for you is every single musical note matters. So if you can do a couple of retakes and eliminate just the handful here or there of iffy notes, you'll really magnify your performance and sell it. Good luck.
Yes, thanks, Ian. All right, let's add you guys back to that stream. Oh, yeah. So let's start with, which one do you want to start? Yeah, Chris. Okay, you're doing the, yep. All right, here we go.
Oh, sorry. So Trinity. I like this song. I don't really know it, but I really liked it. I would like a little bit more of a slow hand, round that slow a little bit. That W really round that O and round the O a little bit more. It was pretty good. I love your hair, honey. I just gotta say that. I love them curls. I love that. I love them curls. But my thing I would say, if you're gonna have a black I can't talk. If you're gonna have a black backdrop, I would like for you to pop a little color into it. Just so you stick out a little bit, look more like a star. Even if it's like a little bit more jewelry or something, just to give it a little something, just a little pop. So as far as that, but I would like to hear you sing something a little stronger, because that song is a little like this for me. When I would like to hear a little bit more what you can do.
Yeah. Thanks, Chris. All right, Miriam.
Yeah, I have to agree with Chris. I love the hair. I'm big on really nice hair. I'm like a sucker for it. And girlfriend, that jewelry right there, she put a little bit of bling. Hey, like speaking to my little sparkle heart. Okay. I think your voice is so just wow. Your voice is amazing, right? You are a strong vocalist, which is interesting because this song, I felt like it was almost lazy singing. It didn't really flow for me so much. It didn't have that attitude that I wanted from you. But even with the lazy singing, your voice is just on point, right? So I'm just going, oh, I want to give you all the points, and you're making it hard for me. So here's the thing, you guys, if I'm commenting on something, just keep in mind that each of the subcategories within each category is about worth 2 points each. So when I'm speaking on one particular category or one subcategory, it's really only about 2 points worth. But again, those 2 points could really make or break you, whether you're moving forward or not. So it's very important that I point out even the smallest things and make it a big deal. Okay. So with that being said, I wanted more punch in this song. I wanted some sexy. You're talking about you want a man with slow hand. I wanted you to work this thing. Okay. I want you to look at the camera and work it and really make me believe that is exactly what you meant. yes, we want to keep it PG, but you know, you could have given me something. So just as an FYI,
Ooh,
right?
at least the vocal gasm, right?
As an FYI, you know, for future videos, hopefully you do move on, and for future videos, and if you do end up on the Keep On Singing program, make sure that you're really giving it 150%, like with your performance, because your vocals are there, Miss Thing, but you really need to like amp it up with your performance side.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. All right. And Trinity, you know how I feel about you. You're amazing. So, Trinity, your score, 618.4 plus 28.99 equals 647.39.
Yes.
Woohoo! Yeah, Miss Trinity.
Well
All
done.
right.
All right. And we're going to stay in Nevada.
We sure are. And she corrected us on her name.
Yes.
Thank you, guys.
Thank
if
you
we're
so
saying
much.
your name
yes.
wrong,
Please correct us because
please.
we have been saying her name wrong the entire
and
time.
you can email us too at KWCUSA
Team
USA
at gmail.com.
KWCTeamUSA at gmail.com.
Yes.
Yeah, I started hearing you, and all of a sudden we're doubling each other, and it got a little messy there. All right, but this is
Taylon Lewis from Nevada.
Doing some If I Were a Boy.
If I were a boy, even just for a day, out of bed in the morning, if I want what I wanted to know, drink beer with the guys, and chase after girls. With who I wanted, and I never get confronted for it, 'cause they stick up for me. If I were a boy, I think I could understand how it feels to love a girl. I swear I'll be your better man. I listen to her, 'cause I know how it hurts when you lose the one you wanted, 'cause he's taking you for granted, and everything you had got destroyed. It's a little too late for you to come back. Say it's just a mistake, think I forgive you like that. If you thought I would wait for you, you thought wrong. You're just a boy. You don't understand. Yeah, you don't understand. Until you lose the one you wanted, 'cause you've taken her for granted, and everything you had got destroyed.
Yes, Taylon
Lewis. Woo. New to the competition this year.
Yeah, man, that voice.
Yeah.
She has such a great voice. Things that I just give always tips about is horizontal videos. And I would like to see, like I said yesterday, some type of background, or just get out of your kitchen, like just put on a blank wall, like just standing against a blank wall, and dress to impress. So that's the thing. Otherwise, your voice, whew, oh my goodness, girl.
It's tiny little things, tiny tips.
Yep. Let's start with Miriam.
So it's Taylon.
Yes.
All right, Taylon. You have this soulfulness in your voice. This cry singing that I really, really love. I have been a fan of your voice since the very beginning, with your qualifier videos. And you know, it's just, yeah, I'm scouting, so just FYI.
You're gonna be fighting.
Right. So you definitely caught my eye and my ears. Okay. You have so much potential under your belt. With that being said, I do have to be honest as far as your attire is concerned. You know, I really wanted you to change your outfit, at least, for, you know, from your first video to this one. And, you know, that's something that everyone should be doing. You guys should be changing your outfits for your songs and not wear the same thing. There were a few contestants who did that. They wore the same thing. And, you know, please don't do that. Like, I want the outfit to match the song. And so, Taylon, I wanted you to wear something like, you know, be a dude. Be a dude. Wear some dude clothes or something, you know? Like when Beyonce comes out, she's like in full gear, right? But there were some intimate moments that you threw in there that I really enjoyed. Your use of dynamics, right? So, you know, instead of singing, you are, instead of blasting it like Beyonce would, you brought that into a nice, beautiful head voice. Right? There was a gentleness that happened. I was like, oh, that's different. I like it a lot. You know? You know, I was like, oh, she's using dynamics. Yes. Just on the, I would say focus more on your stage presence and your attire, and those subcategories. And I really feel like that's going to elevate you to what we're looking for.
Truth.
Yeah.
All right.
Chris.
Go Cowboys.
All right, yeah, go Cowboys. All right, so that beginning part, if I were a boy, it takes just as much air and energy to do low stuff as it does to do the high belting stuff. So I would like for you to move that air quickly. You know, it might be low and it might not be as high and powerful, but you still have to approach it with the same outlook of the high stuff. There's a couple of things that I would like to do, like for you to do on like come back a little bit more slides and a little bit. You thought you can't go to head voice before you sing wrong. You have to hit that full because that's the top part of the song. That's pretty much the highest part of the song. So I would just like a little bit more punch. And then you wrong, then you come all the way back down. You know what I mean? You have to really show that different in that contrast from being here to bringing it back down, but still having energy as well. I really like your voice. It's a good song for you.
Woohoo! Thank you, Chris. All right, Katie, let's show everyone what Taylon Lewis scored.
All right. So for Taylon today, doubled score 633 added to yesterday's average of 30.59 equals a total of 663.59 for the day 2 total. Yes. And all the singers are trying to just make the top 30 points. So the top 30 scoring singers.
When you hit round 3, actually all your scores are going to reset.
Yes.
So, and then these scores only are if there's a tie. Only if there's a tie.
Yes.
All right. We're going back to Washington State.
Yeah.
Luis
Eduardo Orozco.
Yes, doing some
Corazón Espinado.
Esa mujer me está matando, me ha espinado el corazón. Por más que trato de olvidarla, mi alma no da razón. Mi corazón aplastado, herido y abandonado. A ver, tú sabes, dime mi amor, cuánto amor y qué dolor nos quedó. Ay, corazón espinal, cómo duele, me duele no amar. Ay, cómo me duele el amor. cuando uno es bien entregado. Pero no olvides, mujer, que algún día dirás, ay, 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 cómo me duele el amor. Ay, corazón espinado, cómo duele, me duele no amar. Ay, cómo me duele el amor. Ay, corazón espinado. Ay, cómo me duele el amor. Y échale. Cómo me duele el olvido. Cómo duele el corazón. Cómo me duele estar vivo sin tenerte a un lado, amor. Corazón espinado.
Yes. Great job, Luis. We were all dancing,
Yes.
dancing. Woo. And I love that you did it in Spanish. And great
The
job.
energy is amazing.
Yeah.
Like I love the energy you brought to that song.
Oh, yeah.
That's awesome.
All right. Let's bring up Go Cowboys first.
Louise, I love that you sing your heritage. I like that. That's nice. I would just say I like your dancing too. Like he was dancing and getting down. He was like, dun, 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 dun. I like that. Just on some parts, really watch that diction. Even though you sing in Spanish, I still need to hear that diction good. But overall, pretty good job.
Pretty good job. Boo. All right. Miriam.
I was dancing like a crazy person. When I was judging this one, as soon as it popped on, I was like, oh snap. Oh snap. I got my tea. I was like, yeah. Ay, corazón espinado. Oh, get it. Luis, fantastic job. I felt like I was at a party. It was great. Your energy was up. You were having fun. I could understand what you were saying. I don't speak Spanish, but I could understand it. I really appreciated your diction. Living in California, you do hear a lot of Spanish, so you kind of pick up on some things. And I've heard that song being done plenty of times at karaoke and not anywhere close to what you did. You have this like ease about you, which I absolutely love. And you're just having so much fun with your songs. And your voice lends itself well to this, type of music. So really, really appreciated it. That's it. I was partying it up.
All right. How did all the other judges appreciate it? Let's find out.
Well, Luis, your score is a 607.5, added to a 26.8 from yesterday, leaving you with a final total of 634.3.
Yes. Woo!
Miriam's judging my announcer
Right?
voice.
We're going to stick around in Washington.
Oh, yes, making it rain.
And come on to another returning champion
Yep.
who has placed before.
Yep. And actually, he was
He actually
placed
flew
in
to Las Vegas.
He missed
and
out
became a Nevada
2 years ago
finalist.
and was like
the first time he got into this competition.
Yep. And in Nevada, they fell in love with him. And when he left, they were
Absolutely.
like, "Why did you leave?"
Right. And you're going to find out right now
But
why they all fell
he had
in
to
love
actually
with
go
him.
find the love of his life at KWC.
Exactly.
So that's what he did.
So we're going to listen to James Bueller with some Unintended.
Could be my unintended choice to live my life extended. You should be the one I'll always love.
I had before. I'll be there as soon as I can, but I'm busy mending broken pieces of the life I had before
Yes, sorry, we're typing in the scores. So sometimes we're a little slow. Oh my gosh. I gotta say, first of all, I want to applaud you for doing Muse. I love Muse. I think your voice really lends itself to Muse really, really, really well. I love your shirt. I love your background. I love that it is horizontal.
Drink.
All right. Let's start with Chris.
All right, I have to say that yeah, I would like for you to make that transition from chest voice to head voice a lot smoother. It's a little rough. And on the end, when you say you, how you make sure you really ooh and not ooh. Your mouth was closed when you said ooh. So, and that will give you a way better sound on that ooh instead of ooh. You know what I mean on that end. I really like your voice a lot. I really do like it. I think you did a great job. You did a great job on that. Just make those transitions smooth from that chest to head.
All right. Thanks, Chris. Miriam Kim.
I'm a huge Muse fan myself. My very first concert and my only concert I've ever gone to was Muse when they came over here for the Staples Center. Yes. The tickets to watch them was like $300. So it's a good thing I didn't have to pay for it myself. They're phenomenal in concert. Phenomenal.
The best concerts I've ever seen,
same here.
hands down.
I've been to tons of concerts.
Absolutely. Yes. And they know how to put on a darn good concert, okay? James, your voice is so, I mean, that falsetto that you put, like that reinforced falsetto is so nice, right? There were moments where it was a little bit wobbly, but I feel like that's because you weren't pushing that air through to keep it consistent. But I feel like if you really worked on this song, like you can hone it to be like a world level performance.
Oh yeah.
You know, I genuinely enjoyed it. This was one of the songs I don't know from you, so I was very pleasantly surprised. I love it when singers come out with the not your run of the mill competition songs and come out with something that's like what and make you pay attention. So with that being said, I thought that this was a great song choice. It does need a bit of work to really finesse that. And I feel like if you had looked at the camera and really interacted more with the camera and really saying to me, like, again, like I said yesterday, when you are making your video more enjoyable, I personally, as a judge, am more forgiving of some little hiccups here and there. So just as FYI for future videos, you know, later, I'm not saying anything, but future videos somewhere in the ether, just keep that in mind.
Yes.
But great job.
Let's see how forgiving the rest of the coaches and judges were with the entertainment factor. For James Bueller from Washington, today's doubled score was 537.1 with the average of 27.4, totaling 564.14. Well done, James. Yay.
I love that performance, by the way.
Yes, absolutely.
All right. We are staying in Washington State.
Stay there.
He also was a former New York champion in 2011 for the Karaoke Battle USA, which was part of the Karaoke World Championships that year on ABC TV. And he's going to sing, I believe, the most requested song this year, right?
I would have to double check that after all of the selections are in. I
it's
think
one
it
of
did
them.
shift.
Yeah. Oh, did it?
I
Okay.
think it did shift at the end after they were all in.
But hallelujah, here is Garvando.
I heard there was a secret chord David played and it pleased the Lord, but you don't really care for music, do ya? Well, it goes like this: the fourth, the fifth, the minor fall, and the major lift. The barefoot king composing hallelujah, 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 Maybe there's a God above, but all I've ever learned from love was how to shoot somebody who outdrew you. And it's not a cry that you hear at night. It's not someone who has seen the light. It's a call and it's a broken hallelujah.
Oh, yes. Woo! Blowing us away. And like you could really, 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 really feel that.
Yeah.
Woo. Oh. Whew.
Taking
He
everyone
Shrek'd
out
us.
there to church.
We
He
just
did.
all got
We all
Shrek'd.
got Shrek'd.
We all got Shrek'd.
Yes.
All right, Miriam.
We as a family love the movie
I
Shrek.
love
And so
Shrek.
every time I hear that song or Josh hears that
Yep,
song,
I say we get Shrek.
we
I usually
think of Shrek.
If I'm judging it, I actually usually draw.
Oh, yeah, we
when
you
had
either
the
draw
paper- when we
Shrek
had
on the paper. You can tell who sang
scoring sheets,
Hallelujah.
you'd always see a Shrek and Donkey drawing every single time.
Yeah, indeed.
Okay.
But it is a
well-known Garvando, aka Aaron Neville 2.0. So Hallelujah is one of those songs that are always done in every competition, and you're just kind of like, okay, I'm kind of over this song. Okay, like I've heard every rendition of this song. I didn't hear Garvando's rendition of this song, and I was just floored. Oh my God. Talk about hitting every point, right? Every point vocally. Your breath support was on point. Your timing was on point. Your diction to me was on point. Your artistry was gorgeous. You didn't take it cray-cray. You didn't go all wonky, just okay. You kept it nice and right there, and you just really gave us that volume. This is what I was talking about, giving volume without shouting at us. Thank you for not yelling at me. I appreciate it. You can get volume without shouting, And Garvando did exactly that. He controlled the dynamics from loud to soft. You know, he really played that line. Other than you not looking at the camera, which I would have really liked. Can you tell I want y'all to look at the camera? Okay, I want you to look at me. If you were on stage, you'd look at me, you know? So look at me through the camera lens. But other than that, I don't know what else to say. Except great job.
Yeah. Yeah. I gotta say he's the first person to make me tear up while singing that song. Chris.
I have to say he sounded great. His mic settings were great. It sounded so good. He like, it's so funny when I heard this song, I had just watched the girl from America's Got Talent sing this song, and she sung it just recently. And just like Heidi Klum said, every time you hear this song, you're like, oh, I know this, or da-da-da. But he sung it in such a different way that it was amazing. It was really good. I really enjoyed his voice on that. He did a great job on that. It actually really shocked me when I heard him sing it and he started. I was like, all right, he's singing. Yes. And that's what I'm talking about, is as far as just taking it to another level, making it your own, but not going too far off the spectrum and doing too much, but staying right in that and getting right in the middle and just hitting those notes. His mic settings were awesome. It sounded so good. And just like Miriam said, I would like for you to look at us just a little bit more and even connect with us as well. But good job. Great job.
I do have to say that I really hope that so Nyla, one of the casting directors of all these different shows that are out there, and I really hope she saw that, because like that's a game changer. Like that's usually with that song, you don't ever say like that's a game changer.
Yes.
That time is a game
anytime
changer.
someone can take a song that is done consistently or overly done in the competition setting and make you like perk up and pay attention to that song again in a different way is a good sign. And we're going to see what the rest of the judges and coaches thought about that.
Shebang!
Garvando.
All right, Garvando, you have scored a 716.9, and we're going to add that to your 32.12 to equal 749.02, which I believe is our high score right now.
That could be our highest score today. There are contestants playing along.
I know.
The other
They
singers
can tell
out
me.
there.
They can
They're
tell
keeping spreadsheets, and I, for one, value a good spreadsheet. So I appreciate all of you out there who are playing along, keeping your notes and writing it all down and trying to figure it out. If you're made that top 30 cut, if you need to spend your day tomorrow watching, which you do anyway, even if you didn't make that top 30 cut.
Yeah.
You should spend your time watching how this all comes to play and all of the talent that's in it. And we're going to move on to some more of that amazing talent that's in this contest from Nevada. Jeremy Chapa.
Old man Wrigley lived in that White House down the street where I grew up. Mama used to send me over with things. We struck a friendship up. We spent a few long summers out on his old porch swing. Said he was in the war, went in the Navy. He lost his wife, lost his baby. I broke down and asked him one time, how you keep from going crazy? He said, I see my wife and son in just a little while. I asked him what he meant. He looked at me and smiled. Said, I raise my hands and bow my head. I'm finding more and more truth in the words written in red. They tell me that there's more to life than just what I can see. I can't quote the book, the chapter or the verse. You can't tell me it all ends in a slow ride in a hearse. You know, I'm more and more convinced the longer that I live. Yeah, this can't be. No, this can't be. No, this can't be all there is. So I raise my hand, bow my head.
Oh, yes, Jeremy. I've got to say, and this is what something you're going to find out right now. You were the first person when I was editing to bring tears to my eyes and really like bring me to closer to God. So I really loved it. I do. While I usually would say don't do vertical videos, I did like that. I could put like this doorway. It was like that doorway that I could do. Like none of the judges saw that when they were judging, but they saw just the vertical video, and I put the other stuff. And when I did that, I was like, oh, it was like this doorway to a heavenly place. But it also resonated with what's going on in the world with COVID and everything else, and people passing away. So it made me
All right. A little verklempt over here. We're gonna move on. He's playing it again. He's so excited about that video.
I'm fine.
All right. Going. How about you, Miriam? How did you feel about that? Vocalgasm. Hashtag vocalgasm.
So Jeremy, man, what can I say about Jeremy? Jeremy has an incredible storytelling type of voice, right? He knows how to use dynamics, and he knows how to phrase a song, how to build that song into this, I don't know, masterpiece, right? So a lot of you might know the song. I don't know the song, okay? And
I saw the title and thought it was Book of Mormon, and it took me a minute. I'm like, this isn't what I'm expecting.
Yeah.
What is this song? I had to go back and look up the artist again.
Yeah, here's the thing. I don't have to know a song to know that you're doing a great job, okay? Again, being classically trained and knowing, song structure and chord progression and things like that, I can generally tell if you're doing a good job or not. This song, I don't want to hear the original. I want you to make an EP and make a single of your version and send it to me, because I want to hear your rendition of it only. I don't want to mar it with some other nonsense. Your cover of this song is the original for me, and that's what I gotta say about that. Okay, I want that camera up directly in front of your face, not down below. But I mean, other than that, and the reason we want you to do that is because that way your face is your jawline is neutral. Okay, if you're looking down at a camera, it's kind of squished. Okay, we don't want that. You want it nice and neutral. Okay, same thing why we don't want it up here, because then you're extending your larynx, and that's not good either. So keep it nice and neutral. Have the camera in front of your face. Other than I don't know what else to say about that.
Yeah, those gestures got off because it was vertical. But other than it was still amazing. All right, Chris.
All right, me personally, I'm going to disagree because I don't like you on that song, and that's just my personal opinion. I think it's too easy for your voice. Your voice is amazing, but
you don't like him, or you don't like that song for him?
I don't like that song on him. I love him. Like, I think your voice is amazing, and I think that you need to be pushed a little bit more. But I do love, my favorite part I like is the talking part. I do like that part. We go whatever. But as far as vocally, like the structure of the song for your voice, my opinion, I wouldn't have you sing them because I don't like the way you sound on that song. But I'm not saying your voice is bad. Like, you're really good. But just for that song, me personally, I don't like you on that. I'm just being honest.
All right, let's see what the other judges thought.
Oh, yes, Jeremy Chappa, you scored a 676. And we're going to add it to yesterday's total of 34.54, which gives you a grand total of 710.54.
Put that in your spreadsheets, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, and I got to say, Jeremy,
yes,
if you
well
want to
done.
record this when this is all over, please come to my studio. It's on the south end of Las Vegas.
We'll record it for Miriam. We'll send her the
get you
EP.
in there at Def Tall and
we'll get it
record
to
you.
her. Absolutely. Fantastic. All right. Heading back to Texas. The stars
Well,
at night.
Jeremy said he was actually originally from Texas.
Right, he
and so,
did.
yeah. So we're going to stay in Texas, I guess.
I guess, yeah.
Yes, stars at night are big and bright, deep in the heart of Texas. I didn't mean to cut you
Didn't
off
finish
earlier.
it. Yeah.
Katie likes to speed along.
I do. I
All
try
right.
to try to pay attention to time. And we're going to move on to Toria Hernandez from Texas.
Doing some Let It Go from Frozen.
Demi Lovato version, I believe.
Yep.
Blows white on the mountain tonight, not a footprint to be seen. Kingdom of isolation, and it looks like I'm the queen. The wind is howling like a swirling storm inside. Couldn't keep it in, heaven knows I tried. Don't let them in, don't let them see. Be the good girl you always have to be. Conceal, don't feel, don't let them know. Well, now they know. Let it go, let it go. You can't hold it back anymore. Let it go, let it go. Turn my back and slam my door. And here I stand, and here I'll say, let it go, let it go. The cold never bothered me anymore. Standing frozen with the life I've chosen. You won't find me. The past is so behind me. Buried in the snow. Let it go, let it go. The cold never bothered me anyway. Let it go, let it go. Can't hold it back anymore. Let it go, let it go. Turn my back and slam the door. And here I stand, and here I'll say, let it go, let it go. The cold never bothered me anyway.
Yes, slayed that. And usually I'm not a fan of that song at all. And I loved it. I also love that it was horizontal.
Horizontal. Okay.
However, I do have to
everyone?
say that I don't think you needed that background. I don't know if you needed that background because your voice and the power and everything you brought is way more powerful.
It did fit the song.
It did fit that song,
did fit
but
the
it's just
song.
I don't know if it was needed. But man, I'm a fan.
Yeah.
I am a fan. If you make me like that song, I don't like
And
that
I
song.
like the version.
Yes.
There are a lot of different versions of songs out there. There's Disney versions, there's other versions. And I like that she chose a more contemporary version to be able to showcase herself a little more. And I like that.
Oh,
but what did
yeah.
you think? Who are you picking? Which judge?
Chris.
Chris, what do you think, Chris?
I am a big fan of her. I really I love power sopranos. I love them. When I used to have my choirs, I used to love to have me good sopranos in my soprano section. And if she was in my choir, she would be in my soprano section. What I can say about go, make sure you round each time you say go, really round that go, let it go. Yeah, I mean, I really liked it. I would like something a little bit stronger, but that's just my personal opinion. But I do like that, and I liked because you didn't do too many licks. You kind of just stayed in the pocket, and then anyway, make sure you keep that floated and make sure it's not too over sang.
All right. Thanks, Chris. All right. We got Miriam Kim coming all the way from California. What do you have to say about that?
Toria. I love the look, right? She didn't have this, she didn't dress up like Elsa. She gave a nice modern take, like what Elsa would look like if she went to school here. You know what I'm saying? Right, Chris? You feel me on that? She didn't dress up as Elsa. She dressed up like what Elsa
Contemporary
would be.
Elsa.
Yeah, contemporary Elsa. You know, the background. I mean, it works. It works with the snow and everything, but I mean, it's not like no one knows where that song comes from. You know, you don't really need it so much. She could have just done, well, but I mean, it's really nice to look at. It looks like a kind of like a music video situation. But again, that doesn't hurt anybody if you don't do something like that. So just FYI, it's just visually appealing. Vocally, I felt like she struggled a bit, especially in her upper register. It did fall a little thin for me, and her runs weren't as crisp as I'd like it to be. It was very pop, but at the same time, like not as polished as I would expect her voice to be, because I've heard more from her where it was a bit more polished. So again, I mean, I've been sitting here judging y'all since like qualifiers, so I've been looking at your videos. So nationals is that segment where you amp it up, like you did your qualifiers, okay, that's cute and everything, but then you like step it up a notch for us, and so that's where it kind of like backfired a little bit for me. But as far as making, like, she picked the right version if she were to pick the two, because she's not musical theater, she's more pop. So Demi Lovato was the right way to go for her. So as far as like which version you picked the right one.
Woohoo!
All right.
Thanks, Miriam. All right, here we go. Katie, what did Toria Hernandez
Victoria
score?
Hernandez from Texas, her doubled score for the day, 592.42, with the average of 31.96 equals 624.38 for the day.
Yeah.
Well done.
Woo. Very good job. All right.
Moving back to California.
California. Here we go. All right, Katie, why don't you announce who the next person
We're going to have Tamika Devant with some Alabaster Box.
I can't forget the way my life used to be. I was a prisoner to the sin that had me bound. I spent my days, poured my life without measure into a little treasure box I thought I found. Until the day when Jesus came to me and healed my soul with the wonders of his touch. And now I'm giving back to him all the praise he's so worthy of. I've been forgiven, and that's why I love him so much. I've come to pour my praise on him like oil from Mary's alabaster box. Don't be angry if I wash his feet with my tears and dry them with my hair. My hair, you were there the night he found me. You did not feel what I felt when he wrapped his love all around me. And you don't know the cause of the oil. Hey, you don't know the cause of my praise. You don't know the cause of the oil in my alabaster box.
Oh, yes. Man, it seems like we get that song every
Tamika,
year, and it's
right?
always very like
Always powerful.
Yeah.
Every time. All right. What do our judges have to say about that?
Let's start with, it looks like Chris is crying. I want to bring Chris up.
For those who don't know, that I lost my brother last year, and that just I don't know what it is about that song and the way that she sang it. It just really just touches my spirit so much that I have to just say thank you for singing that. I when I first heard her first song, I was like, sounds like CeCe Winans a little bit. I would love to hear her sing a CeCe Winans song. And then when I saw that she was singing that, I was just, girl, you can sing, and I love it. I loved it. I love it. I felt it. I know that you were telling the story, and you were singing from your heart and not just putting on performance. You really, I felt it. Every note, every word. I love it. That's all I can say is I loved you on that number, and you sounded great. I just love it. I got goosebumps the whole time. I just love it. Beautiful job.
By the way, Chris, I'm very sorry about your loss. Like that, I didn't know that was what that was. So we love you. All right, Miriam.
I was gonna be like, but do you love it, Chris? But do you love it?
Girl, I love
it. Tamika is one of the, she's one of those people who have such clarity of diction, right? Like, you can understand every word, and to Tamika, every word of this song meant something to her. And it was very, very deliberate. You can tell that this song means something. It fills up her soul, right? It fills up from the top of her head to the bottom of her feet. Like, she oozes gospel. Okay. So it was really hard. And as a judge, when you're judging, keep in mind that, your judges don't all come from the same background, right? So, you're going to have those who are spiritual and those who are not. Okay. And for those who are not, singing a gospel song is risky because we may not connect with those lyrics, but I have to say, with the sincerity that you brought to that, I felt like I was in church and you were singing praise, right? You were singing your testimony almost. And Chris, I was just like you. I sat here and I started getting misty-eyed because it was just full of love and I don't know. It's just sometimes you can feel like the emoting is happening for real when you're genuine with your performance, and it really does transcend the screen. It goes through the screen and it comes to us as the judges or the audience, and you just, you know those videos where you watch it and you just find yourself crying because they just give that. And Tamika, you did that. You did that to Chris just now, even though he watched that video already. He knew it was coming. And you did that to me too. So fantastic job. Really fantastic job.
Yes. Let's see how it touched the other judges. Tamika Devon in California, your doubled score for the day, 674, with the average of 32.88, is a total of 706.88 for the day. Well done.
Yeah.
Nicely done.
Woo. All right. We're going to stay in California. We're going to stay in California.
Stick around for a minute.
This person is no stranger to karaoke competitions.
Not at all.
I would like to bring up Stephen Williamson, who's going to be doing.
He's going to say about the most scandalous couple in karaoke history.
And in 2010, this was the #1 requested song.
I don't know what's going on with the Joneses, but man, there are a lot of songs about them.
Here's some Me and Mrs. Jones.
We've gotta be extra careful, darling. that we don't build our hopes up too high. 'Cause she's got her own obligations, and so do I. Mrs. Jones, Mrs. Jones, Mrs. Jones, Mrs. Jones. Oh, you know we've got a good thing going on. And we both know that it's wrong, but it's much too strong to let it go now. And well, it's time for us to be leaving. It hurts so much, you know, it hurts so much deep inside. Now she'll go her way and I'll go mine. But tomorrow we'll meet at the same place, the same time. Me and Mrs. Jones. Oh, you know we've got a good thing going on, baby. But we've got to be extra careful, darling. We can't afford to build our hopes up to our...
Oh, yeah, Stephen Williamson, to Me and Mrs. Jones.
Those Joneses.
Classic right there. Hey, again, everyone drink, because I really wish you did that horizontal.
That was a vertical video. It should have been a horizontal video.
And part of the reason is because
But the judges don't judge on that.
No, they don't.
This is Josh
This is
judging
me,
on that.
but
This is
we're
him
getting
trying
to a point
to edit all the
and keep on
videos and
singing.
get them in here.
I need you guys to do horizontal videos.
And your coaches will work with you.
And your
on
coaches will definitely
Absolutely.
be in charge of making sure it's a horizontal video. Part of the reason is because I really want to see more of his hand gestures. So it was getting cut
that.
off.
It's hard. You get stuck in this tiny box. You can't
But I want
pull
to see
your
him
arms
also
out.
maybe take a step back from the camera. So these are things I want to tell you guys too. Take a step back from your camera so I can see more of you. And also because the way his camera is situated, and it's right next to a speaker, he got close because he wants to be heard. But then he's also sort of belting really hard to make sure he can be heard. If you're going to do that, make sure you get a step back, because it was just a little bit shouty. And I think it's just because
We're going to let the judges come in.
Okay. I'll be quiet, Kitty.
What do you think, Miriam Kim?
Katie, I appreciate you silencing him, because I was just about to comment on that. Yeah, it did get very shouty. I feel like with this song, there has to be a level, I mean, with most songs, really. You should never shout. If you find yourself shouting, you're doing it wrong, okay? Please don't shout at us. We don't like it. Controlled is fine. Shouting, no good, okay? I don't like being yelled at, especially when you're shouting at me with me and Mrs. I don't want, I want me and Mrs. Jones. Nice and controlled, right? Please don't blast that at me, okay? Just because it's recorded that way and you hear it a little bit louder does not mean that the singer is shouting. Okay, it's a magic of technology.
Don't yell it out.
Yeah, it's a secret. It's a secret, right? There were some issues as far as phrasing was concerned, and then the ad libs at the very end were it was, again, please be mindful for ad libs. You do not have to match the ones that were done originally. Ad libs are literally your platform to showcase your artistry.
I feel like Chris is agreeing with you and his facial expressions underneath you there.
Yes,
He's agreeing
your
with you.
artistry. You put your own ad libs there. figure it out, make it your own. That's your moment, okay? The melody line structure might be remaining the same, but the ad-lib part, you do your own thing. Because what happens is if you try to mimic somebody else and it's not your style, it's going to show that it's not your style and it sounds awkward. So that's just a tip to keep in mind to make it more your own.
Good tip.
Oh, yes. Chris.
All right. Y'all might get mad at me, but I'm going to say it. Just like Miriam said, he was doing a little too screamy for me. Even, I know you didn't show this, but watching it, one of my comments that I had wrote for him was when he started the song, he was like, me and Mrs. Jones, instead of me and Mrs. Jones. You know, you got to lay back. That is a laying back song. It is a laid-back song until you get to that me. Yeah, then you're getting it, but you can't come in too hard. And I was really disappointed because it was just too screamy for me because his voice is so great. And I really liked his first song so much. And I really like his voice. But you got to be mindful of dynamics. Ladies and gentlemen, dynamics. And just like Miriam said, ad-lib is you. You don't have to do what the artist does. Do something that's comfortable in your voice and in your range. You know, you gotta be careful, you know, things like that. If you can't do all that, make it simple. You know, yeah, you know, if you have to do little stuff like that, throw that in there. It doesn't always have to be. And a lot of you guys singers think that high screaming and loud is acceptable, and it's not. Not every song is and all that. Like, we don't like to hear that if it's not controlled and it's good. And a lot of singers make that mistake, especially men. We like to hear low. I like to hear you sing low. Like a man, give me some low. You could have been, yeah. You could have gave me a little bit of something like that. You know, it's not always about being super high and just wailing for the gods. You know what I mean? So, but me personally, I didn't really like him on that. But he has room to grow because he's a really, really, really good singer. And I hope that I get to see more from him. Like, I want to see what else he can do.
He is a really good singer. But before Katie moves on, the one thing about that song, and because I like that the first year I was involved with KWC in 2010, I was like, man, it's #1 song. Why? And I started to look into
always
the song.
been very popular.
The reason why that build happens, and I talked to Chris about this the other day, was because the reason why it gets loud and that dynamics goes up is because you're getting in the throes of passion, that vocal gasm that you're having. And so you want to build to that because you're with me and Mrs. Jones. Like you two are
I thought the relationship was just going sour and he was getting angry at Mrs. Jones. I just felt like he was angry.
He's in passion. He's like, me and Mrs. Jones.
You just
like,
wanted to do that.
Yeah. So
anyway, don't make me think he's angry at Mrs. Jones.
No, he's not angry. Not angry at all.
I never know what's going on with the Joneses. They're all over the place.
Yeah. Same place, same time.
He just trying to get in them draws.
Find out.
Get in those draws.
He looks forward to that.
What Stephen Williamson from California scored.
All right, here we go.
Today's exam.
Stephen Williamson from California. You have scored a 493.86, and we're going to add that to your 23.21 from yesterday, with leaving you with a 517.07.
Well done. Look at that. That's almost real applause, even. Look at that.
All right.
Nice work. We're going to go back to Arkansas, keeping it rolling right along. Some of these comments, you got all of the singers and supporters watching along the commentary. We are monitoring them along the way, and they are almost as amusing as the video entries. Not quite, though, because the video entries are fantastic. And we're going to move on to the next video entry from Arkansas with Deshaun Washington.
Now, I do have on the list, I have Chris before Deshaun.
Oh, do you?
So, but that's fine. I'm going to go with this way. So, Chris Hoffman, if you were listed above Deshaun, you will be right after him.
Right.
So sometimes that happens.
Not sure which lineup is correct.
All right. So here we
we're
go.
Gonna go with Deshaun.
Deshaun is doing some Tennessee whiskey, the classic
Chris
song
Stapleton.
that Chris Stapleton took and remastered and made it his own.
I stay strong, oh love, all the time. I've looked for love in all same old places, but I found that the bottom of bottles always dry. Oh, but when you pour out your heart, I didn't waste it, 'cause there's nothing like your love to hit me. Tennessee whiskey, you're as sweet, strong. You're as warm to glass, champagne, and I stay strong. Oh, love, oh.
Alrighty. Thank you, Deshaun. All right, we do have an added guest judge back again, some Ian Murphy.
Woo!
Man,
Good
Ian,
evening, everybody.
before we get to you, I want to say that you are the most loved judge and the most hated judge I think we've had so far.
Every year there's somebody different.
Even the at-home people, they either love you or they hate you, and I love you personally. So, but
And later Josh will sing some Love to Hate You.
yeah, I love to hate you. I love it. Some erasure. Anyhow, so first of all, I love that the video was horizontal. So that's first of all. And Miriam, you're not even drinking alcohol. Stop giving me that look.
She's drinking that tea, and she's gonna because she's gonna have to have a potty break soon.
She's gonna need a potty break soon.
Just saying, right?
But the one thing is, like I love that you're doing horizontal videos. Oh no, I did not mean to say it twice. Anyhow, you guys need a drink. I'm okay. And but Deshaun, when you're doing this, like I think I said this yesterday, turn the camera towards the garage doors and use the garage doors as a backdrop. I really like that, and like other than that, I really like that you're dressed for the occasion and everything. But let's go back to the judges. I'm going to actually have Ian kick us off for this one. Welcome back, Ian, and give us some notes on it. I almost played your video.
Thank you very much. I've been listening in at various points during the day, and it's been a great day too. Very exciting. So much talent out there. Tennessee Whiskey is one of those songs that I feel like every single time I go out for karaoke, somebody sings it. And, you know, we've heard a number of these songs in day one and day two that are just performed so much that it gives you the question of, if you're going to do it, how are you going to do it and make it memorable and make it stand out? And, you know, this was fine. It was going along fine and well, and I was enjoying it, but it wasn't popping. And then suddenly I'm like, wait, they're not the words. And in comes that first verse of I'd Rather Go Blind. And I wasn't expecting it. It wasn't like advertised or trailed. And it just really got me in the feels. Bringing those two songs together, as I know a lot of, you know, amateur performers have done in recent years. There's plenty of versions of it out there, but I didn't expect it to hear it at KWC. I thought it was a blinding touch, and it just elevated it, and it did exactly what I was talking about. It took that familiar, overperformed song and made it special, made it memorable, made it jump out. In terms of the vocal, it took Deshaun a minute to really get comfortable with it. He didn't get off to the best start, but he was able to find his groove. And a lot of the time we've seen the reverse in the competition, where people start off okay and wobble, and then they just can't get back on track. And I love it when you hear someone that it's not quite right, but they're able to reclaim it. They're able to find the place again and move on, which was really cool. I loved his outfit. I loved the combination of that kind of professional / bomb upper and the denim lower, that kind of 1 foot in two different worlds and utterly comfortable in both. It was, you know, relaxed and smart and cool and had a great vibe to it. The big pointer for me, I think, is right at the end of the video, and I don't think we saw it in the clip, but when he stopped singing, the video's still rolling, and he starts making these gestures at the camera, and it's kind of meant to be cute and funny, but it takes you out of the emotion of the performance and the song. And there's that sense of, you've just given us this great, memorable performance that I absolutely loved, and now we're clowning. And it's like, which is the real performance? Which am I meant to remember? What is the last thing you want me to remember when this video ends, Deshawn? And it's not having a goofy little moment. You want me to remember that sweet high note. And by the way, that upper range just sounded so pretty, sounded so right. Not necessarily technically perfect, but sounded lovely. A lot of wonderful things about this performance. I'm glad that I turned up just in time for this one. It was one of my favorites of day 2.
Oh, okay. That's great. Chris was like, what? So we're going to go to Chris with that, because I saw Chris go, Chris, what do you got to say?
Totally disagree with that. I have to disagree with the high note part. Okay, I'm going to be, y'all going to get mad at me again, but I don't care. I think that he went too far off of the melody on some parts, and you didn't have to see. Why do all you guys always think that y'all have to get up there and holler like that? You were doing so good, and then it was cruising, and then you want to get to that third octave, and then it was like, give me and then you could have gave us some kind of fall or something, but you tried to stay up there, and it had no power, had no mix. Like, come on, guys! Like, can we get a little low sometimes? Can we get a little bit of chest? Like, there's several singers that like to do too much hot stuff. Everybody can't do that. So, everybody don't need to be trying to do that all the time, because that don't help you win. Especially if you're not going to hit them high notes right, it's going to make me count you off. So you need to always remember, it's okay to go away from the melody sometimes, but you can't get too far that we like, what are you singing? Like, this does not sound like Tennessee Whiskey. You can do a little bit of this, a little bit of that, but you can't go too far off the scale. And I'm like, are you singing Tennessee Whiskey, or are you singing Mary Had a Little Lamb? You know what I mean? So you got to get with it, and everybody stop trying to holler all the time. Sometimes we don't want to hear that. Come on and let's sing. But love you.
I think I've said the magic word too many times for you. Were you drinking tequila earlier? Were you drinking?
Yeah, what was in that shot glass? We will all find out.
What was that?
Jack Daniels.
Jack Daniels.
At least it wasn't Sailor Jerry,
because that
right,
was like
Josh?
a tequila type of a shot glass. So
all
I was
right,
like,
Miriam.
okay.
What did you think?
Oh man, I feel like I'm sandwiched between Chris and Ian. It's hilarious. Because I did judge the entire video, you guys only got to see a snippet. In the very beginning, again with the gum chewing.
Oh yeah,
Deshawn, get the gum out of your mouth, okay? Because here's the thing: when you're singing and you got something foreign in your mouth, it's going to mess with your diction, okay? Just get it out of your mouth, okay? And so, you're gonna have to, obviously, because you can't really open up, because then that gum might fly out, so you don't want that happening. So then you gotta kind of have it right here, and now you're singing with the chewing thing going on. Don't do that. Just get the gum out, okay? I was in choir, and in choir, if you were chewing gum before you got up on stage, our choir director made you spit it out like in her hand, and she'd go and get rid of it. So big rule of thumb for singers: do not have foreign objects in your mouth while you're singing, please. With that being said, I actually was pleasantly surprised with the melody line change. I liked it. It was different for me. Everyone tries to sing it the same way. They try to Chris Stapleton the whole thing. They attempt to do that Chris Stapleton run and fail miserably. And it's very repetitive too. So it can tend to drag on and be boring. So I really appreciated the change in melody line as you progress through the song, that you switched it up. You gave us the initial melody at the very beginning, and then you kind of transitioned more and more, brought in some Etta James in there at the end. Yes, y'all will see that too. Yeah, he threw some little edits in there.
Watch the full clip
Yep.
on the website.
Yep.
Yeah, watch the full
KWCUSA.
clip. It's amazing. You won't be disappointed. Yes, I agree with the falsetto. It wasn't as clean as I would have liked it to be. It did sound almost forced. It didn't sound effortless. It sounded like you really try to punch it out. And with falsetto, keep in mind, falsetto doesn't have the same colorization as a chest voice. You can't just punch out a falsetto, okay? It's meant to be light. So clean, but light. So just little tweaks here and there, but overall, I really enjoyed it, and I actually liked the performance.
Cool.
All right.
Cool.
The rest of the judges liked the performance enough to give Deshaun Washington of Arkansas a 607.8 for the combined double score for the day, with the average of 29.25 of yesterday added on to total 637.05.
Oh, yes. You should be a newscaster.
I've been told I have a voice for radio. I've been
Well,
told I have a
you
face
also
for
have
radio.
but you have
Yeah.
a look for TV. So, wow. All right. So let's move on to back to Washington.
Yes.
Why is it always Arkansas, Washington?
It is. It
Arkansas,
seems to be
Washington?
back and forth. There are a lot of competitors because both Arkansas and Washington did have physical rounds.
Yep.
So people came in that way before we all got shut down. And then they had a very, very fierce competition throughout all the video battles.
Fierce.
So, yeah, absolutely.
So
we're going
here-
to see another fierce competitor
Yes.
from Washington.
Washington, Christopher
Hoffman.
And he is ready for love.
I am ready for love. All of the joy and the pain and all the time that it takes just to stay in your good grace. Lately I've been thinking maybe you're not ready for me. Maybe you think I need to learn maturity. They say you watch what you ask for, as you might receive. But if you ask me tomorrow, I'll say the same thing. I am ready for love. Would you please lend me your ear? I promise I won't complain. I just need you to acknowledge I am here. If you give me half a chance, I'll prove this to you. I will be patient, kind, faithful, and true to a man who loves music, a man who loves art, respects the spirit world and thinks with his heart.
Oh, yes, Chris. Way to go. We are in our final hour, so we need to also make sure that that we're really concise and quick on our commentary, but we still want to hit all those key points. All right. Love the video. Love how you shot it. Again, hold that earpiece when you're doing that, when you're doing the mic control for Smule, just because it's hanging there and it looks like it's about to hit your face. But, dude, great job. Let's go to Miriam.
Okay. I love Ian's voice.
Ian's voice.
Hey, thanks.
Sorry. Chris's voice. I'm like staring at Ian. I'm so sorry.
I didn't know
I do love Ian's voice too. So Chris, I really do love your voice, and I love the vibrato, and I love the tonality of your voice. I don't think this was a good song choice for you, bud. This song requires a lot of breath power and almost like
Sticking it again.
It's like a theme song.
The thing you guys don't see is that we have
His
face popped
this
up and
weird
snuck
ghost.
in.
This weird ghost. It happened earlier.
He's like,
earlier
oh,
with Jeremy
Miriam's gonna
Chapa.
say that about me. I'm
Chapa,
gonna
and
sing this
oh my
again.
gosh.
More.
Oh my.
It's like mystery, right? Okay, so no, for real though. I really don't think that this song was right for your vocal coloring, because for Ready for Love, you need that smooth, soulful, buttery sound, and Chris, you know, you really need to work on. If you're gonna sing a song like that, you got to pull back on that vibrato and really push forth the straight tones. I am ready for love, and just bring a little bit of that vibrato at the very end of the phrases, right? To like work it out a little bit more, you know.
Dashes
but again, that's just realistically, that's just artistry and stylization and everything. I love your voice. I just didn't think that this song was right to really bring forth what you can do with your voice. And honestly, me personally, I would really love to work with you to figure it out.
Ooh, someone's taking claim.
Oh, I think people
That's
are
just me. I'm scouting. We don't know.
Coach, it's
I'm scouting. I'm writing all that.
You're gonna want.
All right, Chris.
All right. I'm gonna be short and quick. I just want to say that like your voice has come such a long way over the years as hearing you for over the years. But I do want to agree with Miriam just a little bit. It's just a little too harsh. I would like a little bit more dynamics instead of it just being straight in one volume. You know what I mean? So you did a great. I mean, like your voice sounds good on that, and I like that you're going outside the box and you're singing different things. And I just think that now we're looking to push you to the next level as far as doing a little bit of dynamics. You know what I mean? I am ready for love. You know, starting a little soft and then just building up so you have somewhere to go. That's the thing about not starting too hard, is because you have to have somewhere to go. But overall, a really good job. I actually did feel you on the song, and I did like it. But
Before
we need to work on a little bit more dynamics.
Before we get to Ian, I gotta say it's another problem with judges is that if you start too high with scores, you're stuck in that high zone of judging. So the biggest thing is a consistency. But at least the nice thing is Chris was really consistent with what he was doing.
Yes.
Ian.
I think Chris and Miriam made some really good points about the vocals here. And I would really, second most of them. It can be really hard to balance power and feeling and emotion when it's a more complex feeling and not a sort of one note emotion that you're trying to find. And so without that control of the dynamics, it made it a lot harder for that. I do think that there is room for different interpretations with this song than smooth, soulful, buttery, because part of what I got of this performance was that sense of someone being ready for love can also still be vulnerable, still be excited, still have lots of different things going on. And Chris brought some of those things. And so I enjoyed feeling the song out emotionally in a different way. But yeah, there are those problems with being too loud, a tendency to just kind of belt it a little when it needs a little more softness. Miriam's absolutely right about holding back the vibrato for the end of notes and the end of lines and just hinting at it and bringing it in as an accent rather than putting it front and center. I thought his choice of outfit was just really generic and bland. It just didn't help anything. That said, I love Chris's voice. I love the tones in it. I love the notes he can produce. I hope we haven't heard his best yet. I hope there's more to come from him because he does have a great voice.
All right.
Let's find out if the judges agree with that and see
well,
more
Chris
from
Hoffman
Chris.
for Washington State, you scored a 632.9. And we're going to add that with 29.88. And we're going to come up with a 66.78 for your grand total of the 2 days.
Yes, fantastic. And I will have to say, this is a fun inside story about me and kind of speaks to what the judges are talking about. When my daughter was young and in middle school and was a horrible human to wake up in the morning, and I would yell her name. Oh, she knows. We've had these conversations. She's an adult. She knows. But I would yell her name across the house and she would not wake up, and I would put my head in and go, Emma. She would wake up instantly. Sometimes it's in the silence. Sometimes the quiet is what grabs attention. And so for your songs, just keep that in mind is, as Josh posted today, stop yelling at me. Sometimes the silence is really the powerful part of these songs. And those big notes are amazing, but the silence is where you really draw us in to get ready for it.
So Katie just threw that out there, by the way. So if you're wondering about my vague book post about yelling at me the other day, it was because so many singers were yelling. And I was just like, and I was editing these videos and I'd hear it over and over and over. And I was like, stop yelling at me. So that's where
Chris, you were not yelling at all. You didn't yell at us, and you did a great job.
Yes.
And we did that. And we're going to move on now to Texas.
The stars at night are big and bright, deep in the heart of Texas. All right. We have Alyssa Meadows. We're doing some Sam Smith, some writings on the wall.
Always get away with you. I'm feeling something makes me wanna stay. I'm prepared for this. Never shoot to miss. I feel like a storm is coming. Gonna make it through the day, and there's no more use in running. This is something I've gotta face. If I risk it all, would you break my fall? How do I breathe? When you're not here, I'm suffocating. I wanna feel alive, running out of life. Tell me it's this, forgive it all up. You have to risk it all. 'Cause the writing's on the wall.
All right. Yeah, Alyssa. Woo, coming from Texas. Man, I love her voice. And I gotta say, I love that you could see her whole body, but I would like a horizontal video.
True story.
But seriously, like, if I had a team, I'd be choosing her. All right. Let's start with Chris.
For those of you out there that do have teams, what did you think?
Chris.
I love Alyssa. I think she's such a good singer. Sometimes her song choices kind of mess her up at times. Like, I think she should have sang something a lot stronger than that to show off just a little bit more of her voice. But baby, Alyssa has the prettiest legs in the whole wide world. Like, they're so beautiful. Like, I have to give it to her. Like, her legs look amazing. And she sang it very,
did not see
very, very well. But I would love if she just did something just to push a little bit more. You know what I mean? Like, it was a great performance, but I like for her to be pushed just a little bit more because she has the voice to do it.
Cool. Miriam.
I enjoy Alyssa's voice. I also like Writings on the Wall. It's one of my favorites from Sam Smith because it's just so epical, right? But it's only epic if you present it in an epic way, okay? That means I wanted to see her dressed like she's in a James Bond movie, right? I wanted her to like sing, you know, and have that camera a little bit closer because I want to see your beautiful face. You know, you got nice legs, like Chris said, you got nice legs, but realistically, I'm more interested in your face because I want to see that facial expression. I want to see you. Yeah.
Miriam, the reason why you want to see her dress is because you're leaving points out there that are easy points. They're easy. It can really make the difference of going on to the next level or not. And so that's something that where it's like, man, if you do this one thing, you could really, you know, just like don't lose those points.
Right.
So,
and attire, look, costuming, attire, you know, dressing to impress, those are simple. Like, come on. I mean, why would you just throw them away? It's like throwing away $20, you know? Like, why would you do that? That makes no sense, right? So that is just realistically Writings on the Wall is that's the image I have. I have an image of a gown. I have an image of, you know, poise when you're singing it and just having that facial expression, you know, and just singing, right? And owning that instrumental break and owning every phrase. This one, although Alyssa's voice really lent itself well to the song, her performance was pulling away from me thoroughly enjoying the whole thing.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. All right, let's see what Alyssa scored. She scored a 531.7, and then we're going to add it to the 28.6, coming up with a total 560.3.
Well done, Alyssa.
Yeah,
nice job. Again, there are definitely some close scores going on tonight. For those of you writing them down at home, you'll see on your spreadsheet, they're pretty tight.
The writing of the scores.
Right? We're going to move back to Virginia, another state with some incredible talent.
Oh, yes.
I'm going to let you do that because I don't know where your screens
All
are.
right. We are going to bring up Jamal Clipper, and he is going to be singing So Into You by Tamia.
With every passing moment, thoughts of you run through my head. Every time that I'm near you, I realize that you're heaven sent, baby. I think you're truly something special. Just what my dreams are really made of. Let's stay together, you and me, boy. There's no one like you around, baby. I really want you to me. I can't really explain it. I am so into you. I really like what you. I can't really explain it. It could be the way that you hold me. Could be the things that you say. Oh, I'm not too sure what it is, but I know I like feeling this way. Hey, I think you're truly something special. My dreams are made of. Together, you and me, boy. There's no one like you around. Oh, baby. For you, I can't really explain it. To you.
Camille Clipper. All right, we're gonna have. Hold on, there we go. I'm gonna drop him out in the back. We're waiting for Miriam to come back. She lost internet or something, and so we right now just have Chris. So Chris, hi. What do you think? By the way, I gotta say that I like that this one versus the first one. You could hear the backing track, where the first song yesterday you couldn't hear his backing track at all. It was much better recording. I want to get that camera up to make it even to you, so you aren't looking up your nose. So, but good job. All right, Chris. We lost Chris. All right, I think who's back there? Ian, are you back there? Yep. All right, we're bringing Ian back here. Hi, Ian.
Hi there.
Hi. See, so you just heard, yeah.
These are really hard songs that have been picked here, both for day one and day two. And you have to admire ambition. And it's great to have someone who is willing to punch high and take those risks and take those chances. And is it always going to pay off? No. But, there are a few songs and entries where people stay in their comfort zone and things are a little pedestrian. I'd rather have this. I'd rather see someone take the gamble and really push themselves and try to do something extra special and outside the box and miss than something more pedestrian. And I don't mean that this is a complete mess. I'm not trying to write this off in any way. I just mean, we have to take risks to show what we can do and find out how far we can take our voice and do. Did I really think this worked well? Not really. It didn't quite come together for me. A little pitchiness, a little struggle with some of the runs, but I liked it more than his day one song. I thought that it hung together better and came together quite nicely. It was perfectly okay.
Yes. All right. Chris is back. We keep having this difficulties where all of a sudden, like, the internet starts dropping out for people. Everyone and their brother is on there. So,
all right,
Chris, what you?
I'm just gonna be honest. Y'all gonna be mad at me again, but I don't care. That song's not for you, brother. I would like to hear something a little bit that'll show off your voice a little bit more. I didn't really like that one, but I want to say good effort at trying. That's a high song to me as a soprano, and I would like to hear a little bit more of your chest voice instead of trying to do all the Tamir riffs and all that. But I would like to hear something a little bit lower where I can really tell how your voice is a little bit. But for you on that song, that's not a good one for you. And that's all I can say about that. It's all about picking the right thing. And sometimes we might like something like that or something high. But for you at this time, that's not a good song for you. But keep up the good work. Like, that's really hard song. So that's what I just want to say about that.
I do like when people, though, choose a song that really speaks to them and that they love. So, like, kudos on that. But you do want to think about this in the grand scheme of things. So, all right, Jamal Clipper.
In the grand scheme of things, Jamal Clipper from Virginia got a doubled score of 413.2 with the added score of the average 21.26. His daily total for day two was 434.46.
Yeah.
Thank
you, Jamil.
Nicely
all right,
done.
I'm going to drop you guys to the back. I'm going to get rid of that.
We're going to move on.
Dun, dun, dun. All right, our next singer wowed us yesterday. Amazing singer. We have Mindy Lancaster,
California,
doing a newer song, doing someone I used
new song with a classic twist.
Yes,
which I always
someone
like.
I used to know.
You can get addicted to a certain kind of sadness, with resignation to the end, always the end. When we found
Oh, you said that we would still be friends, but I admit that I was glad it was over. Now and then I think of all the times you screwed me over, but it had me believing it was always something that I'd done. I don't want to live that way, reading into every word you say. You said that you could let it go, and I wouldn't catch you hung up on somebody that you used to know. You didn't have to cut me off, make it like it never happened, and that we were nothing. I don't even need your love, but you treat me like a stranger, and I feel so wrong. No, you didn't have to stoop so low. Have your friends collect your records and then change your number. Guess that I don't need that though. Now you're just somebody that I used to know. Somebody I used to know. Somebody I used to know. Somebody I used to know. Somebody.
I love that song. That's a song that I like to do and I like to sing, but I've never heard that version before that. So I usually do the regular version of that song, some Gautier. So, all right. Are you not on? Oh, she turned it off. All right. They couldn't hear you.
I'm muting it and unmuting it, and I turned it off. Sorry.
All right. So let's start off. Who would like to start? Put your finger up. Oh, Chris was first.
I think Chris was. I think Chris might have been the
Chris,
tiebreaker.
Miriam, Ian. All right. Good to have you all back, by the way.
All right. I'm going to make this real short. I love her look. Like, her look is in the song that she's choosing with her look and the way she's sounding vocally. It's all a match for me. I really like her. I love that jazzy, old school style. She got the microphone. Like, she sounds good. I really like her, and I'm looking forward to see what else she's going to do.
Yeah. Awesome. All right. Miriam.
So I know that there were some people who might have thought that I was being a little not so nice yesterday. But again, I'm here to try and make you all better singers, okay? It depends. It doesn't matter what style you sing, okay? I listen to all types of music, okay? Starting from country to rock to jazz, blues, R&B, heavy metal, you name it, okay? I listen to all of it because I want to understand every genre's stylization and what makes it authentic, okay? With that being said, again, with the diction, there was that little bit of the throatiness going on. However, like Chris said, I really love that dress and that look and how you made that video black and white to give it that more vintage feel. I seriously thought I was watching someone, showcasing themselves in a jazz, setting. And you took us, you took me back in time. It was a much better song choice this time around than the last one. And I say that because you did add a little bit of scat in there, but you didn't overpower the song with all of that. And it was really just honing in on the melody and making it a different melody. So it's a different song, even though it's the same words. And I could totally see you fronting, one of the songs for Postmodern Jukebox for sure. Like, I can see them asking you to sing for them one of their songs, So I personally like this one better. And the fact that you did that and you put that strategy up in there where your first one might have been a little iffy and this one was your solid one, and you put this as your second one, knowing that it's worth way more points. Smart girl. Smart.
All right.
All right, Ian.
All right, Ian.
Well, it's possible that I have strong feelings about this song and this performance. I know that comes as a surprise. No, I really hate the original version of this song. I absolutely hate it. I feel like the guy just comes across as bitter and creepy. Like, dude, there's a reason she cut you off. You're weird and you're even freaking me out. Never mind her. You need to stop obsessing and get on with your life before you end up with a restraining order and living on the street corner like a hobo. Okay.
Okay, what about this version?
It's amazing how Mindy brings a different vocal, a different voice, and a different take on it, and completely change that around so that we hear a kind of tenderness versus victimized and aggrieved. You hear a kind of genuine romantic hurt, but you don't hear that sense of, and I have suffered, and I have been tortured, and I am obsessing over everything you do for every living moment. So I thought that was just wonderful. And Miriam's absolutely right about her voice and her singing on this. I thought it was a little less effective, but still stylized, still getting that vintage sound that Post One and Jukebox brought to this. It's their arrangement. The accent's a little lighter, it's just a little fresher, and it felt that Mindy was able to be more focused on her own take and bringing to it. The day one was just a little too frozen in time in that specific cover form of it. I liked the look better. I liked the coloration with the video. There were a lot of really lovely things with this, and I thought she took that song and just improved it in leaps and bounds. Great work, Mindy.
Full package.
Yes,
absolutely.
Thanks,
Presentation
Ian.
was amazing.
All right.
And along with Korean drama, I also watch a lot of really weird international BBC soap opera drama kind of stuff set in the 1920s. And this is someone that would be in that show on stage as the lounge act. Like in those shows that I watched. Just finished one from Spain. Amazing. But so Mindy, well done for job 2. Let's see what all the other judges thought.
Mindy Lancaster from California, you scored a 631.6. We're going to add that with yesterday's score of 32.16, and we're going to end up with a 66.3.76.
Excellent work. Well done, Mindy.
And by the way, you cut that off so fast. The people who are writing this down, they're like, why did you just cut that off so fast?
I know, because we are also trying to get through here before. I mean, this was supposed to be a 5-hour show. We're on 5:40 now. I'm the white rabbit. I run around with the stopwatch yelling at everyone. It's my job. So we're going to move back to North Carolina right now.
Yep. All right. But I haven't queued up her video yet.
You haven't queued up her video.
You're moving so fast.
I know. We're moving right along.
All right. Rosette Wright doing some, and I'm telling you.
And she is telling you right now.
And I am telling you, I'm not going, even though the rough times are showing. There's just no way, there's no way. We're part of the same place. We're part of the same time. We both share the same blood. We both share the same mind. In time, we had so much to share. No way. I'm not waking up tomorrow morning and finding that there's nobody there. Darling, there's no way. No way. I'm living without you. I'm not living without you. There's just no way. There's no way. Turn out the mountain, yell, scream and shout. You can say what you want. I'm not going out. Stop all the rivers, push, strike and kill. I'm not gonna leave you. There's no way, no way. And I am telling you, I'm not going. You're the best man I
Yes. Way to go there,
Yeah.
Rosette. All right. Let's start off with Ian.
Well, this is one of my favorite songs of all time. It's a very popular song. It's another one that we hear performed a lot, and it's such a difficult and demanding song that I approach it with a little trepidation. I'm always a little cautious what's coming. I thought there were some amazing parts to this, and overall it was very good, especially given how demanding it is. Now, I'm not saying I've heard a lot of versions of this, but my father-in-law, who's currently living with us, he happened to hear this, and he said to me, Ian, I have to tell you, I have a significant problem with that version of the song. He said, every other version of the song I've heard you listening to is just, they shout their way through it, and I think that's how it's meant to be. I'm like, no, David, this is one who didn't do that, and they actually had the right control for it most of the time. And this is the one that's the exception and that I'm liking. But he's so used to hearing people just go for it and just kind of go at it like a Mack truck and pound away at it and put everything out there. Vroom, vroom, vroom. And the song needs more sophistication than that. It needs more delicate handling than that, despite the oomph and the power that's all in there. There are times when parts of the song get away from Rosette. Of course, she's human. The parts that work and large parts of it are really quite wonderful. When she's the part of the same place, part of the same time, just has that impeccable sweetness of tone. They're the perfect notes for her voice and to bring out all the warmth and honey and caramel in that tone. And, that she fits so many different vocal ticks into one line, from the growl of "I'm not waking up tomorrow" and ending it with "and there's nobody there" with the vibrato just brought in for that bit, which harks back to what Miriam was saying about Chris's performance, where you need to be able to use those tools when you need them and bring them in a little here, but not too much. Lots of great things about it. I enjoyed it just a little bit. It was lovely. Thank you.
Thanks, Ian. All right, let's bring up Miriam.
So Rosette's voice is beautiful, and she definitely knows how to use her voice and breathe properly. With that being said, I did not like this song choice for her because to me, she has that vocal quality kind of like Diana Ross. It's lighter, it's kind of more floaty up here. And, when I'm hearing "And I Am Telling You," and I've heard many different renditions of that particular song. In fact, our KWC World Champion last year sang that song in a different rendition. And won worlds with it.
Yep.
She didn't do the Jennifer Holliday or J-Hud version of it. She did her own take on that song. It just didn't have the oomph factor for me. It was almost too legato, and it didn't have that energy that I need from that song and that's what makes this song particularly challenging. It's not just the register you need to get through the song and the breath power to get through the song, but it's also the energy and the drive you need to push this song from beginning to the end, and you cannot let go of the gas. You cannot let go of the accelerator. It just has to keep speeding up, and it just got to keep going. And at the end finish is big, and I expect that. So if I'm not getting that drive, it kind of falls a little underwhelming for me. Beautiful voice, vocal quality, and everything else, but as far as artistry and some technique issues, yeah.
All right. Chris, do you have anything to add?
Very quickly.
Yeah, I just have one thing. I'm gonna be real quick. I just want to say on that song, like, we both have the same. We both share the same. We both have the same mind. That's that part. You didn't say we both have the same mind on that. So watch your words on that. And when you get to time and time, you got to give it to us a little bit more. But I would say just maybe find another song choice that like Miriam said, it's just a little too strong of a song for you at this time. That don't mean you can't do it, but at this time.
Yep. All right. This is what Rosette Wright has scored from North Carolina. Some 529.9. We're going to add it with a 30.73 to end up with a 560.63 for her grand
Daily
total.
total today. Fantastic job.
Katie's blowing through.
I am.
She's
I
like,
am
nope.
trying to speed up the time
It's like
as
we're writing
I tend to do
novels.
every year. Trying to keep on time now that we are 50 minutes over and keep it rolling along. So we are going to move over to California with Randall Gray.
Yep.
Georgia, the holiday through, just that old sweet song keeps Georgia on the map.
Is it a place? Is it a person? That's my question every time I hear that song. And then I wait for the performer to perform it and tell me, are they going to Georgia a place or are they singing about their lost love, Georgia? What did you guys think?
Chris.
All right, my main man. You can't come in hard like that. You had nowhere to grow because you was hollering at me the whole time. So it's really important that you don't oversing. You know what I mean? So like you can't come in so big and then like when you get to the end of the song, you had nowhere to go because you were hollering too much. And don't get too far off the melody. I didn't even know what you were singing at the beginning. You know what I mean? So take some of that reverb out because you got a little bit too much reverb, but make sure you don't oversing. You have one of the best voices in the competition and you just screamed at me the whole song and I need you to show some dynamics. You need to come in smooth and then build.
Yeah. And that is part of it. When you're pacing yourself in a song, if you come on full force, you got to have somewhere to go with it. If you don't leave yourself anywhere to go, then you start making different choices. What do you think of those choices, Miriam, that Randall made? She's switching.
Switching it up.
There we go. Do you guys hear me okay? You guys hear me fine?
Yes.
Yep, we hear you.
Okay, cool. So just like the first round, be careful about the phrasing, just like Chris said, just running notes over and over and over throughout the entire song. Again, focus on those pauses, take a break. We judges want to breathe too. We can't breathe if you're not letting us breathe with the song. And then just as a insider thing, because we did judge the whole video, you did end up singing through the instrument solo, the saxophone solo that was going on. Be respectful of the music, you guys. Just letting you know, you do not need to sing throughout the entire solo. If there's an instrumental break, please don't sing through it, because there's a reason there's that break. It's written that way for a reason. So respect that, and everything. But your tone in itself is beautiful, and you have great control of your voice. So we just want you to kind of dial it back and really paint more of a colorful picture for us.
All right. Thanks, Miriam.
Absolutely. Fantastic. All right. And so, Randall Gray, with that, your score today is 567.1 for the doubled score of the day, with the average of 30.91, making your day 2 total 598.01. Ooh, got some new applause. Stuffing it up.
Oh, great job, Randall. All right. Let's move to Nevada and bring a Mark Melton
Jr.
So Mark, well, with some It's Take Two.
They say it's a man's world, well, that cannot be denied. But what good's a man's world without a woman by his side? And so I will wait until that moment you decide that I'm your man and you're my girl, that I'm the sea and you're the pearl. It takes two, baby. It takes two. Lancelot had Guinevere, Mrs. Claus hails old Saint Nick. Romeo had Juliet, and Liz, well, she has a dick. They say it takes two to tango, well, that tango's child's play. So take me to the dance floor, and we'll twist the night away. Just like Frankie Avalon had his favorite musketeer. I dream of a lover, babe, to say the things I long to hear. So come closer, baby, oh, and whisper in my ear. Tell me you're my girl and I'm your boy, that you're my pride and I'm your joy. I'm the sand and you're the tide. I'll be your groom if you'll be my bride. It takes two, baby. It takes two. It takes two, baby. It takes two.
Oh, yes.
Nice.
Thank you, Mark. Oh, yeah. Man, I do like that the video is vertical and
Horizontal, you mean?
That's what I meant.
It's not vertical.
Oh, my
it's
God.
horizontal.
That's what happens for me saying that too much.
I know.
But no one gets to drink when you say it. They only drink when I say it, right?
I don't know. I don't know how that works.
I didn't say it this
I
time.
didn't make the game. I would
like to say that I love your room. I love that.
Love the
handprints.
share poster.
However, at a certain point, I want to see a backdrop or maybe.
Yeah. It gets a little distracting if it doesn't fit the song. The first song choice, I feel like that fit a lot better with this song choice. Although I did originally thought when it came in that it said "It Takes Two," so I was really waiting for a completely different song. Yeah, and then it started. I'm like, oh, that's not the song that I thought it was.
Right.
But fantastically done. Either way.
All right, Chris. Right now he's the only judge available. Come on over here.
What did you think of Mark Melton Jr.? Uh-oh, he's going vertical. And he's switching it back and forth.
Chris, you there? I'm going to unmute him.
Uh-oh.
You are unmuted now. You there? Hello? No, he's not unmuted.
There we go.
There you
All
are.
right.
There you go.
All right. I love It Takes Two. That's from Hairspray, if some of you don't know that. And he has such a good little musical theater voice. I really like him on that, but make sure you watch some of those notes and make sure, and make sure like on 2, you round those 2s out. But overall, great job.
All right.
I agree. Absolutely.
Nice, short, and sweet.
Right? I know. We're going to start moving along
let's
a little
show
bit.
that score.
Let's see what all the other judges
All
if they
right,
agreed
Mark
with that.
Melton Jr. from Nevada, you scored a 597.9. We're going to add that with your 31.99 to come up with a 629.89.
Nicely done.
Good, yeah, very good job.
Again, those of you playing along at home, these scores are all pretty tight in there. So there's just a few more singers left. We have less than 10 singers to go now. I think we're down to about 8, 9, something like that.
And we're going to go to Florida.
We are going to move right on to Florida.
With Kristen Hernandez singing some.
Now with you. The world was on fire, no one could save me but you. It's strange what desire will make foolish people do. I never dreamed that I'd meet somebody like you. I never dreamed that I'd lose somebody like you. And I don't want to fall in love. No, I don't want to fall in love. Oh, not with you. See, not with you. Not with you. Oh, not with you. Anyone but you. You.
Oh, yes. Thanks, Kristen. All right, I'm going to bring Ian and Chris back in for this one. This is a song that I always enjoy singing.
And that was a nice arrangement, actually.
It was,
as well.
it was really
it fit her very
totally
well.
different style and arrangement, and I really appreciated it. So, Ian, Chris, I'm going to start with you.
Well, I liked her on that song. She did a fabulous job on that. Just be mindful of some of your notes. Make sure you really punch that diction out, and just watch some of those U's and all that. Just make sure you round it on out.
Cool. That was nice and quick. All right, Ian.
Yeah, I liked this. I thought it was an improvement over day one. Again, there's a really nice vulnerability in the way this is sung, the way Kristen brings this, that's deliberately introduced. Sometimes I felt the tempo wavers a little too much, but that's mostly the arrangement. And there are moments where I feel like it's slightly overperformed in the physical drama of it. I'd like a little more sort of holding back and restraint to show the lyrics hesitation, but really the voice is what counts most. And there are some beautiful swoops that are in there and some beautiful elevations where that emotion and vulnerability really comes into the melody line. Nicely done.
Awesome. All right, let's show Kristen's score.
Yeah.
Katie, what is Kristen Hernandez?
Kristen Hernandez of Florida got a 563 for the doubled score, 24.8 for the average, and 587.8 for the combined score for day 2 total.
Man, it is close between
It is.
everyone.
These are all very close
Oh, my
scores.
goodness.
We're going to go to Washington.
Yep.
Moving on over where they make it rain.
Moving on over. All right. Here we have Maya Place.
Yes.
Maya. We have Miriam and we have Chris back.
And I would have pronounced the name of that song, but no, it's Latin, I believe. And no, I'd never learned Latin.
I took Latin for opera in my freshman year of college.
When he was editing, he's like, hey, what's the name of that song? I'm like, she'll say it. She'll sing it and you'll know it. And she did. It was in there. First line.
Yep. All right.
Awesome.
Why don't we start with Miriam? Because welcome back, Miriam.
Thank you. Maya, I love that dress on you, for sure. You, even with your first video and your second one, it's just, you really dress to impress, you know, and I feel like I can just kind of pick you up and slap you on a stage in the opera house, you know, just put you right there, right? I love your presentation and how you don't break character. You're really in the moment of singing your songs, and you're in your bubble, and you know, it's good to sing like nobody's watching you, you know, and just doing what you picture in your mind that you would love to see other people do. So that was really nice to see. Be careful about breath support. Be careful when you're hitting those higher notes, because you tend to go sharp. And so you want to make sure that you hit it dead on, and don't let that vibrato force you to go sharp. Because again, you want it to be nice and smooth and accurate. You know, classical music, opera music, it's very accurate. So you want to make sure that you are portraying that in the best way possible. So again, work on that breath support, work on that, you know, bridging that gap to make sure it's nice and solid each and every time. But great job.
Cool. Thanks, Miriam. And I don't know if you guys saw that, but JC, who's one of the judges, said it beautiful. I like the focus in the words rather than going for the drama. I can use slightly more intensity in those lower notes in the lower range, but great slow from low to high, great presentation. So it's always nice when the other judges
pop in and give their commentary as well.
Hello, Chris.
What is your commentary?
All right, I'm gonna make this short real quick because I'm never on time. But I just want to say that I would like for her to punch that diction a little bit more. There are a couple parts where I really can't understand her, and be sure that you don't oversing, even though it's high and it gets a little loud. You kind of sometimes have the tendency of overshooting the pitch. You know what I mean? And then when you're doing your falls, make sure that you hit every individual note as you do your falls. But you really got to be mindful of that pitch. You know what I mean? Sometimes you might overshoot a little bit. It's because I feel like you're pushing a little bit more, pushing more than you should, when you just need to just lay back and let your voice do the work for you, instead of thinking that it has to be, you know what I mean? Like, you have to really get in the center of those notes, especially those high, long notes. You have to get in the center of it.
Absolutely. All right. And for Mia Place from Washington, the judges have decided her doubled score for the day is 560.98 points, with the average total of 27.29, totaling 588.27 for her day 2 total. Nicely done.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
All right. Our next singer is coming from Florida, and I'm so excited that we can share his talents this year with all of you.
Absolutely.
Here he is doing some Call the Wind, Mariah. Here is Brian Long.
Hey, out here they got a name for rain and wind and fire. The rain is Tess and the fire's Joe, and they call the wind Mariah. Mariah blows the stars around and sends the clouds a-flying. Mariah makes the mountains sound like folks were up there dying. Mariah, Mariah, they call the wind Mariah. Before I knew Mariah's name and heard her wail and whining, I had a girl and she had me, and the sun was always shining. But then one day I left my girl, I left her far behind me, and now I'm lost, so doggone lost, not even God can find me. Mariah, Mariah, they call the wind Mariah. Out here they got a name for rain and wind and fire only. But when you're lost and all alone, there ain't no word but lonely. Mariah, Mariah, they call the wind Mariah. Mariah,
Oh, yes. That's from the movie Paint Your Wagon.
Yes.
Paint Your Wagon.
And that one is not the most highly requested song in the competition. I
No.
don't know that I've heard it in the competition before. So it was refreshing.
That was
I liked
actually on Tubi like last month. So if you have free,
it. I was gonna say I feel
Yeah,
like
it was
I've
on
heard
Tubi.
that song
on
like in the
Tubi.
back of a really like grainy 70s movie or something happening to me.
Yeah, I loved it.
I did too. I
All
enjoyed
right.
it. What did you think of it? Ian, what did you think of it?
I agree with you. How fun that we got to have Call the Wind Mariah as part of this competition. Just the variety of entries that we get is just great. You know, I really liked this choice for Brian versus Day One. It's a better fit of song, a better look as well. You could see him really trying to get into the part. And actually the look suited his background better as well. So you could see he was really having fun with this, and karaoke should be about having fun and people being in their element. And, you know, he really gets into that and has the fun and excitement with it that we really need for performance. Sometimes takes it just a little bit too far and a little over dramatic, a little too loud, but my goodness, he's having fun. And I think we can all take a leaf out of that book, and just sometimes you just need to let loose and really pick something, you know, you're really going to enjoy singing and have a blast with it. I think that's what Brian did. And on that basis, great.
I had so much fun just hearing him sing it and everything. And I had to look it up to see where it was from. And I was like, oh, I just saw this like a month ago. So I was like, I just sure I heard this. Chris.
All right, I'm gonna be quick. I want to say good job, Brian. You did have a lot of fun with it, and I had a lot of fun watching you. I love the cowboy hat. I love that. So keep up the good work. Good job.
You're from Texas. Of course you love the cowboy hat. You love the Cowboys. Look, you're wearing a cowboy hat right now. There's a different style cowboy hat. So, all right, let's show what Brian Long scored with some 460.8 then yesterday's score of 22.47 with a total score of 483.27.
Yes. Woo. Nicely done. All right, we have 4 singers left, I believe. If you're playing along at home in the chat line, you'll correct me if I'm wrong. But I believe we're down to the last 4 singers. So we're going to go over to Kentucky.
All right, and I'm going to put you guys in the back
We're
room
going to
for a
move
second.
our judges, and we're
then-
going to get Holly Smelson ready for her Song 2 performance.
And yesterday you saw her do some Little Mermaid. Today you're going to see her do my favorite band ever, the Beatles.
Oh, darling, please believe me. I'll never do you no harm. Believe me when I tell you, I'll never do you no harm. Oh, darling, if you leave me, I'll never make it alone. Believe me when I beg you, don't ever leave me alone. Believe me, darling, when you told me, you didn't need me anymore. Well, you know, I nearly fell down and cried when you told me that you didn't need me anymore. Well, you know, I nearly fell down and died. Oh, darling, please believe me. I'll never let you down. Believe me when I tell you, I'll never do you no harm.
Oh, yes, Holly. Woohoo.
Yes, and yesterday that background fit the treasure trove of trinkets and all the baubles, gizmos, and gadgets. And today it fit the song with the Beatles setting. So that's a double, like, dual use of the room. I like it.
All right. Next, let's bring up Chris.
I love Oh Darling. She has a good voice, and I love her tone and everything. But you don't have to do the oh so much. It kind of like throws it off just a little bit. But as far as like overall, you did a great job with that song. I really do like all the little dolls and stuff in the background. Those are really cool. But great job.
All right.
Awesome. We are okay. We're going to show Holly's scores because we're down to the last 3 and we're about 10 minutes from where I wanted to really end, an hour and a
That's
half
true.
past showtime.
You're about 18 minutes actually
yes,
past.
yes. So this is Holly Smelson from Kentucky, and her doubled scores are 591.3 with the added total of the average yesterday, 29.91, totaling 621.21 for those of you playing at home. Make sure you get that in your spreadsheet and take that shot for her amazing horizontal video. Absolutely.
All right.
We're going to move on to Washington.
And by the way, if you guys keep messaging me while we're doing
He's going to
this,
keep looking at his phone and
I'm gonna
getting
keep
real
looking at my-
distracted.
and
And
it's
I'm going to
really-
get irritated because we have a 48-hour rule of him
and
looking
we
at
already
his
have
phone.
multiple warnings out there. I just want to give you guys
So-
a little quick reminder. So please don't message me if you have a problem. Please write
Email.
KWCTUSA
If you have any
at
official complaint
gmail.com.
and you would like
Thank
it
you.
logged as an official complaint, you can get there through our website. Nice and easy. Contact us or email
There are
KWCTUSA
behavioral rules as well, and you
gmail.com.
can find them at KWCUSA.com.
Awesome. Yeah, yes. And they also apply to contestants and coaches and judges.
Yep.
So the behavioral rules apply across the board to everyone.
Yep.
And
Screenshots
so
are
that
not
is
making me
absolutely
happy
something.
right now.
But we're going to move on because we have 3 amazing singers left in our night. We want to give them our attention and
Yes.
time
Thank
that they
you.
deserve. Like Lisa Johnson from Washington. She is coming in yesterday. She did an amazing song. And today she has another fantastic song, Honey or Fire. You get to pick. You guys pick. Coaches, I'm going to ask you when this is over. Is it honey or fire?
You through this life, but can't pick a side. Is it on? Is it over? Are you in? Are you out? Make up your mind so I can keep mine. Is it on? Is it over? Are you in? Are you out? You're in the wind just like a palm tree in the storm. But I'll be the only one to break and fall when you call. Oh, so give me honey, give me fire, give me honey, give me fire. You love me, you say, and then run away. Are we coming or going? Is it on, is it all? A call every day, then say you need space. Are we coming or going? Is it on, is it all? You're in the wind just like a palm tree in the storm. But I'll be the only one to break and fall when you call. Oh, give me honey, oh, give me fire. Love me holy, oh, let me fly. Hot or cold, not just right. Give me honey, oh, give me fire. 'Cause you ain't no good when you're just lukewarm. And I'm closing this bar, so make your last call. We can have everything or nothing at all.
Oh, yes. Lisa Johnson. Amazing. I love that outfit. Oh
So
my
many
gosh.
comments on the boots and
Yo.
the hair and the confidence.
Yep.
And that's just a part of it. Like, and again, if you feel it, you exude it. And so that's a little bit about just put on those boots that give you that little, that's all you need. It's going to come through in your song.
Oh, yeah.
What did you think? Okay, was it honey or fire? What do you think, Ian? Lisa has been waiting all night for your
Ian likes to
commentary.
use the word honey a lot.
It's
so
true,
like,
dude.
honey and
Well,
caramel, he's been saying.
British.
So
He's
let's see.
Let's see. Is it honey or fire? What'd you get?
Well, I got both. I enjoyed this. I'm really happy that we got Samantha Day. She's one of the better new discoveries of recent years. Well, recent to me. And there's a lot that I really enjoyed about where this song went. We have the fire of that urging him on, really kind of pushing, come on, have that decision. But Lisa's able to bring that song back to the honey of that sense of, we can have everything. there's a nice lightness and combination in there. I'm keeping it brief. I know we're short on time. I liked it.
Awesome. Me too. Chris.
I would say the outfit was fire, but the vocal wasn't honey like I would like for it to be honey. It was almost honey, but it wasn't honey. Y'all know me, I'm all about pitch, and make sure that you're right in the center of that pitch, and also make sure when you're doing your riffs and everything that you don't go flat. But like the look was fire, and the boots were fire, and the hair was fire, and those pants were fire. But just make sure you work on your vocal and make sure that your pitch doesn't sag.
Yep. All right. Let's show Lisa Johnson's score total. Some 566.5 with yesterday's total of 30.31, equaling 596.81.
Yes.
Nicely done.
Absolutely.
We are down to two more.
Two left.
Two more.
We're
And
going
this
to roll
one's
on
coming-
over to Texas.
Texas. Oh, yeah.
You-
Stars and night are big.
Don't have
and
him
bright.
do a Southern accent.
Who, me?
You, yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Doing with Fatima Patterson, and she is doing Dig a Little Deeper.
Don't matter what you look like, don't matter what you wear, how many rings you got on your fingers, we don't care. We don't care. Don't matter where you come from, don't even matter what you are. A dog, a pig, a cow, a goat, had them all in here. And they all knew what they wanted me to do. Told them what they needed, just like I'll be telling you. You gotta dig a little deeper, find out who you are. You gotta dig a little deeper, it really ain't that far. When you find out who you are, you find out what you need. Blue skies and sunshine guaranteed. You gotta dig. You gotta dig. Prince Romy is a rich little boy. You wanna be rich again. That ain't gonna make you happy now. Did it make you happy then? No. Money ain't got no soul. Money ain't got no heart. All you need is self-control. Make yourself a brand new start. You gotta dig a little deeper. Don't have far to go. Gotta dig a little deeper. Tell the people Mama told you so. Can't tell you what you'll find. Big love and much peace of mind. Dig a little deeper and you'll know. Now, Miss Froggy might have just a word. He's a hard one, that's what I heard. Your dad was a loving man, he was family through. You your daddy's daughter, child, what he had in him, you got it, you gotta dig a little deeper. For you, it's gonna be tough. You gotta dig a little deeper. You ain't done nearly far enough. Dig down deep inside yourself. You'll find what you need. Blue skies and sunshine guaranteed. Woo-hoo! Open up the windows.
Yeah. Man, I love that. I do love that song. I believe that's from The Princess and the Frog, isn't that? That Princess and the Frog, some Disney? Yeah.
I think so, yeah.
All right. I'm going to have Miriam start us off with this one.
I think this song was really fun for Fatima. I love Princess and the Frog, and I think she just embodied the energy that's required for the song. I don't know what else to say. I enjoyed it a lot.
Sweet. All right. Let's move on then to Chris.
Good job. I love that song, and I love me some Mama Eddie, and you did that good. Only thing I would like for you to put a little bit more dig on. You need to dig a little deeper, push that just a little bit, and I would like a little bit more dynamics. You know, you can even take the acting up to a whole nother level. And I would say you're about at an 8, but I would like that to be at a 10. So that's committing with vocally and well as with your face and with all your acting, because you have it to do. And I mean, I loved it. And I like the part, dun, 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 makes me get church. I was over here clapping. So I just would like for you just to turn that up just a little bit more and give me a little bit more character.
Awesome.
Okay.
All right. Katie, what did
All
Fatima
right.
score?
Fatima Patterson from Texas. Today's doubled score 634.4 with yesterday's average of 27.33 is 661.73 for day 2.
Awesome job. Awesome
Nicely
job.
done, which means
we are down
to our final singer for
singer.
day 2. Yes.
right.
Usually this is where we all do a lot of thanks and we talk about the after parties and the things that we'll be doing. And we still would like to give our thanks for all of the judges, all the supporters, all the staff, all of the people who've helped us get to this point, all the venues who started and then in unsure times tried to continue.
Right.
And when we switched over, all the supporters who then got the word out that we are going to be safe and take this online. We appreciate you all. We thank you all. And we're going to go on to a contestant who has been here before.
Yep, coming from
been in this spot. I think he's been in this spot before as the last singer of the night.
Yeah.
All of the
maybe.
hesitation and the
I'm sure he
nerves,
has,
anticipation over the years.
But this time he at least got to put a video in,
This
so he
is-
didn't have to wait
exactly.
all the way to the end. This is Grant Cullum from Arkansas.
He has a song for you.
I've been so many places in my life and time. I've sung a lot of songs and I've made some bad rhymes. I've acted out my life on stages with 10,000 people watching. But we're alone now, and I'm singing a song to you. I know your image of me is what I hope to be. I treated you unkindly, but darling, can't you see? There's no one more important to me. Baby, can't you see through me? Oh, 'cause we're alone now, and I'm singing this song to you. You taught me precious secrets of a true love, withholding nothing. You came out in front when I was hiding. But now I'm so much better. So if my words don't come together, listen to the melody, 'cause my love is in there hiding.
What a way to
Yeah.
finish. Oh my
That-
gosh.
yes.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I love that song so much. I know that he also tried out with that song, and I was just like, oh, it gives me goosebumps. So I'm going to bring up Marion Kim for the first one.
I really love Grant's voice. And when he did this for the live round, I was floored and I yelled at him as to why he didn't bring things like this to nationals in previous years. And, you know, song selection is so important. It can make or break you. And the order in which you select the songs can make or break you. And again, I'm a big strategist. So if y'all need strategy, you know who to hit up. But this song is just so nice for his voice. He has a lot of control of his voice, his use of dynamics, his runs. I mean, his artistry is on point. I thoroughly enjoyed it so much. So much.
Awesome. Thanks, Miriam. All right, Chris.
All right, Grant, you did a great job on that song. Wish I would have got a little bit more connection of tell a little bit more of a story. Oh, one thing, make sure you don't sing during the instrumentals, because there were some notes that you were singing that are wrong, that were going, the piano was doing something, and then like you were singing like in the wrong key on some parts, because the piano was doing a descending chromatic scale down, and so you have to be careful of some of that stuff. Also at the end, Grant, you went high and did that high part, and this song doesn't call for that. So it kind of just threw me off when I heard you do the ending, because I was like, oh, it was so good, but he decided to do the holler and high scream, and your voice is too pretty for that, and this song doesn't really call for that. I'm not taking away of your song, but like I said, high and loud does not win all the time. Like, this is one of those songs, like the end, you should have just soaked into it instead of trying to do that high, super high belt on the end. And also, I would like to have you on my team if I can get an opportunity to. So, I mean,
Whoa. This draft is gonna be a hard
this one's
draft
going to be a
tomorrow.
fun one.
We're going to be drafting live after the show tomorrow.
I just really this just stuff to make you better and to make you a little bit stronger. So just don't think that it's always about doing those high notes. We know that you can do that. But on this particular song, because I am a humongous Donny Hathaway fan. I've been singing Donny Hathaway my whole life. I love his daughter, Layla. If none of y'all have ever heard her, she's one of the best singers ever. Layla Hathaway's amazing. So if you get a chance to hear her, she's amazing too. So I would just want to say, it's just, I would like, make sure you don't do that hot stuff on the end of that song, because it's not made for that.
Thanks, Chris. And Ian, let's round off the night with your colorful commentary.
Thank you. Grant has a wonderful voice and just a lovely, luxurious, rich tone. And when I was listening to this the first time, I would start to develop a thought, and I'd have an idea where it was going, and I would just absolutely be stopped in my tracks, that I had to give it my full attention and listen to it, because what was coming out was so beautiful, and just in that moment, perfect. I agree with Chris that this song, there are a couple more technical flaws, and yes, in particular, never interrupts that legendary glissando as it descends through those minor thirds. That's just a legendary part of this wonderful, intricate arrangement. But Grant has a just sumptuous voice, and I love what he does, and I'm very excited to hear what comes next for him.
Awesome. All right. You ready for the last score? Grant Cullum from Arkansas, you scored a 682.5, added with 33.89, equaling 716.39. Oh my gosh.
Nicely done.
My
Everyone
goodness.
today got amazing scores. There are some really, really tight little packs in there of everybody. And so
we have not announced that top 30, because you guys are also playing at home.
If you played at home, you know who you are
So
at this point.
The top 30, you are moving on to the semifinal rounds. However, if you don't move to the semifinal rounds, your journey is not over. Also, if you move to the semifinal rounds and you don't make it in the top 24 tomorrow, your journey is not over, because the judges all decided that they wanted to take people
They get
who
a
might
sparkle
not have
buzzer.
made it into
Maybe
that
it's
top
not
24.
golden. Maybe it's glitter.
A glitter? It's a
buzzer.
glitter
They
butter?
get a glitter
Is it
bomb.
a glitter button? So this way, they're like, there are people in the competition that we've been watching, and they might have just had a bad song, or like they just weren't really moving that much, or maybe their outfit wasn't right. And I would love to bring them on my team, because they're like this hidden talent that I know I can hone into a world champ. So they are all going to take one person who did not move into that top 24 after tomorrow. So it'll be anyone from the first two rounds to the people who didn't make it through the third
Didn't
round
get into the 24.
into that 24. So
exactly,
it's crazy.
So for 4 of you, your journey's not over, and you need to tune in to find out if you'll be moving on. Are we sending out an order for semis? We usually don't at all. It's digital, so we're kind of also going on the fly with what works and what doesn't.
We're going to post the scores, so
we're gonna give them their performing time again, right? Though, so we're gonna send out an email with the order.
Yes, so
that's what I was trying to figure out.
Yes,
so somewhere probably like 1 or 2 in the morning, you'll all get an email.
I have more editing to do.
I know exactly. Somewhere 1 or 2 in the morning, you will all, because we still have a lot more work to do for tomorrow with the production side. you'll get an email with the order of those top 30, since we all know we will post these scores on the Facebook page, and we will open up all of the full-length videos as well for day 2. So you can all go in and see all of the videos from all of your peers that have done phenomenally well this year. You should all give yourselves a big round of applause, pat yourselves on the back. Every single person who got over the technological hurdles and got something in, no matter what anybody has said about the technical side of it, it's been amazing and incredible to watch all of you still have a commitment to yourselves and to this program. So we appreciate that.
Yes. Oh, yeah. Whew. All right. Thank you guys so much. Thank you to the judges who all took time out of the day.
Yes. And tune in tomorrow. We have some fantastic guest performers. We have some people coming in from past KWC World and some future KWC, let's hope. And we'll see what it brings with the semifinals.
Yeah. Awesome. Thank you guys. We will
Thank
see
you, judges.
tomorrow.
Thank you, everyone viewing.
And I can't wait to show the next 30. And tomorrow the videos will be 2.5 minutes instead of
you get a little more of the video. You get a little
bit
more clip.
Thank you guys. Thank you so much. Take care, everyone.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Good night.